country with 1.3 billion people, 4,000 cities and towns, over 6 lakh villages, have most doctors living in the cities. This leaves a huge population living in smaller towns and villages without access to quality healthcare. With the country within the grip of a pandemic, doctors and paramedics, even while working round the clock, could not meet the needs of the huge populace affected by the outbreak. Healthcare had to be taken to each and every home. But how? The answer was to transform access, experience and outcome through technology. Harnessing the powerful combination of technology and human ingenuity, we provided innovative care that was patient-centric. People needed access to care that was convenient, equitable and affordable when, where and how they demanded it. Whether it's one-to-one, virtually or at home. To support this, our Apollo 24/7 app with Doctor on Call, Medicine on Call, testing at home, all at a tap of a button became an instant hit. The step towards humanizing technology helped the clinicians to organize and coordinate virtual consultations and remote monitoring of patients involving the family members and caregivers. We launched Coverage, the blueprint to fight COVID, an integrated multidisciplinary COVID care management program that was rolled out to drive awareness, assistance and screening along with robust treatment protocols, all by leveraging technology to provide safer person-centric experiences. Our AI-enabled COVID risk assessment tool helped over 1.4 million people across 51 countries. In anticipation of an increased need of medically supervised isolated care, Apollo launched Project Stay I, an innovative initiative to strengthen the bulwark against COVID-19 by creating isolation rooms in partnership with hotels to provide medical supervision for quarantine, freeing up the hospital beds for more critical patients. Every experience was personalized and differentiated with the launch of AI-driven health management program called Apollo Pro Health, built on the cornerstone to predict, prevent and overcome the non-communicable diseases or helping individuals take charge of their health. Better outcomes were delivered using advanced diagnostics and precision care technologies like robotics and minimal invasive procedure, ensuring shorter hospital stays and superior outcomes. This further eased out resources so that we could care for more patients. Humanizing technology for the clinical staff was interesting in its own way. Our clinical dashboard helped clinicians work smarter and communicate better. Picture archiving and communication system helped our doctors to conduct a more accurate diagnosis with chronological view of their patient's medical history. Apollo e-Access, the modern and sophisticated critical care monitoring system for anytime, anywhere care, helped us reach out to the remotest places, providing quality critical care services round the clock. Similarly, teleradiology helped faster diagnostics, provided improved and affordable consultation for patients in rural areas, with expert physicians and radiologists sitting miles away. Humanizing technology means bringing the human connection back into the core of healthcare. In the midst of the pandemic, we at Apollo Hospitals ensure that millions of lives are improved across the country so that the land of festivals, culture and heritage continue to remain a healthy place. country with 1.3 billion people, 4,000 cities and towns, over 6 lakh villages, have most doctors living in the cities. This leaves a huge population living in smaller towns and villages without access to quality healthcare. With the country within the grip of a pandemic, doctors and paramedics, even while working round the clock, could not meet the needs of the huge populace affected by the outbreak. Healthcare had to be taken to each and every home. But how? The answer was to transform access, experience and outcome through technology. Harnessing the powerful combination of technology and human ingenuity, we provided innovative care that was patient-centric. People needed access to care that was convenient, equitable and affordable when, where and how they demanded it. Whether it's one-to-one, virtually or at home. To support this, our Apollo 24/7 app with Doctor on Call, Medicine on Call, testing at home, all at a tap of a button became an instant hit. This step towards humanizing technology helped the clinicians to organize and coordinate virtual consultations and remote monitoring of patients involving the family members and caregivers. We launched Coverage, the blueprint to fight COVID, an integrated multidisciplinary COVID care management program that was rolled out to drive awareness, assistance and screening along with robust treatment protocols, all by leveraging technology to provide safer person-centric experiences. Our AI-enabled COVID risk assessment tool helped over 1.4 million people across 51 countries. In anticipation of an increased need of medically supervised isolated care, Apollo launched Project Stay I, an innovative initiative to strengthen the bulwark against COVID-19 by creating isolation rooms in partnership with hotels to provide medical supervision for quarantine, freeing up the hospital beds for more critical patients. Every experience was personalized and differentiated with the launch of AI-driven health management program called Apollo Pro Health, built on the cornerstone to predict, prevent and overcome the non-communicable diseases for helping individuals take charge of their health. Better outcomes were delivered using advanced diagnostics and precision care technologies like robotics and minimal invasive procedure, ensuring shorter hospital stays and superior outcomes. This further eased out resources so that we could care for more patients. Humanizing technology for the clinical staff was interesting in its own way. Our clinical dashboard helped clinicians work smarter and communicate better. Picture archiving and communication system helped our doctors to conduct a more accurate diagnosis with chronological view of their patient's medical history. Apollo e-Access, the modern and sophisticated critical care monitoring system for anytime, anywhere care, helped us reach out to the remotest places, providing quality critical care services round the clock. Similarly, teleradiology helped faster diagnostics, provided improved and affordable consultation for patients in rural areas, with expert physicians and radiologists sitting miles away. Humanizing technology means bringing the human connection back into the core of healthcare. In the midst of the pandemic, we at Apollo Hospitals ensure that millions of lives are improved across the country so that the land of festivals, culture and heritage continue to remain a healthy place.
Looking to buy a motor insurance policy for your vehicle? Well, essentially, you are made to choose in between immediate claim service, competitive price, and easy buying process. So, should it be about choosing in between your needs and wants? Not at all. That's why HDFC Ergo gives you an all-inclusive motor insurance policy, which takes care of your needs for immediate claim service with faster claims process, wherein 50% of claims get settled on the same day. Express theft claim settlement in case of vehicle theft. Pre-repair claim settlement for cell survey claims. 24/7 emergency roadside assistance as an add-on cover. Vehicle repair service at doorstep. An overnight repair service facility that gets you back on road the very next day. Unlimited number of claims up to insured declared value of your vehicle. Access to 8,400 plus network of cashless garages across the country with easy digital documentation process, and the policy also fulfills your wants for competitive price and easy buying process, saving you up to 70% on your policy premium, giving you a personal accident cover of 15 lakhs, no claim bonus up to 50%, and lets you buy the policy online in just 3 minutes with zero documentation and an array of digital payment methods. A motor insurance policy that takes care of both your needs and wants. With HDFC Ergo, take it easy.
Infocarrier Private Limited, founded in 2007, is presently a 70-plus strong company with core values being ethical, transparent, and hard-working. Having spread its wings in USA and West Africa, besides 2 offices in India, Infocarrier has built strong partnerships with Project Management Institute, Isaka CMMI, Al-Basan, to name a few. With over 500 plus person years of consulting experience, Infocarrier offers services and products. Our offerings under services are classified as mentoring, consulting, and tech agile. Our products are Group and Pay, IC Leave, and Neighbor Base. Infocarrier will always be your friendly known partner.
Different needs, different challenges, different budgets. Who says that these different objectives can't be met with a single solution? Introducing the new age high-performance DRX range of MCCBs from Legrand. A solution designed for India and Indian needs. It offers the customization and accessories that customers with all kinds of budgets have long demanded. is the different solution for a growing India.
We live in a world where eco-friendliness has become the order of the day. Today, looking out for the environment is as important as creating products that make life better for the consumer. And while many companies are switching to processes that reduce their impact on the environment, it gives us pride to say that Nippon Paint has been way ahead of the curve in this regard. In fact, we are the only company with both Green Co and Green Pro certification.
The first process or the first certification what IGBC promoted was Green Co, which was basically making the manufacturing process completely green. So we were the first paint company to latch on to that and get our manufacturing process green. That's what we call it as Green Co. And now today we are a gold certified Green Co company, wherein the complete manufacturing process is green. Immediately IGBC promoted Green Pro concept, which is basically to certify the building products to be as green. Any product of Nippon you buy, it's a green product. I invite all of you to this wonderful factory.
So how do we do this? To find out, let's take a look at where all the magic happens. The Nippon Paint state-of-the-art facility in Sri Perumbudur manufactures high-quality products every single day. But the focus is also on using cutting-edge, nature-friendly processes that benefit the community. First up is smart usage of electricity. The factory employs a number of techniques in this regard.
This plant is having entire natural lighting. What all the translucent sheets which you see on the top helps us to have this plant without any electric light during the working time. To ensure that there is a lot of energy reduction, all the equipments are fitted with variable frequency drives. All our utilities are modern equipments so that the power consumed is the lowest.
With the power saved using natural resources, we could easily run a house for an entire month. Talk about smart savings. No green process is complete without a water conservation strategy. And the Nippon Paint facility has a solid process in place for this. Today, Nippon Paint has pioneered and continues to pioneer innovation in green technology and products. Nippon Paint products are low VOC, readily biodegradable, easy to handle, so what the customer gets is paint that is free of lead and chrome. Nippon Paint is one of the first paint brands to have this unique feature, putting us way ahead of the curve in terms of product innovation. So the products coming out of the Chennai facility are the same quality as the ones coming out of Japan. By purchasing Nippon Paint products, not only are you giving your home the best possible painting solution, you are also being part of a green movement that is making a difference to people's lives. The bottom line is, no matter which color you choose, with Nippon Paint, you'll always be going green.
அது ஒரு அழகான மலைச்சாரல். அங்க மட்டும்தான் கிடைக்குமா தனித்துவமான தேன் நெல்லி.
தேன் நெல்லிக்காவா?
ஆ, தேன் நெல்லி.
வாவ், இது ஸ்வீட்டா?
அப்படியும் சொல்லலாம்.
அப்ப ஃப்ரூட்டா?
இப்படியும் சொல்லலாம். இது சாரல், ஹனி ஆம்லாடா கண்ணா. ஆம்லா ஃப்ரூட், ஹனியோட ஸ்வீட், ரெண்டும் சேர்ந்த ஹெல்தி ட்ரீட்.
விட்டமின் சி மற்றும் ஆன்டி ஆக்சிடென்ட்ஸ் நிறைந்த சாரல் ஹனி ஆம்லா. ஆரோக்கியம் நேச்சுரலா.
सर, एक मिनट। नहीं सर, ये तो सही नहीं रहा सर। पहले सर ऐसा मतलब ऐसा क्यों आ रहा है? वो फोन घूम जाता है तो फिर वो वाइड स्क्रीन में आता है फिर।
अभी देखो
सर, अभी भी वैसे ही आ रहा है सर। वो एक बार अमन को बुला करके पूछिए, एक बार वो रोटेट स्क्रीन करके एक ऑप्शन आता है, वो सेट कर देगा।
वो तो पता नहीं, उसके तो एग्जाम चल रहे हैं, वो सुबह 5 बजे तक पढ़ता है, वो सो रहा होगा
वैसे
अभी।
तो
अभी ठीक है।
सर अभी आपका फेस सही दिख रहा है।
हाँ, आवाज भी आ रही है।
हाँ सर, आवाज भी आ रही है।
हाँ बस ठीक है, रहने दो, चलेगा।
रियल टाइम टेस्टिंग भी हो गई सर वहां पे यूट्यूब लाइव पे भी आपकी आवाज टेस्ट हो चुकी है। मतलब वहां पे ऑडियंस को सुनेगा आपकी आवाज, और आपका
अच्छा।
फेस भी दिख रहा था। सर अभी आप ना कैमरा कैमरा स्विच ऑफ कर दीजिए, सिर्फ कैमरा ऑफ कर दीजिए। मैं आपको ना दोबारा ग्रीट करके गुड मॉर्निंग विश करूंगा, तब आप कैमरा ऑन कीजिए।
ठीक है।
थैंक यू।
morning. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our honorable guest. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated.
Thank you. All our activities should be governed by the light of knowledge, especially the knowledge of Dharma. And therefore, it's imperative that we begin auspicious activities by lighting the lamp. May I request our honorable dignitaries to light the lamp and kickstart the event. I request Mr. M.S. Sundararajan to light the lamp and begin the event.
Mr. Kannan Sugundaraman, sir. Mr. G. Magalingam, sir. Dr. Guruvairappan, sir. Mr. Oleg N. Abdeep, sir. Miss Lala Najit Satane, ma'am. Dr. B. Ramakrishnan, sir. Thank you so much. Morning is God's way of saying one more time. May I now request you all to rise up for Tamil Thai Valthu. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning once again. It's my pleasure to be a moderator for this conclave. My name is Bendik Jude and my co-host Jennifer. Welcome you all on behalf of IOD's Regional Directors Conclave 2021. Now I call upon Mr. R. Srinivasan sir to greet Mr. Sundarajan with a memento.
I call upon all the honorable dignitaries onto the stage, please.
Thank you. Mr. M.S. Sundarajan sir, Mr. Kannan Sugundaraman sir, Mr. R. Srinivasan sir, Ms. Lalana Jitsatane ma'am, Mr. Oleg N. Abdi, Mr. G. Mahalingam sir, Thank you so much for your patience. And now we have our honorable guest, Lieutenant General J.S. Alwalia, PVSM, retired, President, Institute of Directors, India, connecting virtually for the greeting. Thank you. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for your patience. And now we have our honorable guest, Lieutenant General J.S. Alwalia, PVSM, retired, President, Institute of Directors, India, connecting virtually for the greeting. Thank you. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, sir. President, sir, very good morning. President, sir, very good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sir, you please deliver your speech.
I thought he's going to start. Right.
So you first, check.
Okay.
And yeah. Good morning, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Srinivasan.
Sir,
Your
very good morning.
Excellency, honored guests, IOD members, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure
Sir,
for
very
me.
good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Sir, you please deliver your speech.
Yeah, I thought he's going to start. Right.
So you first, check.
Okay.
And yeah. Good morning, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Srinivasan.
Sir, you please continue.
Your Excellency. Yeah. Honored guests, I mean, if you have not heard, I just wanted to welcome our Excellencies, honored guests, and IOD members, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you all on behalf of the Institute of Directors India for this IOD Regional Directors Conclave in Chennai. It has been organized by Shri M.S. Sundarajan, Honorary Chairman of the Institute of Directors and former CMD of Indian Bank. And of course, with his efficient team led by Mr. R. Srinivasan and Dr. Sundari Suresh. The theme of the conclave is the board's role. Basically, that is what we are dealing in. The board's role in Tamil Nadu, $1 trillion US economy. In spite of a spate of COVID and cyclone disorders and heavy rains, the DMK government and the growing industry in Tamil Nadu is moving steadfastly to achieve its goals. Tamil Nadu has grown up as a preferred investment destination for industries like IT, auto, defense, and so many others, and services like health, education, and others. The government and the people of Tamil Nadu are harnessing the rich potential of Tamil Nadu, empowering women for its economic growth, and the rich cultural and spiritual heritage and social norms of Tamil Nadu play a very important role in shaping its economy. It does not limit its challenges, but certainly challenges its limits. A few words about the Institute of Directors before I go any further. The Institute of Directors is the sole membership-based, not-for-profit association of corporate directors in India. Its role is to prepare board-ready directors and boards for the future. It represents the directors with the government and with the media. Its main activities start with training of directors, basic training, updating throughout the career every 2-3 years, 4 years. You know how the government orders and changes and the business situations keep changing. We have to also update them on global boardroom practices. We have, you see, to run a number of, you see, just look at this. For running a car, you require a driving license. But for running a company, you don't need any certificate or any education is necessary. So that is why it becomes very important for IOD to ensure that its directors are fully conversant how to run its business for profit and for good. Another area in which that is why what is important for us is networking of directors. And it is organizing conferences like this today that is very important for directors to get together and share their experiences with each other. We are organizing over 10 national and international conferences every year for the past 30 years. And in various big towns of the globally for the past 20 years, that is since 2003, in London, in Dubai, and Singapore. So every year we have an international conference, which is a very well-known conference there. We also have a board research and advisory, which does consultancy and research, keeps in touch with the happening and with the practices, new norms which are coming up around the globe. Then we have global Golden Peacock Awards, which are in 14 different corporate vertical functional areas to raise the national standards to the global level. So we keep amending the criteria, raising the bar every year, bringing it to the global level. Then we have very special publications for directors' guidance, which we are preparing, updating every 3 years or so to make sure that they are up to date for the director's shelf in their office. These are all important activities that IOD continues to do all over the country. IOD helps build leadership pipeline with right skill sets to manage digital transition, unlock new growth strategies. For example, artificial intelligence and machine learning have become the new money-making engines in a digitally global economy. It's very important for us to go digital to the extent possible. Directors need to manage digital transformation strategy. The Government of India's efforts in its move for all target of $5 trillion economy by 2025 is stimulating our national economy for growth through savings, through investments, and through exports. Today, it is the fastest growing major global economy in the globe, and it is through ease of doing business. You know how from 147 we have come down to nearly 50 position in the world. The structural reforms that are being carried out, the taxation policies, the labor laws which are coming up, and the lower cost of capital and so on. The Make in India and the Atmanirbhar policies of the government are also helping the whole country and the business to move in. During the last 1.5 years of COVID pandemic, the corporate boards have shown great leadership ability and agility to help the organizations weather the storm and weather this crisis. This is important. I wish the convention a great success to support the Tamil Nadu government in making the most preferred investment definition. This is extremely important, and I am grateful to Shri Thiru Pankaj Kumar Bansalji, IAS, Principal Secretary and CMD of Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation Limited as our chief guest today, and eminent speakers like Shri Shantilal Jainji, MD and CEO of Indian Bank. Wishing you a very useful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for connecting with us, sir.
Now we are elated to present our prestigious partner for this mega event, our proud platinum partner Omega Healthcare, gold partners Apollo Hospitals and Corporate Clinic, our proud color partner Nippon Paints, our sanitation partner Entos Deepest, our prestigious banking partner Union Bank of India and Indian Bank, our insurance partner HDFC Ergo, our health partner Ogmo, our prominent associate partner Arun Excello, DRK Academy, Sarel Legrand Entrepreneurship, Development and Innovation Institute, Edelweiss, our proud chamber partners Indo-Australian Chamber of Commerce, Indo-French Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chaitra, and finally our outreach partner Fiki Flow. Thank you so much.
Now, may I request Mr. M.S. Sundararajan for the welcome address. Please, sir.
Lieutenant General J.S. Aluwalia, PVSM retired, President IOD India, Mr. G. Mahalingam, former old-time member of SEBI, Mr. Kannan Sugandaraman, Chief Financial Officer, Omega Healthcare, Dr. Guruvairappan, Chief Human Resource Officer, Omega Healthcare, Dr. Ramakrishnan, the founder, Corporate Clinic, His Excellency Mr. Oleg N. Avdiv, the Consular General of the Russian Federation in Chennai, India, Madam Lalana G. Satnanahe, the Honorable Consulate General of Thailand, who is present here, who is gracious enough to occupy the seat there, Dr. Sadakatullah, Mr. Srinivasan, my executive committee members, my colleagues of this IOD Chennai region, captains of the industry and trade and services, and esteemed delegates. We also recognize the presence of the MD CEO of the Palm Silk, the doctors from the Agarwal Eye Clinic, and other leading industries and the members of the trade and the agency services. At the outset, I have great pleasure to welcome you all to the important regional directors conclave that is happening today, especially on the board's role in the Tamil Nadu's award objective of reaching $1 trillion economy by 2030-31. As a curtain raiser program, we wanted to have this program today. We have heard about the Tamil Nadu economy in bits and pieces. If you are going to look at the composite figure of the Tamil Nadu economy, how Tamil Nadu economy is doing, we will come out with a feeling of, oh, is it an economy in which we are living, etc. I will just take few minutes of time to talk about the conditions of the Tamil Nadu economy. Tamil Nadu economy, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, it is the second largest economy in our country, India, with 9.84% of the GDP share in India's GDP in the financial year 2021. Last year, due to the pandemic, when the Indian economy has contracted by more than 3%, Tamil Nadu economy registered a growth of 5.28%, which was larger than other industrial economies like Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, etc., to cite some of the economies. Secondary sector in Tamil Nadu's economy is contributing about 29.5% of the state GDP. Manufacturing sector contributes to around 18.2%. It is no exaggeration if you are going to say Tamil Nadu economy is an economic lighthouse. Naturally, like any businessman, Tamil Nadu economy is also aspiring to become the $1 trillion economy by 2030-31. State is not making empty sounds. It has plans, roadmap of attracting about 23 trillion of investment, creating an employment of about 46 lakh. The Tamil Nadu government is also attempting to strive the growth of the manufacturing sector from today, from the 48.1 billion they are planning to rise it to 236 billion If you take industrial IIP, Index of Industrial Production also, Tamil Nadu has grown very much from 32.9 in 2000 to today's level of 126.1. If you take the Indian economy as a whole, IIP was about 42.1, it has gone up to 125 only. Maybe multiple of 3 times, whereas Tamil Nadu has grown more than about multiples of 4 times. The state is home for manufacturing facilities. The numerous globally known names, you name anything, Hyundai, Peugeot, BMW, Daimler, Caterpillar, Ashok Leyland, TVS, Renault, Foxconn, Delta, Dell, Salcom, Tata Electronics, Seat, the list goes on ever. I mean, not to leave MRF, Ground Force, Larsen Tubro, and then in information technology, all the major companies are there. One major company is the birthplace in Chennai. 75 of the Fortune 500 companies are in Tamil Nadu, which speaks volume about the investors' confidence in this economy. State, as rightly pointed by Mr. Ahluwalia ji, Lieutenant General Ahluwalia ji, the state continued to be a major FDI attractor, and it has attracted about 34.5 billion in the period between April 2000 and March 2021. It has sustained its position in the top 5 attracting states in the Indian economy. The third largest exporting state in India. 9.25% of India's overall exports takes place from this, and the overall export volume of Tamil Nadu economy amounts to 30.5 billion. Major exporters: automobile, leather, ready-made garment, footwear, everything there. Top 10 export categories contributing to nearly 70% of the economy's, Tamil Nadu economy's export basket. In the first 2 quarters of the current financial year, Tamil Nadu government has signed MOUs for a cumulative investment of around 17 trillion rupees, which will guarantee an employment of around 55,000 people. We have enough power. Tamil Nadu has become now surplus power state. 550 engineering colleges, 2 lakh engineering graduates every year, and the highest number of factories in the entire country are in Tamil Nadu. It is not only from this thing, from the governance, because today we are going to talk about the governance. We have the SEBI old-time members who has practiced, who have excelled in the corporate governance. Good governance index, if you talk about that, the good governance index, Tamil Nadu was ranked first in the year 2019. Public affairs index, there is a PA 2020 published by the Public Affairs Center placed the Tamil Nadu as second in terms of overall performance and sustainability. Tamil Nadu moved up from the third to second place in the annual Sustainability Development Goals Index of 2021, published by Niti Aayog. The state ranked third in the export performance or the export prepared index 2020, published by Niti Aayog. India Skill Report 2020 talks about Tamil Nadu as second in terms of state with highest employability, and Chennai being ranked in the top 10 employable cities. Tamil Nadu is ranked second in new job creation among the states in India. Business, this is business promotion scheme, outsourcing promotion scheme. Tamil Nadu is ranked third in the India Innovation Index 2020 released by Niti Aayog. We can speak a volume of Tamil Nadu economy. As I was saying at the beginning, once we come to know, we will feel elated that we are a part of this lovely economy, Tamil Nadu economy. Institute of Directors have planned to conduct today's workshop or today's conclave with focusing on the governance aspects, industry preparedness aspects, what are the challenges and opportunities, and much more than anything, in Tamil Nadu, woman power is very, very there. We have the MD CEO of Palm Silk is also there, woman power, and we are also going to focus on woman power in making this Tamil Nadu economies into $1 trillion US. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure in welcoming you all, welcoming all the delegates in today's function. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I call upon Mr. R. Srinivasan, sir, to greet Mr. M. S. Sundarajan, sir, with the memento. Sorry, Mr. Srinivasan, sir, will now greet Mr. G. Mahalingam, sir, with the memento. Now I call upon Mr. Sundarajan, sir, to present the memento and honor the guests. First, Mr. Kannan Sugandaraman, sir. Now Dr. Guru Vairappan, sir. Mr. Olegan Adip, sir. Now I call upon Mr. John Morris to greet Mr. Ramakrishnan, sir. Now I call upon Dr. Sundari Suresh ma'am to greet Ms. Lalana Jichatane. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, may I take the honor to invite Mr. Kannan Sugandaraman, Chief Financial Officer, Omega Healthcare, who brings over 20 years of experience in finance and operations to propel the growth of the organization. Is also the executive sponsor for the Enterprise Transformation Program of Omega Healthcare. Mr. Kannan's rich experience is a result of his successful stints with several renowned organizations, including KPMG, Sutherland Global Services, and Cognizant Technology Solutions. Prior to joining Omega, Mr. Kannan served as the Chief Financial Officer of Global Delivery Operations at Cognizant Technology Solutions. With an MBA in Strategy, Operations and Finance from the Booth School of Business, University of Chicago, Mr. Kannan's expertise includes business finance, financial planning and analysis, corporate development, operations excellence, financial planning and analysis, enterprise risk management, transformation and change management, business process re-engineering and complaints management. He is also a chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We welcome you, sir, for this special address.
Good morning, everybody. It's indeed an honor to be here amidst such accomplished leaders, and I'm very happy to represent Omega Healthcare and express my gratitude to the Institute of Directors for having given us this opportunity. It was very exciting to listen to the statistics that was thrown as part of the introduction about what Tamil Nadu can be and what it is at this point in time, and the vision of taking this economy to a $1 trillion economy. It's indeed a grand one, and it's bound to take the state to its greatest heights. The second wealthiest state in India by GDP, and the most industrialized state in the country. There is indeed plenty of potential in Tamil Nadu to achieve this. In this room of visionaries, able leaders, and strategic advisors, there certainly exists the thought leadership and capabilities to help us achieve the $1 trillion mark. The socio and economic development of any state is the responsibility of all of us, the state, the industry, the people. Many organizations that thrive here, the common man, all are part of that vision. This has been a guiding principle for us at Omega Healthcare across all our centers, having started our association with the state of Tamil Nadu back in 2006. We have flourished and grown tremendously, and thanks to the continuous support we have been receiving from both the government and the industrial bodies. We have been very fortunate to partner with the government, and given the backing of all the several projects that we have done with them, we are very thankful for that. They say there can be an economy only when there are efficiencies. It is a culmination of efficiencies from across organizations and industries that will help us achieve this grand vision. We are glad to be here today to share our best practices in the healthcare industry with the esteemed audience, and also learn from many experts out here. I anticipate a very engaging and mutually productive day in store for all of us, and we are hoping that what we get to present as part of our growth story will be indeed something that can be taught. And in that order, we want to bring healthcare and therefore Tamil Nadu to becoming one of the pioneers of healthcare services industry is something that we want to be presenting to you in the next few sessions for that matter. So again, honored to be here. Thanks to IOD for having us out here, and it's our pleasure to be part of this honorous occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I invite Dr. Guruvayurappan PV, who is an ICF certified professional coach, certified strategic HR leader, fellow Institute of Directors, and Doctorate of Excellence in Management, specialized in organizational development and organizational behavior. He has been instrumental in launching key strategic change management initiatives over many years of Omega Healthcare. Mr. Guru holds a postgraduate degree in Industrial Relations and Personal Management and a diploma in Training and Development from ISTD. Before joining Omega Healthcare, he has played a crucial role as head HR of Paramount Airways and cross-domain manager HR BPL group and senior manager employee relations at All Sector, where he was well known for his workforce planning, employee relation, industrial relations, regulatory compliances, cultural binding, and talent acquisition that help business to focus on bottom line and top line, thereby transforming employee satisfaction and creating a strong impact on revenue. May I take the honor to invite Mr. Guruvayurappan PV, Chief Human Resource Officer, Omega Healthcare Management Service. Please, sir.
Good morning to you all. Thank you very much for this honor. I didn't, my speech is likely to be at about second plenary session, but I'm going to use this opportunity after, hearing from Sundaraman sir about the economy and the confidence that last 30 years I'm in industry, the VUCA world has taught all the leaders, the investors, the industrialists, how to be resilient from time to time to make the changes required and be in the industry and then become the industry leaders. And Tamil Nadu has also taught that. And the trillion economy for Tamil Nadu is an excellent thought, both from IOD leadership and the government. It is doable. A 5% growth during pandemic, when 3% minus growth for the country, that itself gives the initial boosting for the entire industry leaders here and the government to look at that. From the HR point of view, the other statistics what I wanted to tell you is the kind of skill sets available, multi-talented, multifaceted skill sets available in each and every pockets of districts of Tamil Nadu. And the opportunities that we have to harness that potential. And one of the important aspects for the fulfillment of the dream of 1 trillion economy, while we all look forward for the digital transformation, in order to make that digital transformation, we need to have the people power, the talent transformation. And the HR fraternity, on behalf of the entire HR fraternity of Tamil Nadu, I would like to definitely want to partner with the government, with the industries to see that how do we look at the skill development aspects, where do we get the right skills required to be in that 1 trillion economy is something that we have the existing case study to present. Would love to walk you through that as part of today's sessions later. Once again, thank you so much for inviting me to have few words in the inaugural session Sincere thanks to the IOD members, fellow IOD professionals, industry leaders, and the regional directors of Tamil Nadu for having us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. B. Ramakrishnan, Managing Director and CEO, Corporate Cleaning, who is also a financial professional, orator, writer, religious orthodox, for the keynote address. Please, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Distinguished dais, Dr. Sundarajan, IOD members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really honored to stand here before you to give a small inaugural speech. I, of course, have a session a little later part of the day, but inniki I have to talk about Tamil Nadu. A lot of statistics Dr. Sundarajan had already tabled before us. I had the privilege of Dr. J. Jayalalitha, late CM of Tamil Nadu, featuring me in her AIDMK newsletter, Dr. Namda MGR. The reason was, I gave an interview on the then Chief Minister's GIM, Global Investors Meet, that was conducted in September in Tamil Nadu. Two things which attracted her when the interview was, one, that time, I believe Tamil Nadu government had signed up MOUs worth 2.5 lakh crores during the GIM time. Now, the 2.5 lakh crores actually is not restricted to 2.5 because let's assume a car corporation, like say Hyundai or any other car, Ford, for example. So when they invest, say, 20,000-30,000 crores in a plant, it means that 20,000-30,000 crores is actually in the 2.5 lakh crores. But what is more important here is that car manufacturing unit will develop ancillary units to the extent of 20,000 crores again. So which means the entire 2.5 lakh crores what the government had tied up will have an investment of actually 5 lakh crores and not restricted to 2.5 lakh crores. The second, India itself is a wonder of the world. We are talking of 7 wonders. India itself is a wonder. I'll tell you why. This country has been blessed with something which no other country in the world has. Now, at any point of time, 365 days, 24/7, India can show a place which is sub-zero and plus 35 in its own territory. I think you all agree with this. No other country is blessed with it at any point of time. I'm not talking of summer, winter and all. I'm talking of 365 days. This means that whatever cannot grow in India, what cannot grow in India, cannot grow in the world. Now we have a huge potential. Coming to Tamil Nadu, every sand of Tamil Nadu is gold. Every bit of sand is gold. For example, Thailand ambassador is here. In fact, Thailand and Tamil Nadu, I am sure, ma'am, you will agree that we have a lot of seafood connections. Lot of companies have connections with Thailand seafood manufacturers and exporters. So together, we have a lot of potential to grow much further than what restricting ourselves to the present growth. Our growth, I would not restrict it. I am talking of a growth which will be 5-8 trillion in 2030 in Tamil Nadu, provided the industries are encouraged to grow with a lot of investment opportunities and some SOPs. With this address, I thank IOD for this opportunity, and we'll meet again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we'll have some visual treat all the way from Russia, a short video for Mr. Oleg and Adviv, sir. It was a great video, and now I call upon Mr. Oleg and Avdeep to share some few words.
Good morning to everyone, respected members on the dais, delegates and guests. When the vision of making Tamil Nadu $1 trillion economy was unveiled, I think it was hailed by the business community of Tamil Nadu and was supported by the media and by the common people as well. Of course, this is a very ambitious plan, but the common perception was that it is very feasible and very realistic. And I think it's true, because if you take into consideration the fact that Tamil Nadu has become the powerhouse in India, and it occupies the second place among the states in the overall India economy. And I think the credit should be given also to the people of Tamil Nadu, to very industrious people of Tamil Nadu. And another thing which I want to point out is that the state is blessed with a very advantageous geographic position from which it can benefit immensely. But as a representative of my country, I think you might be interested to hear some words from me from the Russian perspective. So what contribution of Russia can be to this to implementing this vision. So just a few days ago, on the 6th of December, we had a visit of the Russian President Vladimir Putin to India. That was the 21st visit. You know that the visits are held every year in India and once a year, and alternately in India and in Russia. And this time it was the Russian president who came to India. It was a short visit, one-day visit only, but it was a very substantive visit. And in all 28 agreements were signed, and most of them in the sphere of economy, and 9 of them were business-to-business agreements. There are some basic pillars of Russian cooperation, one of which is energy, and also, most importantly, nuclear energy. And I think all of you are aware that the Kudankulam nuclear plant is being built with Russian support. It is a multi-billion project which helped make Tamil Nadu energy sufficient state, and I hear that it is power surplus state as well now. So the project is not completed. Only 2 phases have been commissioned, 2 more, and 4 more are under construction. But when the project is completed fully, then the Tamil Nadu will benefit from it to a great extent, and it can sell power to other 2 neighboring states as well. This is not the only thing about the visit, that the nuclear cooperation in nuclear energy will continue. Also, there was some many agreements were signed, but I want to say that just immediately before the visit, preceding it, was the sitting of the Intergovernmental Commission, Russian-Indian Commission, on defense cooperation. Some deals were signed also, and according to them, Russia will transfer the defense technology to India. So it will also help Indian government to implement another initiative, Make in India. And in this respect, I want to mention something about the industrial defense corridor, which was opened up in Tamil Nadu a couple of years ago. And Russian companies are working here in this sphere in Tamil Nadu, but this is on government G2G basis, not on B2B basis. But this idea of an industrial defense corridor opens up great opportunities for private companies, or for tie-ups between Russian governmental agencies and private companies in India. So this angle is also explored. At the moment, there are negotiations going on, but I think that our company, in the process of transfer of technology, defense technology, they can also cooperate with local business people. And another thing which is very important, I think some of you are aware of the fact that in the year 2019, a project was launched during the visit of Mr. Modi to Vladivostok. I mean, the idea, it was decided to relaunch Vladivostok-Chennai maritime corridor. That corridor existed before, but then in the 90s, its importance diminished to some extent. But now that the relations in the economic sphere between Russia and India are increasing, and for the first 9 months there was an increase of 38%. And investment is also increasing. Now you know that bilateral investment is $38 billion, and it is almost equally divided between the 2 countries. So the industrial corridor will help to a great extent to develop the economy of Tamil Nadu, and it will also be a contribution to making it $1 trillion economy. So I have just outlined some briefly what happened during the visit, but there are many other areas in which the cooperation, in which chalked out the path for further cooperation. But these are the major things which I mentioned, which I think will be very important in the years to come. Thank you so much, and I wish this initiative great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Proceeding forward, let's have a visual journey to Thailand, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Lala Jit Satani, Deputy Consultant General of Royal Thai Consulate General, Chennai, India. Thank you. Thank you. Gratitude inspires happiness and drives. All right. May I now request Ms. Lalana Jitsatani on stage to have a few words with us. Please, ma'am. Now I request Mr. R. Srinivasan to be on dais to propose the vote of thanks.
Dear friends, I'll just take 1 minute. I don't want to stand between you and the tea break. I wish to thank all the guests of honor, kind sponsors, great guest speakers, industrialists, and all of you, the participants. Without you, it would have been not possible to conduct this event. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, certain people were not able to participate due to travel restrictions and other conditions. Some people were not able to, especially some guests were not able to participate as speakers. I know due to many changes that too in the last minute, the invitations were sent very late. I am very happy that you are all here to participate and support this event. I thank all the guests on the dais, all foreign council, as well as all of you here for your kind participation, and it's an honor to us. I also happy to place a record our regional office managers, namely Kannan, Dinesh, Ms. Cynthia, under the leadership of regional manager Dr. Sundari, and for the sincere and hard work in planning to make this event a successful one. Thank you all, dear Chennai team. I also thank Tamil Nadu Regional Council members under the chairmanship of Sri Sundararajan for their kind cooperation in the event. I once again thank you all for the sponsors for the support to make this event a great success. I also take this opportunity to thank you all support staff of the hotel as well as the young volunteers for helping us in this event. Thank you all and wish you a very happy New Year 2022 advance wishes and seek all your support for our future events also. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's time to thank our prestigious partners, our proud platinum partner, Omega Healthcare, gold partner, Apollo Hospitals and Corporate Clinic, our proud color partner, Nippon Paint, our sanitation partner, Ento Deepest, our prestigious banking partner, Union Bank of India and Indian Bank, our insurance partner, HDFC Ergo, our health partner, Ogmo, our prominent associate partner, Arun Excello, BRK Academy, Sarel, Legrand, Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation Institute, Edelweiss, our proud chamber partners, Indo-Australian Chamber of Commerce, Indo-French Chamber of Commerce and Industry, TITRA, our outreach partner, Fiki Flow.
May I now request our honorable dignitaries on stage for a group photo to capture this moment.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break and we will resume your back at 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m. Thank you.
India, a country with 1.3 billion people, 4,000 cities and towns, over 6 lakh villages, have most doctors living in the cities. This leaves a huge population living in smaller towns and villages without access to quality health care. With the country within the grip of a pandemic, doctors and paramedics, even while working round the clock, could not meet the needs of the huge populace affected by the outbreak. Healthcare had to be taken to each and every home. But how? The answer was to transform access, experience, and outcome through technology. Harnessing the powerful combination of technology and human ingenuity, we provided innovative care that was patient-centric. People needed access to care that was convenient, equitable, and affordable when, where, and how they demanded it. Whether it's one-to-one, virtually, or at home. To support this, our Apollo 24/7 app with Doctor on Call, Medicine on Call, testing at home, all at a tap of a button became an instant hit. The step towards humanizing technology helped the clinicians to organize and coordinate virtual consultations and remote monitoring of patients involving the family members and caregivers. We launched Coverage, the blueprint to fight COVID, an integrated multidisciplinary COVID care management program that was rolled out to drive awareness, assistance, and screening, along with robust treatment protocols, all by leveraging technology to provide safer person-centric experiences. Our AI-enabled COVID risk assessment tool helped over 1.4 million people across 51 countries. In anticipation of an increased need of medically supervised isolated care, Apollo launched Project Stay I, an innovative initiative to strengthen the bulwark against COVID-19 by creating isolation rooms in partnership with hotels to provide medical supervision for quarantine, freeing up the hospital beds for more critical patients. Every experience was personalized and differentiated with the launch of AI-driven health management program called Apollo Pro Health, built on the cornerstone to predict, prevent, and overcome the non-communicable diseases, or helping individuals take charge of their health. Better outcomes were delivered using advanced diagnostics and precision care technologies like robotics and minimal invasive procedure, ensuring shorter hospital stays and superior outcomes. This further eased out resources so that we could care for more patients. Humanizing technology for the clinical staff was interesting in its own way. Our clinical dashboard helped clinicians work smarter and communicate better. Picture archiving and communication system helped our doctors to conduct a more accurate diagnosis with chronological view of their patient's medical history. Apollo e-Access, the modern and sophisticated critical care monitoring system for anytime, anywhere care, helped us reach out to the remotest places, providing quality critical care services round the clock. Similarly, teleradiology helped faster diagnostics, provided improved and affordable consultation for patients in rural areas, with expert physicians and radiologists sitting miles away. Humanizing technology means bringing the human connection back into the core of healthcare in the midst of the pandemic. We at Apollo Hospitals ensure that millions of lives are improved across the country so that the land of festivals, culture, and heritage continue to remain a healthy place.
Looking to buy a motor insurance policy for your vehicle? Well, essentially, you are made to choose in between immediate claim service, competitive price, and easy buying process. So, should it be about choosing in between your needs and wants? Not at all. That's why HDFC Ergo gives you an all-inclusive motor insurance policy, which takes care of your needs for immediate claim service with faster claims process, wherein 50% of claims get settled on the same day. Express theft claim settlement in case of vehicle theft. Pre-repair claim settlement for cell survey claims. 24/7 emergency roadside assistance as an add-on cover. Vehicle repair service at doorstep. An overnight repair service facility that gets you back on road the very next day. Unlimited number of claims up to insured declared value of your vehicle. Access to 8,400 plus network of cashless garages across the country with easy digital documentation process. And the policy also fulfills your wants for competitive price and easy buying process, saving you up to 70% on your policy premium, giving you a personal accident cover of 15 lakhs. No claim bonus up to 50%. And lets you buy the policy online in just 3 minutes with zero documentation and an array of digital payment methods. A motor insurance policy that takes care of both your needs and wants. With HDFC Ergo, take it easy.
Infocarrier Private Limited, founded in 2007, is presently a 70-plus strong company with core values being ethical, transparent, and hardworking. Having spread its wings in USA and West Africa, besides 2 offices in India, Infocarrier has built strong partnerships with Project Management Institute, Isaka CMMI, Al-Basan, to name a few. With over 500 plus person years of consulting experience, Infocarrier offers services and products. Our offerings under services are classified as mentoring, consulting, and tech agile. Our products are Group and Pay, IC Leave, and Neighbor Base. Infocarrier will always be your friendly, known partner.
Different needs, different challenges, different budgets. Who says that these different objectives can't be met with a single solution? Introducing the new age high performance DRX range of MCCBs from Legrand. A solution designed for India and Indian needs. It offers the customization and accessories that customers with all kinds of budgets have long demanded. It is the different solution for a growing India.
We live in a world where eco-friendliness has become the order of the day. Today, looking out for the environment is as important as creating products that make life better for the consumer. And while many companies are switching to processes that reduce their impact on the environment, it gives us pride to say that Nippon Paint has been way ahead of the curve in this regard. In fact, we are the only company with both Green Co and Green Pro certification.
The first process or the first certification what IGBC promoted was Green Co, which was basically making the manufacturing process completely green. So we were the first paint company to latch on to that and get our manufacturing process green. That's what we call it as Green Co. And now today we are a gold certified Green Co company, wherein the complete manufacturing process is green. Immediately IGBC promoted Green Pro concept, which is basically to certify the building products to be as green. Any product of Nippon you buy, it's a green product. I invite all of you to this wonderful factory.
So how do we do this? To find out, let's take a look at where all the magic happens. The Nippon Paint state-of-the-art facility in Sri Perumbudur manufactures high-quality products every single day. But the focus is also on using cutting-edge, nature-friendly processes that benefit the community. First up is smart usage of electricity. The factory employs a number of techniques in this regard.
This plant is having entire natural lighting. What all the translucent sheets which you see on the top helps us to have this plant without any electric light during the working time. To ensure that there is a lot of energy reduction, all the equipments are fitted with variable frequency drives. All our utilities are modern equipments so that the power consumed is the lowest.
With the power saved using natural resources, we could easily run a house for an entire month. Talk about smart savings. No green process is complete without a water conservation strategy. And the Nippon Paint facility has a solid process in place for this. Today, Nippon Paint has pioneered and continues to pioneer innovation in green technology and products. Nippon Paint products are low VOC, readily biodegradable, easy to handle, so what the customer gets is paint that is free of lead and chrome. Nippon Paint is one of the first paint brands to have this unique feature, putting us way ahead of the curve in terms of product innovation. So the products coming out of the Chennai facility are the same quality as the ones coming out of Japan. By purchasing Nippon Paint products, not only are you giving your home the best possible painting solution, you are also being part of a green movement that is making a difference to people's lives. The bottom line is, no matter which color you choose, with Nippon Paint, you'll always be going green.
அது ஒரு அழகான மலைச்சாரல். அங்க மட்டும்தான் கிடைக்குமா தனித்துவமான தேன் நெல்லி.
தேன் நெல்லிக்காவா?
ஆ, தேன் நெல்லி.
வாவ், இது ஸ்வீட்டா?
அப்படியும் சொல்லலாம்.
அப்ப ஃப்ரூட்டா?
இப்படியும் சொல்லலாம்.
சொல்லுங்க பாட்டி.
இது சாரல், ஹனி ஆம்லாடா கண்ணா. ஆம்லா ஃப்ரூட், ஹனியோட ஸ்வீட், ரெண்டும் சேர்ந்த ஹெல்தி ட்ரீட்.
விட்டமின் சி மற்றும் ஆன்டி ஆக்சிடென்ட்ஸ் நிறைந்த சாரல் ஹனி ஆம்லா. ஆரோக்கியம் நேச்சுரலா.
Good morning once again. As we are about to start the next session of this event, I request you all to be seated.
Good morning once again. We are elated to present our prestigious partner for this mega event. Our proud platinum partner Omega Healthcare, gold partner Apollo Hospitals and Corporate Clinic, our proud color partner Nippon Paints, our sanitation partner Entos Deepest, our prestigious banking partner Union Bank of India and Indian Bank, our insurance partner HDFC Ergo, our health partners Ogmo, our prominent associate partner Arun Excello, BRK Academy, Sarel Legrand, Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation Institute, Edelweiss. Our proud chamber partners, Indo-Australian Chamber of Commerce, Indo-French Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Taitra. Our outreach partner, Fiki Flow. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session of this mega event, we have the product launch of Ogmo Foods, presenting the food products that promote good health and create positive impact on people, our farmers, and our planet. Ogmo Foods is women-oriented Tamil Nadu MSME focused on promoting better health with plant-based food, creating sustainable products using indigenous Asian grains, supporting our local farmers, empowering rural women by creating job opportunities. Who says healthy food can't be tasty? From little millet, barnyard millet, foxtail millet, sorghum to maplai sambar red rice, let's discover our Asian traditional grains and the benefits of these plant-based foods are one ingredient at a time. Let's give these Asian grains its pride of place on our table again. Today, we are happy to unveil Ogmo Junior, a range of food products for babies, children, and for people of all ages developed under the guidance of an expert pediatrician, Dr. Dhanashekaran Kesavelu. May I take the honor to invite Dr. Dhanashekaran to unveil Ogmo Junior standee. Please, sir. I request Dr. Dhanashekaran to have a few words to us.
Vanakkam, I am Dr. Dhanashekar. I'm Dr. Dhanashekar because I think English will be the common language that we can just keep the flow. I'm actually from Chennai. I'm a pediatric gastroenterologist and I work in Apollo Hospital. There has always been an ever-growing need in the age group, especially in pediatric age group, because all of you know 30, 40 years ago we saw children who were malnourished, but now we have a category of children who are actually obese. So 1.5 years ago, I actually did not meet Sanjita. This is the first day I'm actually meeting her, and we have managed to launch a product during lockdown with just virtual meetings and multiple brainstorming discussions. It's been a fantastic honor to be here and very proud to be associated with Ogmo. And Ogmo Junior, as the name itself implies, is for kids. There is something that I actually practice as a mantra. So those of you who have kids under the age of 1 year, it's very important that we need to not introduce any salt, sugar, cow's milk, and biscuits under the age of 1. So me being a pediatric gastroenterologist then spoke with Sanjita and I said, Ogmo is such a brilliant product. Why don't you have one for juniors? So we created this product which is salt-free, sugar-free, lactose-free, gluten-free, no genetically modified ingredients, and of course it's a multiple recipe friendly. The names of Ogmo, as you might wonder why they are called so, is just an interesting concept which I thought it should be. The first product is called Lira. So Lira is basically little millets and raw banana, which in Italian basically means is a balance. The next product is called Bach, B-A-C-H, who is my favorite composer, like Tchaikovsky and Beethoven. Sebastian Bach is basically the reason why we call it as Bach, because it basically contains banana and chia seeds. The third product is called Foxy. Foxy is a very English term because I live in England for 11 years, and Foxy basically means foxtail millet, which is in Tamil called as Gudravali. The last but not the least is Bera. So if you have little children, grandchildren, you might have heard about a hearing test called brainstem evoked auditory response, and that's the reason why it's called Bera, which basically means beetroot and raw banana. So this is kind of a concept which we wanted to devise for Indian children so that the product actually knocks on everyone's doorsteps, which will be something very, very tempting, indulging, healthy, and also ensuring that the children actually grow up well with all the micronutrients that they need for the rest of their life, which forms the very strong basis and foundation of Ogmo. So organic move, Ogmo Junior, very proud and very happy to be part of it. And we further on like to work to develop more products in the future so that it will actually suit the deficiency or the gap, which is what we don't see in Indian children. And that's something that we can certainly work on with all your support, enthusiasm, and of course, the morale boosting words that you come and give us after the launch of the product. Thanks very much. I would like to thank Sanjita from the bottom of my heart, and of course my family, my wife, and everyone who supported me during this time. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Proceeding forward, let me invite the Joint Managing Director of Hotel Saveda pioneered a health studio called O2, a standalone gym which stands as a proof for her dynamism and enterprising qualities. Today, there are multiple branches under the brand, and she actively involved into many social causes. May I take the honor to invite Ms. Neena Reddy to launch Bera, an instant health drink with minor millet, loaded with goodness of beetroot, nuts, and Asian grains. Please, ma'am. May I request Mr. Guruvayurappan to receive the product of Bera. Nextly, an internationally acclaimed sports nutritionist and is the first Indian to be certified with graduate diploma in sports nutrition by International Olympic Committee. I take the honor to invite Ms. Shiny Surendran to launch Lera and Foxy, a gluten-free, free porridge mix which is suitable for babies about 6 months and above. I request Mrs. Gayatri Ramakrishnan to receive the product of Lera and Foxy. Thank you. Now I invite Mr. Kannan Sugandharaman to launch Butch, which is cereal with minor millet, completely cook-free breakfast cereal with barnyard millet, which is sugar-free also. I invite Dr. Sundari Suresh to receive the product. Now, I request Ms. Sridevi Ramesh to launch minor millet granolas, modern meals with Asian grains. It's a healthy breakfast cereal with the goodness of minor millet, nuts, super seeds, and Indian spices. I request Dr. Ramakrishnan to receive the product. Now may I request Mr. Oleg and Adiv to be on stage to capture the moment, please. Now we'll have a group photo to capture the moment of Ogmo product launch. Proceeding forward, we have the product launch of Saral, which is a healthy food product, for which I would like to request Dr. Ramakrishnan, Managing Director and CEO of Corporate Clinic, with Mrs. Gayatri Ramakrishnan on dais to launch the product. Saral Foods, a natural native nutrition company focusing on bringing back the ethic and wellness of food products that have been widely consumed in the Indian market. With increasing awareness to switch to a healthy lifestyle, Saral aims at bringing food products to Amla native breed of rice like black rice, red rice, brown rice, health soups, and many more. Saral promises junk-free nutrition products the days to come. Let's together build a healthy nation. Now I request Mr. Yuvesh to have a few words about Sara products. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Right. I'm Yuvesh, the founder of Saral Foods, and today we have a range of healthy products like Amla, a well-known product of India. The simple thought that was there in my mind is when a chocolate from Italy can come and get it wrapped in a nice golden foil, why can't our own native food like Amla be marketed and take it properly to the general public? Because it has so much of immunity, and there are so much of nutrients and so many health benefits which has not been much known to the general public. So that's the mission with which we started Saral Foods, and of course to bring back the indigenous rice varieties like black rice, red rice and brown rice, and many more health-based millets product to be coming up. What we have actually today launched is just a corporate gifting concept which we have launched, because with work from home there is so much of increasing health ailments which people come across, and for any company their employees are the biggest assets which any company will not tend to miss out on. So with that aim, what we have actually brought in here is a whole bouquet of all wellness products like millets, rice, which can always put your employees at least make sure that they are eating something which is of good use, and thereby build a healthy community. Your employees, your strength. So we have a good amount of products which we can actually customize it for according to the company needs. And of course, we are there in many other marketplaces like supermarkets, online, everywhere. And you can definitely trust our products and buy it out. It will be of great nutrition value to you. And we assure that we will stand for the quality at any point of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we'll be moving to the next session, Harnessing the Potential of Tamil Nadu. I call upon Mr. G. Mahalingam, sir, former old-time member, Securities and Exchange Board of India, to give us a small speech.
Thank you very much, the Institute of Directors, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all. Personally, I feel there could not have been a better topic than this at this point of time, when the country is coming out of COVID and the economy is gaining a little bit of traction. As we all know, that the Indian GDP has started seeing an upward trend. We need to look at what Tamil Nadu is aiming at. Tamil Nadu is aiming at a 1 trillion economy. Now look at it from another perspective. India is aiming at a 5 trillion economy. The target date for this 5 trillion economy has been set at 2024-25. Now, typically, if you take Tamil Nadu's GDP today, as Mr. M.S. Sundarajan gave a splattering of all the statistics right at the first session, inaugural session, Tamil Nadu's GDP today stands at close to about $290 billion. As a percentage of India's GDP today, it is about 10%. And from this 10% level, we are actually now trying to grow. If we are going to become a 1 trillion economy out of the 5 trillion economy, Indian economy, we are talking about a 20% share of Tamil Nadu garnering a 20% share of the total Indian economy. As far as the Indian economy's target is concerned of 5 trillion, the target was formulated, all of us were aware, this was formulated in pre-COVID times. At that time, it did look very realistic. It wasn't looking too ambitious. Today, given the background of COVID and the fact that the Indian economy is even now, the GDP that we are clocking today is actually still a pre-COVID GDP. We are still at about 2.8 trillion GDP, $2.8 trillion. To reach 5 trillion in 2024-25 assumes a compounded growth rate of almost about 15 to 20%, which does look very, very ambitious. But at the same time, let us remember that it is better to be ambitious and fall a little short than not be ambitious at all. So clearly I will put Tamil Nadu also in the same category. When we say $1 trillion economy, I think one of the speakers pointed out earlier, the Russian consul himself pointed out, it does look a little ambitious. But I would say, given the background of Tamil Nadu, given the industrial edifice that the state has, given the high level of literacy rate that the state has, given the large number of investor population that the state has, given the fact that in terms of number of factories, number of industrial workers, Tamil Nadu is still the number one state in the country, I would still call this as a target, although looking a little ambitious, it is well achievable, maybe in a slightly extended timeline. So I would again reiterate that looking at a 1 trillion economy may look a little unrealistic today, but it is something which is achievable over a period of time, and it is better to aim at something which is slightly beyond us rather than trying to aim at something which is well within our reach, which means I am talking about a slight bit of an unattainable target as a motivator for the entire constituents of the economy rather than an easily attainable target. My brief here is to give you a splattering of the capital markets in this entire ecosystem as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. Tamil Nadu, if you look at traditionally, the credit deposit ratio of Tamil Nadu, most of the bankers, most of the financial sector people are aware as to what the credit deposit ratio means. It means the total volume of credit in the system, which is dispensed by the banks in the numerator, and in the denominator, you take the total volume of deposits. So as the credit deposit ratio, this is a measure of the extent of dispensation of credit out of the deposits mobilized. Tamil Nadu has always been above 100% here. In fact, today's Tamil Nadu percentage here is close to about 119%, which means Tamil Nadu is giving much, much more credit than what it has mobilized as deposits. I am trying to stress a slightly different point here. I am coming from a different perspective. The perspective that I want to throw light on is that can Tamil Nadu all the time stand above 100% credit deposit ratio? In fact, in the whole of the country, there are not more than 3 or 4 states which have a little more than 100 as credit deposit ratio, and Tamil Nadu is topping that. I would like to stress on a point now that the banking system is getting increasingly overburdened. Why am I talking about this as overburdened? I am saying that today, in the background of the banking system trying to shrug off the load of non-performing assets, there is a greater amount of risk aversion on the part of the banks. In fact, if you look at the credit growth, in the last about 1.5 years, the overall country has logged a credit growth of hardly about 2 to 2.5%, which is not much at all. So there is a risk aversion on the part of the banks. And given the fact that the NPA burden, the non-performing assets burden, is going to take a little more time to be shrugged off, for the corporates, for the manufacturing industries, for the servicing industries in Tamil Nadu, which already has a higher credit deposit ratio, to look upon the banks for their eternal credit needs is going to become more and more difficult in times to come. Which means, what is the alternative for the corporates in Tamil Nadu? For the corporates in Tamil Nadu, I would say the automatic alternative which is going to evolve in the horizon is the capital markets. Which means we are now thinking of a disintermediation system where the banks perhaps will be actually lightening their role. They will not be doing the heavy lifting, and it is the capital markets which are going to do a little more of heavy lifting here. And this is the background from which I would like to stress that if Tamil Nadu is trying to aim at a 1 trillion economy, we need to look at more the capital markets for support and less at the banking system for support. I am not writing off the banks at all. The banks are always there. India is traditionally a bank-dominated economy. India will continue to be a bank-dominated economy. It cannot switch over to a completely capital market-oriented economy. But at the same time, I would like to stress on the fact that the weight is going to shift a little more in favor of the capital markets, and the banks are going to lighten their load at the cost of capital markets bearing a little more load. How is this panning out across the country? It's a very interesting scenario across the country. In fact, after COVID, if you look at specifically in the month of March 2020, the capital markets came crashing down. To be very specific, on March 23rd, 2020, the capital markets in the country came crashing down. They shed almost about, I would say, from an index level of close to about 49 to 50,000 in BSE, it came down to almost about 28,000. That crash, in terms of absolute numbers, absolute points, was unprecedented. It was never witnessed in the Indian capital market system. But a miracle happened after that. What was the miracle? Number one, the capital markets functioned even without a single day's break. While the banking system markets actually curtailed the timings from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, in fact, the call money markets or the government securities markets were traditionally functioning for the whole of the working day. But it got curtailed from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. The capital markets never curtailed its functioning. In fact, if you look back, in the month of March when the market started crashing, there was a clamor that SEBI should close down the market or at least ban short sales in the market. SEBI continued in its onward march without closing down the markets. While the entire country was working from home, SEBI's markets were actually extra active during this time. So during that period, starting from March of 2020 up till now, if you see how the market has progressed, again, we see an unprecedented growth in the markets. The markets have now reached an index level of close to about 57,000, 58,000, which is more than double of the BSE Sensex figure of about 28,000, 29,000. How was this possible? Number one. And number two, what were the measures which are taken in the capital market to actually ensure a greater amount of credibility is gained by the capital market? SEBI took a lot of measures to instill confidence amongst the investors. If you look at the investor figures, the number of demat accounts opened from the time of 2020 COVID period till now, on an average, every month, 4 lakh demat accounts were opened in the period of 2020 when COVID was actually raging in the country. Even prior to that, the average was close to about 4 lakhs. Today, you will be astounded to know the figures. that the monthly opening rate of demat accounts today is 30 lakhs. It has gone up by 7.5 times compared to that. While there is something that we can draw a lot of amount of pride on this, we have to stop, we have to pause, we have to analyze the reasons, who are the people entering the markets now, and what kind of risk appetite do they have in the markets. A lot of people who are entering the markets today are youth. They are young people, many of them perhaps working from home, many of them perhaps wanting a support, extra support, given that the financial support has been a little slackening on the normal regular front. So they have been looking at this as a kind of a means of support. So if you ask the direct question whether they have the risk appetite, it will be a very hesitant answer that they perhaps do not have the risk appetite to withstand this market. So the point that I am stressing on here is, while the market is drawing on a lot of young investors, it's not very clear whether their risk appetite is absolutely there on their side, whether they are willing to take that kind of a risk. Here is where I would put it as Tamil Nadu, as a kind of a knowledge universe as far as the capital market is concerned, where the market stakeholders in Tamil Nadu have been playing a very important role. When I talk about a market stakeholder, I am talking about diverse set of entities, starting from the Institute of Directors, right up to the Investor Association, who have been playing a very proactive role of inculcating knowledge in the investors as to whether a risk, that is the market presented risk, how one should take in their own portfolio. Now this is something which has to be further harnessed in Tamil Nadu, which means we need more of people, investors to come, but these more of people who are coming in should be quite well aware of the risk that they are taking in the market. Now here is where I would like to quote, if you look at, for example, in USA today, 55% of the adults are invested in the stock markets. In India today, this percentage is 6.5%, which means we have a long way to go. And in a very literate economy like Tamil Nadu, where the literacy percentage is about 80%, this particular potential should be harnessed by all the market stakeholders, by educating the investors, trying to actually allocating a lot more savings to the capital market, being fully aware of the risk inherent there. That is something which is very important that I wanted to stress on from the supply side of the savings. Now coming to the demand side. On the demand side, it will be very interesting to look at the statistics which have been presented by SEBI. In fact, if you look at the kind of IPO buoyancy that we have been seeing in the market, in FY 2020, IPOs raised 21,000 crores. In FY 21, the IPOs raised 46,000 crores. In FY 22, where we have just completed 8 months, we have already surpassed the figure of FY 21 and we are standing at 56,000 crores today. This is where I see a huge potential for Tamil Nadu. In fact, the Tamil Nadu companies, I am not using any particular metrics, but if you look at from the perspective of the complaints that SEBI receives, from the perspective of the diversion of funds which the promoters have done to the detriment of the investor interests, thankfully, Tamil Nadu does not stay in the forefront there, which means the Tamil Nadu companies are much better governed from a corporate governance perspective, and this is something which we need to harness upon. So there is a lot of scope even for the smaller unlisted companies to enter the listed universe and be bound by the corporate governance principles and the corporate governance disclosures and transparency, so that Tamil Nadu gains a little more prominence as far as the listed company universe is concerned. A second aspect of this fundraising is that startups. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, these are two states which have been doing reasonably well on the startup universe. And SEBI has done a lot more relaxations as far as the startup universe is concerned, so that these people can also raise funds without much of a problem. If you look at what was SEBI's IPO guidelines some time back, profit track record was an essential ingredient. Today, profit track record is not insisted upon. If you look at Zomatos of the country today, which are still to make profits, but they have entered the capital markets and they have chalked out a path for themselves. When I am talking about Zomato, I am not talking about Zomato as a company, I am talking about Zomatos as startups, which have the courage to enter the capital markets, and they have been able to actually gain some amount of traction in this market. This gives a huge encouragement for the other startups, maybe to follow a similar path where fundraising is not going to become so much of a problem, given that if you are going to follow good corporate governance principles, the market will recognize you as long as your business model is going to instill confidence amongst the people. So this is where I put it, that Tamil Nadu has a huge amount of scope in the IPO market, in unlisted companies becoming listed companies, and the startups actually trying to test the waters of IPO. InvITs and REITs. Till about 5 years back, InvITs and REITs were unknown in the country. While InvITs and REITs were introduced almost about 10 years back, they did not have takers at all for almost the first 4 to 5 years. In the last about 5 years, SEBI has been again proactively examining some of those guidelines which have been putting some fetters on InvITs and REITs, with the result that today this market has started catching the attention of the potential investors. Today, with SEBI, there are 15 registered InvITs and there are 4 REITs which are registered with SEBI, and the total assets as at the end of August 2021, I don't have the latest figures with me right now, is 3.5 lakh crores. Now this is where again, where Karnataka has stolen a little bit of a march, I think Tamil Nadu should step forward and try to garner a little more traction in this area. I am not getting into the rudiments of InvITs and REITs, but all that I can say is these are infrastructure companies or the real estate companies where the money invested in some kind of, the initial investment which has started paying off, the companies would like to offload it to the intending investors who are looking for a kind of a regular return. And this is something which perhaps the investor universe in Tamil Nadu with proper education would lap up, and the corporate universe in Tamil Nadu would like to exploit this potential a little more. I would also like to give a splattering of statistics as far as how the capital market has been panning up in the country, because again, it's for Tamil Nadu to take full advantage of what is happening in the capital markets in the last about 1.5 to 2 years. The daily turnover in the equity cash segment was 36,000 crores in FY20. Today, it has actually doubled to about 68,000 crores per day in the equity cash segment. Again, an unprecedented growth. In the equity derivative segment, in FY20, it was 13 lakh crores per day. Today, it has grown almost 4 times to 50 lakh crores, which again is a stupendous growth both for the cash market as far as for the derivatives market. The point that I am trying to stress on here is Tamil Nadu, which has always been the edifice of good corporate culture, if people can actually graduate to listed company, perhaps you can participate in this kind of a growth which the country is witnessing. I'm not saying that Tamil Nadu companies are not participating. Tamil Nadu companies are already participating. But there is a huge amount of unexploited potential in the state which can be utilized towards some of these companies getting listed. I cannot overstress the importance of corporate governance in companies which are trying to list. Clearly, when you are going to get, a company is getting listed, you are going to be accountable to more and more of stakeholders. When you are not listed, you are a kind of a closely held company, or it is held amongst a limited number of investors, you are answerable only to that close group. When a public comes and puts in 1 rupee in that company as a part of the equity participation, you are answerable to a large number of investors, and this answerability brings in a huge amount of responsibility in terms of transparency, disclosures on a regular basis. There are disclosures which the companies have to make on a continual basis, on a one-time basis, depending upon the events which are taking place. Continual basis disclosures are a part and parcel of SEBI regulations where perhaps much less of confusion prevails. But as far as an event-based disclosure is concerned, this is where not many companies have come forward to disclose the event-based disclosures, where perhaps the investor needs to know much more than what the companies are disclosing. So here again, I would like the companies which are likely to be listed in Tamil Nadu or the companies which are already listed to be aware, to be constantly be guided by a conservative outlook of trying to disclose more than trying to disclose less. Take the investors on board as far as any disclosures are concerned. This is going to be very, very important. Composition of the board. SEBI has been laying a lot in store as far as the composition of the board is concerned. There is a lot of stress on the role that the audit committee plays, on the role the independent directors play. While I am not going to get into the rudiments of it, I would like to stress the fact that if you are a listed company, you are going to be answerable to more number of people. It is not just the promoters who are going to keep an eye on the company's growth. You need people who are experts professionally, and from an ethical perspective, they can keep a guard on the company's finances, on the company's balance sheet, on the company's profit and loss account, on behalf of the common shareholders. This is where the independent directors play a very important role, and it is not the independent directors for namesake that a company should have. In fact, the independent directors can contribute immensely to the company's growth by trying to be the voice of the common investors there and trying to stop the company from taking some decisions which are far, far riskier than what the company's balance sheet would permit actually. The audit committee also plays a very, very important role, and these audit committees today are staffed by more independent directors and less of the company's own directors. That's going to be a very, very important thing as far as the audit committee is concerned. And I would like to close by saying that while many of these regulations do look onerous, let me give you a note of comfort. There are more companies complying with these regulations than the companies flouting these regulations. Clearly, it shows that the regulations are compliable, and while you look at the cost of compliance with the regulations on the one hand, vis-a-vis the benefit that will accrue to the company shareholders on the other, what we need to look at today is not today's profit and loss account, not tomorrow's quarter's profit and loss account. You have to look at it from a perspective of 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Now, this is where I would like to close with a note of very great importance attached to the ESG. The environmental, social, and the governance aspects of the companies are coming under greater and greater scrutiny. It is not the mere profit numbers which are going to ever play a very important role. Because you may make profits today, but tomorrow you may fold up as a company because you are committing a lot of environmental breaches. You are committing a lot of corporate governance breaches, with the result that a big fraud takes place and the company folds up. What people have started now looking at is that is the company on a sustainable trajectory today that it can sustain itself in the marketplace for the next 10 years, 20 years. So this is where the ESG comes and plays a very important role. People are not paying too much of attention to ESG, but in the Western democracies today, ESG has started playing a very important role, and from the ESG perspective, even climate, greening the economy, is assuming a lot more importance today. Because we are not looking at a world which will be left by our generation as a degenerated world for the next generation. We want to leave the world in a greener territory for the next generation to survive on. If that is going to be the motto that we are all going to follow, perhaps we need companies which are going to follow the ESG norms, not only in letter, but also in spirit, in terms of disclosures, in terms of adherence to the greening and the climate kind of practices, so that the company is going to survive for a longer period. I would close this with this note that the Tamil Nadu companies are well positioned as far as the ESG is concerned, and they should be able to take on further responsibilities in the ESG universe so that Tamil Nadu comes up in the universe of investment as a shining star. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, on acknowledgement of Omega Healthcare, here's a short AV. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Kannan Sugandaraman, Chief Financial Officer, Omega Healthcare, and Dr. Guruvayurappan PV, Chief Human Resource Officer, Omega Healthcare Management Services on dais, please.
So good afternoon, everybody. Hello. I hope. No, again, thanks again for having us. Thanks to the Institute of Directors for having given us the opportunity to be part of this forum, which we believe is a very critical forum. You've heard from the leaders as to the vision of Tamil Nadu to be a 1 trillion market. Now, what it takes to getting there, it's going to be a combination of effort, to start with, right? So we spoke about our own perspectives. There are perspectives that are coming in from 3 pillars, as they call it, right? There is the state, there's the market, and there's the community. And the combination of the 3 is what will eventually evolve into creating an ecosystem of Tamil Nadu to reaching its mark of $1 trillion for that matter. When I say the state, it is the governmental agencies, the support systems that they provide. And I'm talking about the market. We are talking about the market players. And you heard Mr. Mahalingam talk about, how important a role that the market plays, especially in the capital market scenario. And that's just one piece of the market. There is the whole corporations that actively participate in that. And there is the whole investor community that participates in that, and the whole ecosystem of governance that we need to bring in, IOD being part of that for that matter. And then you have the community at large, the society at large. So I'm here to represent the mid part, which is the markets part, more from a corporation standpoint, from a corporate that has been in a specific market of healthcare. So I want to parse this, and I have Guru with me, our CHRO, right, to be part of this. We'll take about 15 minutes. We want to part it into about 3 or 4 different parts as we cover this, starting with, as an organization, what is Omega Healthcare? For some of you know, some of you may not, so we'll introduce ourselves to you. 2, what have we done in this ecosystem that is acting as an example to believe, for us to believe, why Tamil Nadu becomes a critical market from a healthcare services ecosystem standpoint. And the third part is what we believe we have built, which can be replicated as an organization with respect to what is the underlying of a services market, skills. So the question is, how do we and what is it that we have created in the last 18 years, which is largely replicable in that token? And towards the end, there are certain propositions that we bring to bear that combines the 3 pillars, which is the state, which is the market, and of course, the community at large. So there are about 4 different, I would say, points that we are bringing to you today, and we would love to collaborate in this order with this entire fraternity. And I'm still looking at this, I'm looking at a fraternity that combines the 3 pillars for that matter. So quickly moving on to introduce, and where should I point this? That way. Where should I point it? Out there? Council? Oh yeah. Is that me doing it or somebody else? There you go. No. Can you go back to the first slide? It's okay. This doesn't seem to work as usual. Can you go back to the first slide? If somebody is operating it, can you go to the first slide, please? Yeah, thanks. Oh, yeah, thanks. I'll leave this. Now, as an introduction to what Omega Healthcare is, the first slide, please. Next slide. It is a leading healthcare management services partner. And what does that mean is something that is very unique, right? So not many of you understand healthcare in the way the international markets look at healthcare for that matter. And we are a US-focused healthcare ecosystem. So we'll explain to you in a bit as to what that means. We do provide technology-enabled, analytically driven solutions through the talent that we have in the global footprinted market with respect to delivery operations. So we have our presence in about 7 centers in 3 locations in India, in Philippines, and in the US. We have 18 years of exposure to managing this kind of a market. We are servicing, as I told you, the US healthcare ecosystem. And I'll tell you what do we mean by provider, payer, and pharma. We do have, as of today, more than 20,000 people working on 3 different locations. And what is interesting is that more than 50% of that is based in Tamil Nadu. And more than 50% of that Tamil Nadu population is actually sitting in this temple town of Tiruchirappalli. So how did that happen is something, and that's a story that I want Guru to talk about as well, but that's a quick gist of what we do. Now let's quickly move on to understanding what healthcare as a market is globally. So when we talk about, next slide please. When we talk about this market, there are 3 players. When we talk about healthcare in the local lingo, we mean the hospitals, the clinics, the doctors, the pharmaceutical companies, and so on. But if you really segment the market, there are 3 large players in the market. The provider community, which is the community that provides healthcare to, let's say, people, right? So there are hospitals, doctors, clinical services, therapists, as you can see. That ecosystem is the provider community. Then there is the payer community, which is the insurance companies, that which pays for the providers' services. And the third component is your pharma companies, right? Pharmaceutical life sciences organizations. Now that forms a larger ecosystem of what we call the healthcare ecosystem globally, for that matter. Now, if you really look at what this healthcare as an industry, and I have a couple of slides that talks about how big the market is globally and how big that is in North America and how big what it means to the Indian, Indian ecosystem for that matter. But you need to understand that there is significant amount of complexities that are involved in terms of managing healthcare services across the globe. So if you look at US as an ecosystem, the uniqueness of healthcare in that ecosystem provides an immense amount of opportunity for services to be rendered from anywhere in the world, especially more so from India. And we have been literally managing more than 50% of total outsourcing opportunity from an addressable market standpoint from India. And when I talk about that, I talk about both services market and the IT market for that matter. But when you look at what these ecosystems, the US as an ecosystem has some things that are very unique to them. UK as an ecosystem has things unique to them. And these are larger countries where the state has a significant stake with respect to healthcare in its, in a way. So if you really go through, the US market, there is the whole Medicaid as a topic, and I don't want to delve deeper into it, but there are complexities involved with respect to the way in which, healthcare is being offered in these places. Insurance is a significant play, as you would know. If you go to the US, if you don't have insurance, what it could cost you to get simple root canal done, for example, could be significant. And if so, how, and therefore, that kind of an ecosystem requires a significant amount of support with respect to manage the end-to-end of it, and that's what we do. And likewise in payers, right, in terms of claims management with respect to insurance companies, there are a few many things that are there in the payer community. And pharma. Pharma, life sciences, now it's all in limelight now with what's happening with COVID. And there is a certain amount of interventions that can happen from the back end, a ton of research that is happening, which can be augmented through services players, which is largely knowledge-based for that matter. So that's the ecosystem of healthcare. What do we do in that ecosystem? When I'm talking about we, I'm talking about Omega Healthcare, right? So we provide services for all these three ecosystems. If you can go on to the next slide, please. All these three ecosystems. With respect to providers, the hospitals, the core of what the providers do is to provide, medical support. But then how do they get to manage their end-to-end revenue cycle, which is right from getting the patient, calling the patient, scheduling them to come, looking at their eligibility with respect to their insurance, and then after the interaction with the doctors happens, how do we make sure that there is, the claims are being, sourced. We'll have to code it appropriately. It's a very complex environment of coding wherein every single interaction has to be coded appropriately so that the providers, which are the hospitals, can actually claim the money from the insurance companies, and eventually then following up with the insurance companies to make sure that the payments have come in and then appropriately posting it. Technically, if there are finance people out here, it's order to cash in the hospital environment, right? And that's a very complex environment, and there's a ton of that work is being done through the offshore entities like Omega. We do a significant amount of work, and what we do, we are market leaders in what we do in this space. Likewise, there are back office operations that are there in payer and pharma, which are also outsourceable, which is something that we are engaging actively with, while the level of investments that we have done in provider and payer are pretty high, and in terms of our revenues, it's a pretty significant play out there. We are getting into pharma as a market as well, especially given the fact that there is a fair amount of work that is being done in the life sciences space. So that's what we do as Omega from what we do from a business standpoint. Now, quickly moving on to, so I just wanted to make sure that there is a certain baseline with respect to what healthcare is from a global standpoint, what we do as Omega with respect to these three components. Now, quickly moving on to what does it all mean in the context of what we are talking about today. Going on to the next slide, please. Of course, there's one other thing, right? There is nothing that can go without technology in today's world. We are a significantly technology-led operations organization. There are proprietary solutions that we have built internally. There are partnerships that we have gotten with third parties with respect to automation. And there are investments that we have made with respect to analytics in a company called Whitespace. There is significant amount of investments that we are making with respect to making sure that technology is front-end and back-end for that matter in what we do from a services organization standpoint, right? It's something that should run at the back of the mind, because anything and everything today is going to be technology-led, right? And we are leading the services with technology in the front-end, the mid-end, and the back-end for that matter. Now, if you go on to the next slide, and this is going to be, telling a story, which is an 18-year organization which has built bottoms up with respect to competencies in the provider space, being recognized by the industry as the best, right? So if you really look at some of the industry standard recognitions, Everest Groups is one certainly, and in that, we are being adjudged as the leader in the healthcare provider BPO segment, as well as a star performer with respect to revenue cycle management. Then this is an introduction to what Omega is for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's moving on to what the global market of healthcare look like. Now, and the 1 trillion market that we are talking about, there is a significant number that can be generated. Forget the 1 trillion market, the 5 trillion market of India. Let's look at that, right? So we are looking at literally 2.3 times. I was just doing math, Mr. Mahalingam, right? 2.3 times is what the aspiration is. And if we are today at 10% in Tamil Nadu, and if you want to go to 20%, then the aspiration for Tamil Nadu is to grow by about 4 to 4.5 times. Now, what kind of a market can give you an addressable market for you to aim for such a growth, right? Just looking at the total addressable market across the ecosystem from point A to point B, if you are going from 2.2 trillion to, let's say, 5 trillion, or the 23, 24 billions all the way to a trillion market, 230 billions to a trillion market. What does it mean with respect to where we can put our eggs in, for that matter? Now, if you really look at the global healthcare BPO segment, and it's very interesting, if you can go on to the next slide, right? This is, and not many industries and sectors are growing at 10% CAGR at this point in time, which means in the market size, it's a 300 billion market in 2021, which is inching towards 500 billion market in 2026. Healthcare as an ecosystem. When I talk about healthcare as an ecosystem, I defined what the healthcare ecosystem will look like, right? Providers, payers, and pharma. Now, if you look at what does it mean with respect to North America is driving 50% of the total addressable market spend. And out of that, overall market sizing, from a destination standpoint, in terms of servicing, we are at about 10%. When I say we, I mean India. Which means India as a market has a significant play in the healthcare ecosystem, especially in the healthcare BPO segment. Healthcare BPO segment, which is largely technology driven. Let me be clear, while there are IT services players, there are IT enabled services players which use technology to service that ecosystem, and that has an addressable market which is pretty sizable, that aids in what we want to be achieving as a nation and what we want to be achieving as a state, right? So I'm giving you a case in point that while Tamil Nadu is being touted as an industrial place, you should know that there is a significant amount of knowledge and significant amount of skill that is required, and that is indeed there today, right, to garner so that we can get to that market sizing of $1 trillion. Now, what I'm trying to make out here is that healthcare ecosystem is a significant industry in which there can be bets on when we go through the journey of $1 trillion market. Now, I have made my case out here. Now, let me tell you, what is the use case that we have today that makes us believe that it's not just India, but also Tamil Nadu on the forefront of managing this? Where is the use case out here? I am presenting to you that Omega Healthcare is the use case. So every time you invest into something, right, or every time you look for an opportunity, every time you look at making an experiment for that matter, you always look for, has that been done in the past, and if so, have they been successful, and if so, how? What we are trying to pitch to you today is that healthcare is an addressable spend that effectively adds up to the overall aspiration as a nation or as a state for that matter, and that we have an example of how it can be done at scale. If you can go on to the next slide, please. So the pitch is this: Tamil Nadu is in a great position to be a pioneer in healthcare services ecosystem. Now, that's a claim. We saw what the market is. It is a meaningful market for us to get into as a state, as a market, as a community. And if that be the case, what is it, the use case? And this is the use case, right? And you saw the video where we took you through the 18-year journey of Omega Healthcare, right? In terms of people count, we are literally tripling ourselves every third year, right? That's how we have grown. And as you would see, today we are 20,000 plus people strong across 3 locations. India is 18,000 plus people strong. Tamil Nadu is 11,000 plus people strong and significantly growing. Now, if you go on, and this is just a segue into Tamil Nadu as a place that we have grown. Over the punting that we did for Tamil Nadu and what worked well is the use case that we want to bring to bear. So if you go on to the next slide, and I want to be quick out here, right? I know there's paucity of time. Now, what we are saying is, our pitch that we came up with for the 3 pillars, be it the community, the state, and the corporations out here, the market, is that Tamil Nadu can be a pioneer in the healthcare ecosystem. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a use case for why it is possible. We have 6,500 plus employees in Chennai. We have 5,000 plus people in Tiruchirappalli, the temple town. Now, if somebody had to ask us, when did we do it, right? In 2010, is when 2011 is when we started. If you really look at that picture, right, as to Tiruchirappalli, somebody would have asked us the question then to the management committee, what conviction do you have that this will be a, forget 5,000, 500 people, scale? The answer would have been, maybe, but there was conviction with respect to trying something out, experimenting something out in a tier 2 location. And we are not talking about tier 2 as it exists today. It is a tier 2 location as it existed 10 years hence back. Very different environment altogether. But there was a punt that we did take at that point in time. And what did it pay us? It paid us for, and again, right, you make mistakes. That's how you learn, right? You do experiments. You don't stop your experiments. This experiment actually paid us very, very rich dividend. We have 5,000 plus people in Tiruchirappalli. We are the largest white-collar employer in Tiruchirappalli. And I will obviously come to how did we go there, right? Because the how part is where Guru pitches in. Because in a services market, the most important factor of the services market is what? What is our inventory? What is our asset that we are selling? What is it that we are selling? In the ecosystem that we spoke about in the services market, we are selling people's skills, period. That's what we do. And in that, are these the locations? Is Tamil Nadu a location of choice? And if it is indeed the choice, what is it that we need to do as the 3 pillars to enhancing that? And that is the pitch, ladies and gentlemen, that I want to bring to bear with Guru, which is effectively going on to the next slide. And this is just a case study, right? And there can be Tiruchirappalli and the ecosystem out there, but there can be many such ecosystems that we can jointly develop, right? And use this as the base case for us to getting there. Think about it, 5,000 plus employees in 10 years. 10 years back, we would have thought we would be at 500. Interesting pointers. More than 55% of that population that we have employed in Tiruchirappalli are women. We get 70% of referral rates with respect to join, which means we don't have much of recruitment costs. We get referrals. 70% of what we have recruited are through referrals. And most of the people who have come and joined us are from a life sciences background. We would think, what is life sciences in a market, in a tier 2 market? There's a pretty significant, availability of skills. But again, in Tiruchirappalli, most of people who came to us were from agrarian backgrounds. They are the first time they're, stepping into a corporate office of sorts. But that to be expanded the way we have expanded gives you an amazing use case of the art of possible, as we call it. Now the question is that we now know that works, and we now know that works in a temple town 10 years backwards, right? It was a call that we took at that point which paid dividends, which is why we are here, we are talking here, we are part of what we want to be as part of the vision for the $1 trillion market for that matter. But the question is, now you understood the market, and this is what I want to leave this conversation with. We, as the 3 pillars of the society, want to grow the nation to a 2.5 times to where we are right now. As a state in Tamil Nadu, we have aspirations to grow 3.5 to 4 times. We need to be investing in where there are significant addressable market. I gave you the pitch on what that addressable market will look like in the healthcare ecosystem and defining what that healthcare ecosystem could look like. Then going on to a use case of how Omega managed its development into Tamil Nadu as a location over the last 10 years. And that use case of Tiruchirappalli as a tier 2 location and the way it has scaled, how is it that obviously, we can't get to a $1 trillion market expecting all of our investments to come into only Chennai or into Coimbatore or into maybe Madurai. If that's the expectation, gentlemen, that's going to be a very difficult task, right? If so, how is it that we are going to expand? And if you are indeed expanding, there is obviously the industrial setup. I'm not saying industrial setup is not the right way to go about doing it, right? It is the right way to go about doing it. But beyond that is the whole equation of services, and therefore the skill management, and therefore the scaling of the skilling development, which is what we want to bring to bear as to our use case out here. And this use case, I want to bring in Guru now, in terms of explaining 2 things. One, what is it that we do, that we did in Tiruchirappalli specifically, in the skilling ecosystem, more specifically out there, and that which can scale is what we are trying to give you right now. And of course, we want to end it with a certain proposition that we have with respect to being active participants of one among the three pillars for that matter. Gentlemen, Mr. Guru.
Hey, thank you, Kannan. So I'll take this forward. You can move to the next slide. So before getting into that, most of you industry veterans, something triggered us to get into any part of that matter at that point in time within Tamil Nadu was the technology advancement. We used to see that OFC cables laid across the country those days, and then there are penetration of internet moving from only from cities to tier 2 cities, and the possibilities of today's work from home, what we are seeing. So when we looked at it, where are our employees are coming to work to Chennai from? So we looked at the market. There are people who are coming from Kanyakumari to Coimbatore to Trichy to Madurai. They are the people who are landing into Chennai. We used to see that the cost of living in Chennai is driving them go back, or they look forward for further advanced career, or some other companies paying 500-600 rupees more, they used to jump those days. So my CEO, Gopi Natarajan, and me, we were discussing, Guru, I think we need to go to the employees' place than we, attracting them to come to our place. So let us explore, tell me where we can go. So we had choices, Coimbatore, we got Trichy, then Tirunelveli. These are all some of the hubs where pharmaceutical, the nursing colleges, physiotherapy, colleges, engineering colleges, then the microbiology, physiotherapy, advanced, biology-related life science background colleges were there. Skills were abundantly available. And to our own surprise, the highest number of nursing colleges those days were in and around Chennai. Next to that, it was in and around Trichy district, Pudukkottai, Tanjavur, Kumbakonam. If you look at it, that each and every small hub used to have life science colleges. So we thought we should, look at that as an opportunity. But what it will take them to come and work to Trichy, someone from Trichy as a hub in that city alone, you may not get more than 200-300, people to come and work for. But people have to come from Pudukkottai or Tanjavur or maybe Kumbakonam, etc. These are all the small hubs. So we, first we thought, okay, we will decide that we will start, go and talk to college. I had been to Shastra, Bharatiya Dasan University, etc. All the educational institutions gave us a lot of support that we will be able to, do a drive for you to do the campus. Looking at that, we can move on to the next slide. We do two things at that point in time. We looked at, let us start, we have three services within the provider space. There are services which is the medical coding, what we are talking about, where the life science skill required. The other one is voice related skill. People have to be, basically working in the night shift. They should be speaking English speaking population. So we said that we will park it with Chennai, and then we will start looking at, medical coding as a hub in Trichy. And then we also launched a medical coding, institute later. And then started making the college students going through the medical coding specific training. And then we started not only training them for us, but also for our competitors. One of the model what we have engaged is, this is something which is coming, the business as those days, also we had the similar statistics which says that the industry is going to grow average about 10 to 12% CAGR. If that is going to grow, the need of the people not only for Omega, also for our competitors requires. So why not we start training not only for us, also to the industry, and then pass it on to them. And that really, helped us. Reduction in attrition from our own Chennai facilities, because we started training them, the medical coders, and then also supplying to them in and around. We, exclusively started taking classes in the universities for medical coding as a specialty. We started attracting students not only from Tamil Nadu, we got a lot of them from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and neighboring states like Kerala. And they go back to their states and then started earning, going and joining or working for them. But that hub, they used to come to Trichy, compared to Chennai, where we had started the academy in 2014, but in 2015, they preferred to come to Trichy for, the cost of living, the staying, etc. We also definitely did a very close association with the government body, NSDC, etc., in terms of medical coding academy getting accredited for that particular courses, what they study. This is close to about 45 days of, study. And we were, there were several requirements for certification as the course in the universities as well as in NSDC, etc. But they have approved that, okay, this is the course which can create employment. And the moment we get to know that, from the industry, those who have completed the course are automatically getting employment opportunities outside. That encouraged us to start creating the course, okay, you pay and join. And then if you join us, you take the money, whatever that you have paid at the end of 1 year, and if not, we will assure you that employment outside. So that is the kind of a model we looked at it, and the skills available not only in and around Trichy, but we have observed that there are niche skills for any type of industry to flourish in Tamil Nadu is available in each district headquarters. If you look at each district in Tamil Nadu has got its own unique talent availability. It is for us to understand what talent available where, and then how do we become local and then ensure that whatever is that Atmanirbhar Bharat, whatever our present government is talking, is possible. Similar, 1 trillion economy in next 10 years, if the dream is between the industry and the government, I'm confident that though it is a little ambitious, at this point in time, but if we will definitely, if the starting is done, that ambitious project will run. But I'm very happy that for the services, it is a skill, and the skills are available, abundant in this particular state. And it is for us to harness that skill. When we grew, can you move to the next slide, please? When we grew, another very important point I wanted to tell you, it is the skill at the entry level what we are talking about. But what we did in Omega, we also in parallel created a leadership skill development course and council, which also created these skills, not only enter for the entry level job, but also become the supervisors and managers and then grow the company. And 90% of our supervisors and managers internally are homegrown. And that helped us to see it is at one stage we may look at it as a skill, but on the other stage, how today's skill are becoming the need for tomorrow's industry leaders. How do we create those leaders within them through entry level? And that particular, I think these are all some of the statistics that, a flagship initiative of OMCA. We can move on to the next slide. And the potential, the ability of industrialists to think through that people can make difference. And that belief system, if people can make difference, that belief system is there. I think this trillion economy is also going to be very, very true. In towards that, few, as Kannan said, the three, and the fourth one, what is the case study we are talking about? Tamil Nadu is ideally positioned to become the pioneer in the healthcare services, US healthcare services or UK healthcare services or global healthcare services. That is something which always we are happy to partner with and discuss. And there are also technology lead services. that particular, ability that we can always partner with any industry or with the government agencies. That requires definitely the government's support. Unless otherwise, the collaboration with Tamil Nadu government and the industry industry associations, multiple associations, in fact, in Trichy, I think we participate in multiple Chamber of Commerce or, whether there is another one, Narayanan used to be there, no? CIA. All the industry partners come and then try to go through the case studies with us, and then we go to the different industries and then talk to them about how we have done and then what support that we can do. So industry requires government support, government requires industry support, and then if both happens, definitely we can make Tamil Nadu as the hub for healthcare services. We also definitely wanted to seek at this point in time with the government to create certain regulations to help this industry also moving, because when we are growing, one of the pitfall of the growth is you being the pioneers, create skills, and they will be available for others to easily poach. So the efforts of training and creating those talent are easily available for the other organization or competitors. So how do we create a little bit of regulatory areas where measures can be given? That is where we wanted to pitch in with government and also give them the various case studies or the use cases across the globe, how the regulations have helped industry creating that momentum in people and people leadership. Finally, public-private partnership focused on skill development is something that we can pitch in. We can work through our Omega Medical Coding Academy to promote not only the life skills, life science skills, skill development, but the ICT in the Tamil Nadu government has brought in multiple skills. There are about top 10 skills that government is already focusing currently that they would like to from a craftsman industry across the towns, but those will give probably about additional boost for 5 to 10% growth. But the ambitious growth requires definitely little bit of digital and advanced IT, ITES skills, and then we are more than willing to partner with that. I think these are all few things that also we thought we will put it as a submission to IOD and the government of Tamil Nadu, where Omega Medical Coding Academy, Omega as an organization, can pitch in to be part of this 1 trillion ambitious project. And for that, one from the industry point of view, two from the skill point of view, we thought we will just share the use case here, and if there are any questions, more than happy to take it. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you.
I don't know what the next is, but again, thanks a lot for being a batting audience for that matter. And I truly believe that healthcare is a great ecosystem for us to invest in, personally or otherwise, and also something that we want to engage in as an industry, being a leading player in the industry for that matter. Thanks again, gentlemen, ladies, for all your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Ms. Valerie Rath, General Manager, Indian Bank, on dais to have a few words.
All the distinguished guests present here, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. I take this as a privilege to come here amidst all of you to give a banker's perspective on the Tamil Nadu becoming a $1 trillion economy. I thank IOD for giving me this honor. The presentation, please. Today, as we talk about Tamil Nadu, I think the presentation is taking time. As we talk about the Tamil Nadu economy becoming a $1 trillion, I think it's a laudable objective or laudable vision set by the Honorable Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. And this is in tune with what we have been talking about, or for taking the Indian economy to a $5 trillion economy. As all of us know, today Tamil Nadu is at $290 billion economy. And this $290 billion economy, it has taken 10 years. 10 years back, if you see, it was a $92 billion economy. So there has been almost a 3.7 times growth in 2020 to become a $290 billion economy. And now when we envisage that we want to take it up to a $1 trillion economy by 2030 or 2031, again a threefold increase. That is what the government is envisaging. The presentation, please. Well, Tamil Nadu, as all of us know, it is the second largest state economy with a 10% share of India's GDP. And it is the most industrialized states next to like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana or Karnataka. It has a good manufacturing hub and it is the third largest exporting state. And as an investment destination, all of us know it is the center of investment for globally renowned firms like the Hyundai, the Daimler or TVS. And there are presence of almost 75 of the Fortune 500 companies here in Tamil Nadu, which is a testimony to the confidence the investor community has in this state. And in the recent past, foreign direct investment to the tune of $34.5 billion has come to this state. Next slide, please. Next one. This is just an overview of how the GDP has moved from 2013 to 2021. Here I would like to say that in 21, though the Indian economy's GDP, there was a contraction by 3%, the Tamil Nadu has shown a growth of 5.87%. So now the groundwork has been laid down by the state. There are many MOUs have been signed with the export-oriented units for more than 2,000 crores. Even the state government has planned a community meeting with the Tamil diaspora. They're also they're proposing to have brand ambassadors for different countries to invite the investors to invest in Tamil Nadu. The stage is set, the groundwork is done. So even though we are not able to reach that level by 2031, there may be an extended timeline. It is, of course, ambitious target. And with the COVID pandemic behind us, there may be an extended timeline, but the stage is getting set. The state government is doing all the groundwork to get it done. So what are the advantages that Tamil Nadu as a state has? Next slide, please. It has established industrial corridors and special economic zones. As I told you, it is the manufacturing hub. There are multiple export gateways here present. It is an export-oriented economy. Tamil Nadu is the second largest software exporter besides the automobiles or auto components, then machinery, textiles. It has a long coastline and a favorable geographic location for international shipping routes. This will be very helpful when we are also focusing on growing the exports. It is having an advantage in tourism. It has a good infrastructure connecting industrial corridor and special economic zones 4 upcoming industrial corridors are also coming up, one important being the Tamil Nadu Defense Corridor, which is coming up. Tamil Nadu government has also promoted numerous industrial parks like the rubber park, the apparel park, the floriculture park, and the agro-export parks. The state has extensive road network, which will be helpful in doing the transportation and marketing of the products. This provides links between the urban centers, the agriculture marketplace, and also the rural inhabitations. Tamil Nadu is also having advantage in the form of skilled citizenry and work culture. Just before this, we have heard about the Omega. They gave the presentation. There is a skilled workplace, work culture is there in this state. And there is also a stable social structure. Next slide, please. So what are the focus sectors? As a banker, I would say, the state is having advantage in the automobiles and the auto component, where it is ranked first amongst all the states with a share of 23%. In the apparel industry, it is having a share of 33%. Again, it is ranked first. In the leather and related products, it is having a share of 28%. Again, it is ranked first in this. Textiles, it is having a share of 19%. It's ranked second. Similarly, in machinery, it is having a share of 19% and is ranked second. Electronics, it is having a share of 15% and ranked second. And then coming to the fabricated metal products and rubber products, it is ranked second and third. And food processes, which is an upcoming industry coming in, it is ranked fourth. And the chemical industry, it is ranked fourth. So these are the major sectors which the state has advantage and which will be pushed through to take the state into the $1 trillion economy. Nevertheless, the state is also having some priority projects which will be coming up in the next few years, which will give the advantage to grow further. Next slide, please. So those priority projects are the road upgradation project, the Madurai-Thoothukudi Industrial Corridor, the restoration of Chennai waterways, the Ultra Mega Power Project. These are all the infrastructure and logistics required for a state to grow. These few I have listed down here. We'll go to the next slide. What are the opportunities? Taking into the opportunities which are available in the state with an eye on the geopolitical issues, I have just put forward a 5-point agenda that will be leveraging the long coastline. Tamil Nadu has a long coastline and the focus can be on the shipbuilding or making the hub for marine services for transportation of goods across continents, which is akin to the Dubai or the Singapore economy, how they had done. Then focusing on the export-oriented industries like the semiconductor industry, there is a core competency in this sector, the advanced electronics or the apparel where the state is having a competency. Then focus on clean energy, export of alternate energy solutions like the solar panels and batteries, investing in innovations to create inexpensive and resilient solar panels and electrical vehicles. These are the areas where the export can take place. Coming to the heavy industry setup, the technology upgradation can take place for locomotives, petrochemicals, automobiles, both auto ancillary and electronics. The third agenda will be improving the agriculture productivity. Almost 40% of the population depend on agriculture, though the contribution from agriculture is only 13%. Almost 40% depend on it. So the focus should be on improving the irrigation projects, direct procurement of fertilizers and seeds, developing the warehousing and cold storage facilities. This will not only improve the productivity, it will give a good source of livelihood and marketing of agriculture produce. Tourism industry is also quite thriving in this state because of the long coastline, the heritage which it is having, and of course the medical tourism. It is the best destination for the medical tourism. Next slide, please. Next slide. There are some other factors which need to be focused, that is imparting the vocational training and skill building through both online and dedicated programs, funding research projects at IIT Madras or VIT or REC Trichy for innovative solutions in various areas like solar, electrical vehicles, electronics, and semiconductors. Of course, the social issues remain, like water scarcity, so setting up desalination plants, environment conservation, and reviving government educational institutions for ensuring welfare of the citizens. And most importantly, to develop Chennai, a cleanliness project can be done to improve the image of the city and put it in the world map as a global metropolitan city. This is the opportunities which Tamil Nadu has, which can be developed to take it forward for the $1 trillion economy. Coming to the next slide, who will be the enablers in this process? Of course, the financial sector is one institution which will be the enabler. So what is the contribution of banking to the state GDP? We have just drawn a chart which shows the contribution has just increased from 5.22% in 2013 to 5.43% in 2021, which shows there is a gradual increase in the contribution of banking to the state GDP. As the banks are also looking into going into the hinterland, the contribution is going to increase over the years. So what the banks in general are doing, I'll come to the banking sector. Next slide. Next slide. The focus is, when we talk about growth, the growth has to permeate all sectors of the economy. So from the banking angle, we are focusing on the rural and agriculture sector. Here we are into the JLG nurturing, that is the joint liability groups, which we are promoting as bankers. Here the farming community and the fisherman community, women, they are also given loans to come up. In KCC saturation drive was initiated by the government, also the government of India, and banks have been, have done it quite fully, like all the KCC saturation has been done. We are also giving collateral-free loans to small and marginal farmers up to 1.60 lakh. Then imparting education through the Self-Employment Training Institute. Indian Bank has almost 11 training institutes throughout Tamil Nadu, where the trainings are given to the farmers. Then we are also in the process of issuing virtual credit card, tying up with the e-marketing agents. Then channelizing funds to agri supply chain, that is taking up the cold storage or the rural godowns, which will be helpful for the rural community. We are also into uniform composite loan for integrated farming system. Here, the 3 sets of loans are given, that is for the land development, for minor irrigation, mostly for horticulture projects. Next slide, please. MSME. MSME or the small business are also the priority sectors. MSME expansion, a lot of focus is there in this. Now the trend is that the banks are exploring potential to lend through co-lending, that is tying up with the NBFCs to lend to the MSME customers. We are also trying, we have also done cluster financing, wherein an umbrella interest rate is given. So there are many clusters which the bank has financed, like the brick clusters at Tirunelveli, ceramic clusters as Vridhachalam, coir and coir products at Erode, engineering cluster at Ambattur, gate and grill cluster at Tiruvallur, plastic cluster at Chennai and Kanchipuram, and then we have the printing cluster, the ready-made garment cluster, the rice mills, and the safety matches at Virudhunagar, then the coir cluster at Singham Punari. We are also finance the SIPCOT and the hosiery cluster too. So these are the clusters which the banks have been financing, and our bank is committed towards overall improvement of MSME and the process, and in this process we have financed almost 3.51 lakh units with loans of rupees 17,151 crores. We have also tied up with NBFCs for co-lending in the space in order to cover all the businesses, all the small businesses. Our bank is also having regular licensing with industrial associations, training establishment, and source data on continuous basis to identify new and potential borrowers and offer them credit facilities. When we talk about MSME, here I would like to say that the bank has come out with an innovative scheme, MSME Prerna, wherein during COVID times, when the people were not able to, when the MSME units were not able to function, we had started giving training to all the MSME borrowers to have the requisite skills on how to do the financial analysis, how do they know what is there in their balance sheet. So the online classes were done through the MSME Prerna program in Chennai and in Coimbatore and various other states also. Coming to the other credit avenues which the bank has been focusing upon, it is the SHG financing, that is the self-help group financing, financing under the WASH scheme, that is the water, sanitation and health scheme. Then we have been covering almost all the unbanked areas, the hinterland I was talking about. And also we are supporting exports through the trades platform of built discounting. When we talk about the financial inclusion, we talk about the schemes sponsored by the Government of India, the insurance schemes and the pension schemes. We are also trying to find out customized solution for the first-time bank customers, providing them a welcome, wholesome kit, that which is known as the welcome kit for them. Then we are also trying for 24/7 move banking. We are into the tab banking, which was launched recently, where we will go to the doors of the customer. The customer need not come to us. It will be a paperless banking. Next slide. So what is the contribution by Indian Bank? Almost 2 lakh crore business Indian Bank is having in this Tamil Nadu. Totally, I would say the banking sector is having more than 11,000 branches here, and Indian Bank is having almost 22% of the branches here in Tamil Nadu. In terms of business, we are having 10% share in Tamil Nadu. Indian Bank is the banker for the direct benefit transfer in Tamil Nadu. And in the agriculture finance, we are having a 47% share in the state. The bank is also a pioneer in the self-group financing scheme. And we have done 100% coverage of unbanked areas through a rural outreach program. And we are constantly endeavoring for inclusion of every individual within the fold of financial stream. Next, this is the presence which we have in the Tamil Nadu with the branch network of 1,057 branches and BC network, that is the business correspondent network of 1,963, the ATMs or the BNAs of 703 and ATMs of 1193. The BZ, the business correspondent, they go to the remote areas to do the banking business in the doorstep of the customers. This is almost a 21% share in Tamil Nadu. Next slide, please. These are the initiatives which the bank has taken for increasing the financial penetration in the Tamil Nadu state. MSME Prerna mentoring, that is a mentoring program which I talked about. Hand-holding of incubators. We have tied up with the Madras IIT for funding to the startups. The startups are funded up to 50 crores under the scheme of InSpringboard. Then increased tax revenue, strengthening the IT infrastructure. The export hub and ease of transaction also is being focused upon. We are also going into digital lending, wherein it will be totally a paperless lending, as our earlier Sri Mahalingam sir was talking about, that the lending process will become slower and then more of the borrowers or more of the investors will go into the capital market. Here I would like to mention that the banks are now, the focus is on improving the turnaround time. So how to improve the turnaround time? It is through the digital lending space. So digital lending is now focused upon, and now the banks are also into doing algorithm-based underwriting, which will be coming up slowly in the next few years down the line. So when we focus into the digital lending, now the banks will be shifting towards the cash flow-based lending rather than the asset-based lending. So this will help the good borrowers to avail credit at shorter turnaround time. Of course, in this, the corporate governance and the regulations, regulatory discipline has to be maintained on a continuous basis. Banks are also into the DIY platform, which is do-it-yourself platform. This will be basically for the retail customers. These platforms are being integrated with banks' core banking system and will help in originating and completing banking services at any point of time without the involvement of third parties. The Reserve Bank of India has also launched the account aggregator system. Again, this is for the small business community. This is slated to revolutionize the financial ecosystem. It is actually a data sharing system that will provide easy access to financial data to different parties in the financial ecosystem. We are also into the data mining and data warehousing system, wherein we'll get a 360-degree view of the customer, including which will give every interaction from branch visit to the digital transaction. This will help in unlocking the real value of the customer, providing customized solution, helping in increasing the wallet share and converting regular customers into a loyal customer. These are the few initiatives which the banking sector is taking, which will help the overall economy to go forward, and the investors or the banking, those who are coming to the banks for funds for the investment, to take it forward. And as the investment in the economy increases, the Tamil Nadu economy is slated to increase and march forward to the $1 trillion economy as envisaged. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Sundari Suresh to honor the guest by presenting her the memento.
We are proud to present our prestigious partner for this mega event, our proud platinum partner, Omega Healthcare, gold partner, Apollo Hospitals and Corporate Clinic, our proud color partner, Nippon Paints, our sanitation partner, Entos Deepest, our prestigious banking partners, Union Bank of India and Indian Bank, our insurance partner, HDFC Ergo, our health partner, Ogmo, our prominent associate partner, Arun XLO BRK Academy, Sarel Legrand, Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation Institute, Edelweiss, our proud chamber partners, Indo-Australian Chamber of Commerce, Indo-French Chamber of Commerce and Industry, TITRA, and finally our outreach partner, FICO Flow.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a meal and resume back at 2 p.m. Enjoy your meal. Thank you.
India, a country with 1.3 billion people, 4,000 cities and towns, over 6 lakh villages, have most doctors living in the cities. This leaves a huge population living in smaller towns and villages without access to quality healthcare. With the country within the grip of a pandemic, doctors and paramedics, even while working round the clock, could not meet the needs of the huge populace affected by the outbreak. Healthcare had to be taken to each and every home. But how? The answer was to transform access, experience and outcome through technology. Harnessing the powerful combination of technology and human ingenuity, we provided innovative care that was patient-centric. People needed access to care that was convenient, equitable, and affordable when, where, and how they demanded it. Whether it's one-to-one, virtually, or at home. To support this, our Apollo 24/7 app with Doctor on Call, Medicine on Call, testing at home, all at a tap of a button became an instant hit. The step towards humanizing technology helped the clinicians to organize and coordinate virtual consultations and remote monitoring of patients involving the family members and caregivers. We launched Coverage, the blueprint to fight COVID, an integrated multidisciplinary COVID care management program that was rolled out to drive awareness, assistance and screening along with robust treatment protocols, all by leveraging technology to provide safer person-centric experiences. Our AI-enabled COVID risk assessment tool helped over 1.4 million people across 51 countries. In anticipation of an increased need of medically supervised isolated care, Apollo launched Project Stay Eye, an innovative initiative to strengthen the bulwark against COVID-19 by creating isolation rooms in partnership with hotels to provide medical supervision for quarantine, freeing up the hospital beds for more critical patients. Every experience was personalized and differentiated with the launch of AI-driven health management program called Apollo Pro Health, built on the cornerstone to predict, prevent, and overcome the non-communicable diseases or helping individuals take charge of their health. Better outcomes were delivered using advanced diagnostics and precision care technologies like robotics and minimal invasive procedure, ensuring shorter hospital stays and superior outcomes. This further eased out resources so that we could care for more patients. Humanizing technology for the clinical staff was interesting in its own way. Our clinical dashboard helped clinicians work smarter and communicate better. Picture archiving and communication system helped our doctors to conduct a more accurate diagnosis with chronological view of their patient's medical history. Apollo e-Access, the modern and sophisticated critical care monitoring system for anytime, anywhere care, helped us reach out to the remotest places, providing quality critical care services round the clock. Similarly, teleradiology helped faster diagnostics, provided improved and affordable consultation for patients in rural areas, with expert physicians and radiologists sitting miles away. Humanizing technology means bringing the human connection back into the core of healthcare in the midst of the pandemic. We at Apollo Hospitals ensure that millions of lives are improved across the country so that the land of festivals, culture and heritage continue to remain a healthy place.
Looking to buy a motor insurance policy for your vehicle? Well, essentially, you are made to choose in between immediate claim service, competitive price, and easy buying process. So, should it be about choosing in between your needs and wants? Not at all. That's why HDFC Ergo gives you an all-inclusive motor insurance policy, which takes care of your needs for immediate claim service with faster claims process, wherein 50% of claims get settled on the same day, express theft claim settlement in case of vehicle theft, pre-repair claim settlement for cell survey claims, 24/7 emergency roadside assistance as an add-on cover, vehicle repair service at doorstep, and overnight repair service facility that gets you back on road the very next day. Unlimited number of claims up to insured declared value of your vehicle. Access to 8,400 plus network of cashless garages across the country with easy digital documentation process. And the policy also fulfills your wants for competitive price and easy buying process, saving you up to 70% on your policy premium, giving you a personal accident cover of 15 lakhs, no claim bonus up to 50%, and lets you buy the policy online in just 3 minutes with zero documentation and an array of digital payment methods. A motor insurance policy that takes care of both your needs and wants. With HDFC Ergo, take it easy.
Infocarrier Private Limited, founded in 2007, is presently a 70-plus strong company with core values being ethical, transparent, and hard-working. Having spread its wings in USA and West Africa, besides 2 offices in India, Infocarrier has built strong partnerships with Project Management Institute, Isaka CMMI, Al-Basan, to name a few. With over 500 plus person years of consulting experience, Infocarrier offers services and products. Our offerings under services are classified as mentoring, consulting, and tech agile. Our products are Group and Pay, IC Lead, and Neighbor Base. Infocarrier will always be your friendly, known partner.
Different needs, different challenges, different budgets. Who says that these different objectives can't be met with a single solution? Introducing the new age high performance DRX range of MCCBs from Legrand. A solution designed for India and Indian needs. It offers the customization and accessories that customers with all kinds of budgets have long demanded. It is the different solution for a growing India.
We live in a world where eco-friendliness has become the order of the day. Today, looking out for the environment is as important as creating products that make life better for the consumer. And while many companies are switching to processes that reduce their impact on the environment, it gives us pride to say that Nippon Paint has been way ahead of the curve in this regard. In fact, we are the only company with both Green Co and Green Pro certification.
The first process or the first certification what IGBC promoted was Green Co, which was basically making the manufacturing process completely green. So we were the first paint company to latch on to that and get our manufacturing process green. That's what we call it as Green Co. And now today we are a gold certified Green Co company, wherein the complete manufacturing process is green. Immediately IGBC promoted Green Pro concept, which is basically to certify the building products to be as green. Any product of Nippon you buy, it's a green product. I invite all of you to this wonderful factory.
So how do we do this? To find out, let's take a look at where all the magic happens. The Nippon Paint state-of-the-art facility in Sri Perumbudur manufactures high-quality products every single day. But the focus is also on using cutting-edge, nature-friendly processes that benefit the community. First up is smart usage of electricity. The factory employs a number of techniques in this regard.
This plant is having entire natural lighting. What all the translucent sheets which you see on the top helps us to have this plant without any electric light during the working time. To ensure that there is a lot of energy reduction, all the equipments are fitted with variable frequency drives. All our utilities are modern equipments so that the power consumed is the lowest.
With the power saved using natural resources, we could easily run a house for an entire month. Talk about smart savings. No green process is complete without a water conservation strategy. And the Nippon Paint facility has a solid process in place for this. Today, Nippon Paint has pioneered and continues to pioneer innovation in green technology and products. Nippon Paint products are low VOC, readily biodegradable, easy to handle, so what the customer gets is paint that is free of lead and chrome. Nippon Paint is one of the first paint brands to have this unique feature, putting us way ahead of the curve in terms of product innovation. So the products coming out of the Chennai facility are the same quality as the ones coming out of Japan. By purchasing Nippon Paint products, not only are you giving your home the best possible painting solution, you are also being part of a green movement that is making a difference to people's lives. The bottom line is, no matter which color you choose, with Nippon Paint, you'll always be going green.
அது ஒரு அழகான மலைச்சாரல். அங்க மட்டும்தான் கிடைக்குமா தனித்துவமான தேன் நெல்லி.
தேன் நெல்லிக்காவா?
ஆ, தேன் நெல்லி.
வாவ், இது ஸ்வீட்டா?
அப்படியும் சொல்லலாம்.
அப்ப ஃப்ரூட்டா?
இப்படியும் சொல்லலாம். இது
இது
சாரல், ஹனி ஆம்லாடா கண்ணா. ஆம்லா ஃப்ரூட், ஹனியோட ஸ்வீட், ரெண்டும் சேர்ந்த ஹெல்தி ட்ரீட்.
விட்டமின் சி மற்றும் ஆன்டி ஆக்சிடென்ட்ஸ் நிறைந்த சாரல் ஹனி ஆம்லா. ஆரோக்கியம் நேச்சுரலா.
billion people, 4,000 cities and towns, over 6 lakh villages have most doctors living in the cities. This leaves a huge population living in smaller towns and villages without access to quality health care. With the country within the grip of a pandemic, doctors and paramedics, even while working round the clock, could not meet the needs of the huge populace affected by the outbreak. Healthcare had to be taken to each and every home. But how? The answer was to transform access, experience, and outcome through technology. Harnessing the powerful combination of technology and human ingenuity, we provided innovative care that was patient-centric. People needed access to care that was convenient, equitable, and affordable when, where, and how they demanded it. Whether it's one-to-one, virtually, or at home. To support this, our Apollo 24/7 app with Doctor on Call, Medicine on Call, testing at home, all at a tap of a button became an instant hit. The step towards humanizing technology helped the clinicians to organize and coordinate virtual consultations and remote monitoring of patients involving the family members and caregivers. We launched Coverage, the blueprint to fight COVID, an integrated multidisciplinary COVID care management program that was rolled out to drive awareness, assistance, and screening, along with robust treatment protocols, all by leveraging technology to provide safer person-centric experiences. Our AI-enabled COVID risk assessment tool helped over 1.4 million people across 51 countries. In anticipation of an increased need of medically supervised isolated care, Apollo launched Project Stay I, an innovative initiative to strengthen the bulwark against COVID-19 by creating isolation rooms in partnership with hotels to provide medical supervision for quarantine, freeing up the hospital beds for more critical patients. Every experience was personalized and differentiated with the launch of AI-driven health management program called Apollo Pro Health, built on the cornerstone to predict, prevent, and overcome the non-communicable diseases for helping individuals take charge of their health. Better outcomes were delivered using advanced diagnostics and precision care technologies like robotics and minimal invasive procedure, ensuring shorter hospital stays and superior outcomes. This further eased out resources so that we could care for more patients. Humanizing technology for the clinical staff was interesting in its own way. Our clinical dashboard helped clinicians work smarter and communicate better. Picture archiving and communication system helped our doctors to conduct a more accurate diagnosis with chronological view of their patient's medical history. Apollo e-Access, the modern and sophisticated critical care monitoring system for anytime, anywhere care, helped us reach out to the remotest places, providing quality critical care services round the clock. Similarly, teleradiology helped faster diagnostics, provided improved and affordable consultation for patients in rural areas, with expert physicians and radiologists sitting miles away. Humanizing technology means bringing the human connection back into the core of healthcare. In the midst of the pandemic, we at Apollo Hospitals ensure that millions of lives are improved across the country so that the land of festivals, culture, and heritage continue to remain a healthy place.
Looking to buy a motor insurance policy for your vehicle? Well, essentially, you are made to choose in between immediate claim service, competitive price, and easy buying process. So, should it be about choosing in between your needs and wants? Not at all. That's why HDFC Ergo gives you an all-inclusive motor insurance policy, which takes care of your needs for immediate claim service with faster claims process, wherein 50% of claims get settled on the same day, express theft claim settlement in case of vehicle theft, pre-repair claim settlement for cell survey claims, 24/7 emergency roadside assistance as an add-on cover, vehicle repair service at doorstep, and overnight repair service facility that gets you back on road the very next day. Unlimited number of claims up to insured declared value of your vehicle. Access to 8,400 plus network of cashless garages across the country with easy digital documentation process. And the policy also fulfills your wants for competitive price and easy buying process, saving you up to 70% on your policy premium, giving you a personal accident cover of 15 lakhs, no claim bonus up to 50%, and lets you buy the policy online in just 3 minutes with zero documentation and an array of digital payment methods. A motor insurance policy that takes care of both your needs and wants. With HDFC Ergo, take it easy.
Infocarrier Private Limited, founded in 2007, is presently a 70-plus strong company with core values being ethical, transparent, and hardworking. Having spread its wings in USA and West Africa, besides 2 offices in India, Infocarrier has built strong partnerships with Project Management Institute, Isaka CMMI, Al-Basan, to name a few. With over 500 plus person years of consulting experience, Infocarrier offers services and products. Our offerings under services are classified as mentoring, consulting, and tech agile. Our products are Group and Pay, IC Leave, and Neighbor Base. Infocarrier will always be your friendly, known partner.
Different needs, different challenges, different budgets. Who says that these different objectives can't be met with a single solution? Introducing the new age high performance DRX range of MCCBs from Legrand. A solution designed for India and Indian needs. It offers the customization and accessories that customers with all kinds of budgets have long demanded. is the different solution for a growing India.
We live in a world where eco-friendliness has become the order of the day. Today, looking out for the environment is as important as creating products that make life better for the consumer. And while many companies are switching to processes that reduce their impact on the environment, it gives us pride to say that Nippon Paint has been way ahead of the curve in this regard. In fact, we are the only company with both Green Co and Green Pro certification.
The first process or the first certification what IGBC promoted was Green Co, which was basically making the manufacturing process completely green. So we were the first paint company to latch on to that and get our manufacturing process green. That's what we call it as Green Co. And now today we are a gold certified Green Co company, wherein the complete manufacturing process is green. Immediately IGBC promoted Green Pro concept, which is basically to certify the building products to be as green. Any product of Nippon you buy, it's a green product. I invite all of you to this wonderful factory.
So how do we do this? To find out, let's take a look at where all the magic happens. The Nippon Paint state-of-the-art facility in Sri Perumbudur manufactures high-quality products every single day. But the focus is also on using cutting-edge, nature-friendly processes that benefit the community. First up is smart usage of electricity. The factory employs a number of techniques in this regard.
This plant is having entire natural lighting. What all the
Good afternoon. As we are about to start the next session of today's event, I request you all to be seated. Good afternoon once again. Proceeding with a further session of this today's event, I request Dr. Ramakrishnan, Managing Director and CEO of Corporate Clinic, who is well known in financial circle. He has a rich experience in core areas of finance, namely corporate finance, venture fund and mutual fund, valuation. I request the honorable guest to be back on the hall and please take your seat. Now, I request Dr. Sundari Suresh to give a brief about Dr. Ramakrishnan.
Thank you, Jenny. Good afternoon, all. It's pleasure to introduce Dr. Ramakrishnan, who's a well-known in the financial circles as BRK. He holds a postgraduate diploma in management with specialization in finance. After his educational qualification, he joined HC Kothari Group of Companies in 1989, headed them by late Sri Bhadrashyam and Kothari, popularly known as Shyam Kothari. And he was part of the team which floated the first private sector mutual fund in India. After almost a decade with HC Kothari Group, BRK started their own consulting firm and floated Corporate Clinic during 2003. Corporate Clinic is a well-known consulting firm based out of Nandanam, Chennai, which specializes in raising debts, FCTL, maybe INR, ECB, commercial papers, rated bonds, etc., equity, which is PE, VC, incubator fund, IPO, mutual funds, convertible funds, etc., mergers and acquisitions for working around the strategy, transactional financing, etc. BRK also has an educational outfit, and this academy, BRK Academy, it floated the first finance lab to the world. BRK Academy demonstrates finance to students with both finance and non-finance background, entrepreneurs, technocrats, MSME, doctors, etc. BRK Academy has been accredited by ACCA UK and MSME, Government of India, for the programs. BRK has credential of floating one of the earliest commercial paper in India and has the record of raising one of the cheapest ECB in the country, 1.30% per annum without collateral security and personal guarantee. He handled the Indian value of 850 crores TOCI issue of L&T at the age of 21 and also represented one of the world's largest funding corporation in India during 2004-2007. The clientele of BRK spreads across the globe, and the largest single issue he had handled is for a steel major at Oman for 1.50 billion US dollars. BRK is presently the director of India African Trade Council, heading South India as endorsed by the Ministry of External Affairs. He was inducted to the august presence of Mrs. Nagma Malik, that has been the Additional Secretary to Ministry of External Affairs, and Her Excellency Mrs. Mulguta, Ethiopian Ambassador to India. BRK's professional credentials can be viewed by browsing his website. We are very, very happy to welcome you, sir, in this august audience presence, and looking forward to your presentation. Welcome you, sir.
Can you switch on the slides, please? One slide I have, only one slide, nothing much. You have a slide with you? Oh yeah, okay. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Sundari had briefly introduced me in this forum, great forum. Now, I don't want to, after the lunch, I don't want to bore you with my company or my lab. I think that I can always do at a later point of time. But I would like to address this gathering on two fronts. One, for us to become $1 trillion economy, we need only basically two things. One, a government that can handhold the industrialists or investors for growth. Second, for investors to seriously look at investments opportunities in Tamil Nadu. For the first, I am sure our Honorable Chief Minister, who has just taken over at the very recent times of a very, very challenging time also. Now, he has got enough experience as a Chief Minister, or he was Deputy Chief Minister earlier. So he had a lot of experience between the first decade of 2K, where he had brought a lot of investments into auto sector. I think most of the corridor investments in the Sriperumbudur zone was during that period. So he's got enough experience, he's got enough, I'm sure that he will be able to handhold investors, give good investment schemes for corporates through either GIM or his individual presentations to worldwide investors or industrialists. Now the second is going to be the major factor which I have listed in the slide which I am showing. Now, although we have banks, see, India is although my colleague from SEBI had this morning given a presentation on equity markets. Now, India is basically a debt-driven economy, so we don't understand much of equity. In fact, I have handled a lot of clientele across the country and across the globe. But everybody in India, they have a little, they are very receptive for equity capital. Fundamental reason being that, I need to pick up stake, I need to run this company, so why should I have another person? And predominant, if you look at the people who wants to raise money from the secondary market, are those where their children do not want to come and inherit their business. So they are happy settling abroad. So these guys are forced to give it out. Either they sell it or go to the secondary market, dilute their stakes. This is what is happening in the current economy. I think there must be a certain change in this approach, where the investors must be educated like a Western country, where you need a participation of a co-investor in your business. Banks are always ready to give you investments. I don't think that should be a challenge, because you have collaterals, you have no collaterals, you have good cash flows, you have a good promoter standing. All these will help the bankers to come in and once you give a proposal, they are ready to give. That's my experience as far as debt raising goes. There is not much of challenge in raising debts for markets, and that too without collateral is not a major challenge. As long as your business is good, your cash flows are good. Now, as far as the equity goes, most of them have an issue of raising a private equity or venture funds in the market. Although mutual fund is only for secondary markets, the VC and PE have a very subtle difference. Although in India you don't have this difference, you can't use this name VC, PE interchangeable in any other part of the world. Because in US, for example, you take, a PE investor will invest only in not a proven technology, a venture per se. They will invest only in a VC fund. So VC fund means they raise a corpus, invest only in not a proven technology. So they are monopolists by themselves. But a private equity is raised by any other company, which need not be a not a proven technology, which can be any other company. For example, you take Reliance floating a SPV for a particular project. So there you have a PE to invest. So VC can't invest as long as it's not a monopoly. So that's the subtle difference between PE and VC. But India, right from ICICI Ventures, which has started years. So since then, there are a lot of VC-PE funds, which is interchangeably used. They also invest in VC as also PE. Now, valuation becomes a big play as far as PE VC goes. Now, how to value this company? Now, there are, with all the due respect to chartered accountants, there are a lot of chartered accountants who are here also knows valuation techniques. But the valuation technique does not stop with the company valuation or the futuristic capital growth. It also adds the branded along with it. So the branding is also a valuation, which plays a very, very important role in stakes. Now, with this, I stop with the industries development as also fundraising, but I would like to go in for the topic here. See, the board's role. Now, I have put about 5 points in this. One is the independent directors or longer side. I think most of you know this, what I'm trying to mean. Now, years, I've been handling the board since at the age of 21. Now, all the board members, years, they come, participate, quarterly you have board meeting mandatory, SEBI regulations, they sit, have a nice cup of tea, coffee. talk about everything that is possible on the earth. If they want to make an investment, when we say, I want to invest in a petrochemical plant, they will say, yeah, okay, Shyam, have you gone through? Yeah, sir, okay, fine, go ahead. But then, when we talk about a Xerox machine to be invested, they will evaluate what type of Xerox machine, what brand have you taken, what price have you taken. Now, this has landed this country into an impossible level of NPA levels. RBI site says about 8 lakh crores. I don't know whether it is correct or not. That's not a different issue. But I am saying that that number is huge. 8 lakh crores of NPA is a very, very big number to look at. I would also say that board is also to be, I can show fingers on the board also. Because today, board have the liability on the board members by SEBI regulations, corporate governance, they are pinpointing directors today. In fact, during my induction program, I ran through a few case studies by professors who trained us. It's very, very important that everybody here as an independent director must definitely know what they are talking about, what the company is going into. Of course, coupled with your pollution, etc., etc. I would also like to say that a small understanding of finance is mandatory for the board, all the board members. The reason is this. You don't need to know what a debit and credit is. What you need to know compulsory is what is P&L and what is the balance sheet. In fact, I've done a lot of programs with companies like Vikatan, Nana Vikatan, CII, YE chapters. In all this, I start with only one lecture. They say that when you want to communicate or when you want to sign a contract, purchase sale contract, they will say, "Pa, ni patriyapa, ni patriyapa, ni patriyapa, naam padichirempa, come off subsidiary ka." You give it to your auditors, you give it to your lawyers, you give it to your family members, everybody. But when it comes to accounts, this is commercial, this is a contract law, which means a civil court has to handle in case you have a problem. So you have to have it goes on for 15, 20 years, 30 years, whatever it is. But when you come to income tax, it's an offense by itself. By saying a wrong declaration, they can prosecute you. That's a right of an ITO officer. But they don't do it, but they go for scrutiny and then they talk to you. Now, this is a criminal liability. You call your accountant and say, "Nee padichiyappa, auditor padichira, enga pa sign pannu?" "Sir, 1, 2, 3 potunga sir, anga sign pannunga." You keep signing those numbers. That's enough. If you don't understand what we are signing. And the irony is, independent directors who are non-finance people who do not know finance, they also say yes to this. But where does land them into today? So we need to understand some portion of finance. You at least know what is P&L, what is, because the starting point of investment and ending point of investment every year is accounts and finance. I think all of you agree on this, no doubt about that. Given that, you must know how to assess a project as an investor and how to show the profits in the books. That's very, very important. In fact, I can tell you a showcase, because Shyam Kothari was Ambani's last son-in-law. I have seen investors by Ambani's. What they generally do is, without a 24% IRR sensitivity, they will not touch a project. They're absolutely clear of what they are doing. Clear businessmen. So that is how we need to. I'm not only saying profits is the motive. Profit is definitely a motive for anybody. But what is important is the governance. How are you leading that to? What are you taking? Are you taking care of your employees properly? By cutting salaries, you make profits, yes. But that is a profit, you make a little bit of loss of profit, possibly. But see the employees role today in the markets today. Then you talk of environment, you talk of pollution. There's too many things that is loaded on the independent directors today. I think all of us, before taking positions, we must, in fact, including me, we must take these challenges, understand it properly, and then get it to the board. This is very important. Second, thorough understanding of business and industry becomes essential. That's what I just clarified. So we need to understand what they are getting into and whether the profits are good. So little understanding of your margins, little understanding of marginal costings would be good for the second point. The third, knowledge of finance. This is very important. I'll tell you why. Recently, I handled a textile corporation. I will just give you a small case study, which will enable you to understand. In fact, your own business, I think you can use this. This company has 2 units. One unit in down south E Road, another unit which exports. So domestic, they make dhotis. The export, they export it to a large MNC for furnishing, home furnishing. Now their cost of funds was 13.75% per annum today. That is about a year before we started it. And they had a subvention for exports at around 4%, which means the 9.75% was their net cost. They had about 77 crores of collateral and 72 crores of debt in their books. Now 13.75 minus 4 is 9.75. So when they came to me, I raised this 77 crores collateral, took over. 72 crores, we made it 140 crores. And as an ECB, we got them at 2.25, which means that every money they borrow, they make profit. Are you able to get it? They borrowed 2.25%, get 4% subvention. Okay, so last year their balance sheet had a 9.5 crore interest debit. This year they are making 50 lakhs profit in their interest alone. Forget the product. So these are something, this financial reengineering models can be used by the board. No? These suggestions can be given to the board. All these things will add to the profits because you all have a challenging times of, you are competitive today, you are facing global competition. When foreign funds are raised at around 1%, 2%, you raise at 10%, you know what will be the cost ultimately. So we're not able to compete. So therefore, knowledge of little bit of financial reengineering will help the board in running the companies more profitably. Then what is the knowledge? I just briefed you on the financial reengineering models, marginal costing, for example, techniques of marginal costing. So in fact, some, see, I don't follow Reliance as a company, but the way they approach for investment is something superb. You don't need to give them a project report. What he needs is a single sheet of paper. A single sheet of paper which talks about the investment, returns, marginal cost. That's all. As simple as that. Quick, they'll finalize the decision and close it off. Whatever may be the amount of investment. That is the strength they have. Okay. Then, yes, the last one is very, very important. Monitoring like incubator. Incubator and adekatal, where you need to actually run the board or run the company from outside also. You still can, you don't need to wait for 3 months as a board member. I'm sure you don't need to wait for 3 months to handle the issue. Maybe yes, for the board or emergency meet, fine. But you can always monitor the company. Nobody can say no to you. So as a member of the board, I think you have to monitor the company's performance regularly. So with these this one, I would like to end my session. And any doubts, I think we have a session a little later. You have a floor session also, no? Okay, so I think that I can address these issues in case you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I call upon Mr. Sundaresan for a short speech. Sundaresan, sir. Thank you so much. Now I call upon Mr. A. Chandrasekharan, sir, Founder Director, Info Career Private Limited and author of Road to Project Success.
Good afternoon to all. I know how difficult to be in stage, especially after the food from ITC. And let me try. And please remember, we have developed a nice ML and also machine language, which you can able to spot out who are all sleeping. So at the end of the session, I know from which side, how many people are sleeping. Definitely, that will be a good indicator for us how good I am or how bad I am. When IOD came to me and asked me to talk about $1 trillion economy, I said I prefer the topic like challenges and opportunities. And first question to all of you, can someone tell me immediately, quickly, how much 1 trillion US dollars equivalent to Indian rupee? $74 lakhs crores. I just request you to take a step back and imagine what we are trying to arrive at. Now, I really appreciate our great CM who has a certain very, very ambitious target of 1 trillion. He liked to give a very conducive atmosphere towards that. Should really appreciate. Let us give a very, very big clap for Tamil Nadu government and Chief Minister. Now the question is, we like to know where we are, where we want to go. Currently, you find our economy, I'm talking about only Tamil Nadu, agricultural is contributing around 13%. Services, 53%. Industry, 34% currently. Which means the current GDP of 280 billion, we need to grow. And very, very proud that we are second in the whole India in the GDP ranking. Hence, it's a very important that we need to grow 3.3 times by 2030. Which means we need to grow roughly around 17% year on year. If I can able to grow 17% year on year. Now the big question in front of all of us, is the dream possible to achieve? I know we have some sorts of a resistance which talks about there's an excellent case study available, Ashes to Awesome. I request you to read a book where Japan can be able to bring in multi-trillion in 6,000 days. We are trying to find out whether it's possible for us to do it in 3,650 days. Yes. Let us do a small comparison between Japan and Tamil Nadu. The economy of Japan is something around 5.3 trillion. Population is 126 million. Number of MSME, very important point to note. They contribute for 99.7% of the economy. And the title said Ashes to Awesome. And now we are very happy. Corona is coming to an end. It's not ashes. They are much better than what Japan started. So I just made a comparison between Japan and Tamil Nadu. Interestingly, we are roughly around 350 million. And our population is 67 million. Whereas we have only 1.5 million companies contributing to the 45% of the industrial production. Which means we need to identify how the cultural traits moves up. if you really look into the cultural traits, our leadership culture is a very important. Today, India is in the leadership culture between hierarchical and top-down. Boss is always right, rule number 1. Rule number 20 says, boss is wrong, refer rule number 1. So, we are in the economy culture where it is between top-down and hierarchical. This is where we are. If you really look into where Japan is, they are predominantly hierarchical and also consensus. Now you know where we need to go about in trillion-dollar economy. We need to move ourselves from where we are to where we want to be. Consensus, very important. Investor, political government, organization, which means the mutual investments, strategic partner plus trust is a success for us. We need consensus from almost everybody. Now, what are all the challenges? And what are all the opportunities? I was trying to make them, these challenges, in 5 sectors, namely education, infrastructure, compliances. I'm very happy. My colleague is going to talk about compliances, which is the most important aspect of any of the economy. Data integration, pandemic and natural calamities. Now let us look at what is the challenges we have in education. First and foremost challenge in education is that we need practical, research-oriented educational system. When I was visiting a couple of universities in abroad, the canteen was run by the student. The bookshop was run by the student. And they are learning the business by practicing. Second challenge, we need industry-ready students. I'm very happy. In fact, Avatar, my colleague sitting here, they are really making industry ready with respect to women. But is it sufficient? We need to identify education towards 2030 target. Having said that, wow, what's an opportunity we have? Please get ready to start short-term, long-term research institution. If you have investment, if you want to start something, please start. Which can help the students towards industry ready. Second, please bring in innovation in every district. Not only in Chennai. Tamil Nadu, we have lots and lots of districts. Bring innovation. The innovation play a vital role. And a company started 8 years back, which are doing only API integration in financial sector by name Stripe, based out of San Francisco. Today, the valuation of the company is roughly around $95 billion US. Started by a couple of youngsters from Harvard and Stanford and from MIT. So what I'm trying to drive the point is that innovation among the students' community is one of the key area which has a very good opportunity for us. Next comes to infrastructure. Do we have infrastructure towards 2030? And someone said in the morning session, we have a large hostel area. This hostel area infrastructure, we need to make it up for global market. I had an opportunity to physically see the port at Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, Singapore. They can be able to clear the goods from ship in hours. I request you to read a book called The Box, one of the very interesting book, which talks about how the entire economy of transportation, economy of brought in box, BOX, very good book. So what I'm trying to say is this is the biggest challenge we have. And our hostel area is much higher. So your investment opportunity is one, infrastructure modernization. Second, maritime readiness. Third one, compliances. I'm sure we are going to definitely achieve 1 trillion in 2030 because the entire world is very conducive for that. But can we stay beyond 2030? Yes, provided we are highly ethical in compliances. And compliances play a vital role. Very tough to be an organization with 100% compliances. But once you practice, I can assure you, you'll grow automatically. So we need an ethical ecosystem. Opportunities here. One, today Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z upliftment. Today youngsters are much, much brighter than you and me. Let us accept it. So let us try to help them out. So let us give some sorts of preferences for this X, Y, Z, which means get ready for reverse mentoring. What's reverse mentoring? Your son and your daughter can mentor you better than anybody else. Listen to them. They have done a lot of homework. I know one kid was telling the teacher, "Teacher, don't waste your time. This problem has no solution." I tried out. So I request you, get ready for reverse mentoring. They can be able to give you a better choice. Now come to the third one, data integration. Transparency, which is very important, and data acquisition, big data analysis is the biggest challenge. You go mad. I know many of you would have got an experience. You take a phone for making a call. When you switch on, definitely you find a WhatsApp message, very interesting, and you go there. After some time, you realize why I took the phone. Am I right? Please remember, the entire movement of yours right from morning, you get up till you go to the bed, is being captured. And it's a big challenge. How am I going to? Which means data security, data integrity, data accessibility. What is an opportunity? Please remember, those who own data will own the future. He is God. I request you to refer the book by Harari. Homo Deus is the one who wrote Homo sapiens. and he also one who wrote 21 Lessons for 21st Century. He's a historian. He says very clearly, the person who has got the data is God. No doubt, Google is God. So, you have a very good opportunity. Collect as much data as possible. And more opportunities for business analyst, data scientist, data security expert, and data lab. These are all the opportunities. Look out for that. If you are not going to be part of this, you are missing out $1 trillion economy. Now, pandemic, unknown. And some 4 years back, we didn't know what COVID is. The challenges here is, how am I going to take care of such an uncertain unknown? Where the role of healthcare is in total very, very important. Now, having said that, opportunities here are, we can have a lot of ML, AI program, which can able to predict. US being a multiple micro environment, the environment changes 1 mile to another mile. My telephone advised me, take the umbrella up to this level, afterwards you may not require umbrella. Prediction is 100% right. So we need to bring in some system which can able to predict, where we need to get into ML, AI related. Telemedicine, healthcare at home scheme, thanks to Tamil Nadu government, home scheme. And definitely we need them. And the days are not far off, where virtual medicine, virtual doctors availability is a key for every success. And I will write it and give it to you. Medical institutions are going to be a data provider. Nothing beyond that. I request you to watch out the interesting tele-serial called Good Doctor. It's a wonderful serial from Good Doctor. I request you to watch out how much medical improvement taking place across the world. And thanks to the government, they identified excellent people who can able to be part of this economy growth towards Tamil Nadu trillion. And I'll tell you, thanks to our finance minister, who could able to make use of his alumni of MIT, get the best brain across the world. We are part of this trillion economy. And if this advisory council is not going to help us out in reaching, I tell you, even God cannot help us out. But most important here is what we can do for them rather than questioning what they are going to do for us. Which means, I love to end with Happy New Year 2022. More than that, Happy Tamil Nadu $1 trillion year 2030. Any questions, please? Thank you very much. Any questions now at present? I'm available here throughout this evening. You can reach me out in case if you want clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I take the honor to invite Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, founder and president of Avatar Group. Observing the loaded inequities in the workplace of all underrepresented talent pools, she set up Avatar, a social enterprise focusing on creating diverse, equitable, and inclusive organization. Today, she is recognized not only as having created several thousand careers for women on breaks, but also for pioneering the discipline of diversity, equity, and inclusion in Indian workplace. May I have you on stage, ma'am, to share a few words about women empowerment. Thank you.
It feels wonderful to be back here in a physical event, talking to people not out of little rectangle boxes, but actually standing in front of an audience and speaking. So thank you so much, Mr. Srinivasan of IOD, for having invited me to speak about a topic that's really, really close to my heart. I'm so glad that the speakers before me had set in place a very clear formula for what can be done to make this a reality. Tamil Nadu 1 trillion economy. And what is the board's role in it? And I was particularly impressed by the fact that we spoke in great detail about what can be done from a private equity perspective, from what can be done from growing the business by acquiring equity, what can be done to the state with regard to educational institutions, infrastructure, and so on. But the important thing that I think we have to look at is how will 1/2 of the sky contribute to this dream, $1 trillion economy? And is it possible to reach that goal without including a demographic that today is actually the majority demographic? If you look at the National Family Health Survey of 2021, which just got published a few weeks ago, it says that for every 1,000 men, there are actually 1,020 women. So women have become the dominant majority in the demographic. And the other follow-up news that also came is that the total fertility rate, TFR, of women has actually gone down, which means the replacement rate, or very roughly put, the number of children that a woman will give birth to in her lifetime has actually gone down. Now, these are both very good news in a way that we can say that the Beti Bachao campaign is actually working, because that means that women's population number has gone up, and the fact that the replacement number is going down means that contraception is working, that family planning is working, that women are not just being used as mules to go on reproducing. All of this is great news. I mean, it shows that India is on the path of development, because that's what developed nations do. They control population, they control the fertility rate, and they make sure that the number of people, or rather women, who are actually the procreators of society are well taken care of. But there is also a big challenge in this, and that challenge is the fact that if this demographic, almost 51% of the population of this wonderful country, are not being economically productive, then what does that mean? Now, if you look at the latest data, women's workforce participation rate, or women's labor force participation rate in this country is a paltry 22%. And this 22%, dear ladies and gentlemen, is not people like you and me standing in ITC Grand Chola and having wonderful conferences like this. No, these are women who are part of the entire ecosystem of India, which means they are part of the agrarian economy. They are construction workers, they are farm workers, they are laborers, they are hawkers, they are people who are every single woman in India who is contributing in some way to the economy. So that is the total, the sum total of every single woman like that is just 22%. And if you average out their earnings and you compare it to the earnings of men in this country, then the gap is really stark. Women end up earning 1/4 of the total income that men earn. Now, even that you can say is a problem because of sociological reason. Women are not conditioned, or they're not socialized to go out there and work and earn money, and it's only the boys in the family who are told, நீங்க தான் வந்து வீட்டுக்கு breadwinner, நீங்க தான் வந்து குடும்பத்தை காப்பாற்றணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி, that pressure is only there on the men, and it's not there in the women, we could say that. But the most important concern here is the women who are capable of adding to the GDP, the women who are capable of actually contributing money, the women who are very well educated. And in Tamil Nadu particularly, the gap between men's education and women's education, which means even at a primary school level, is only 8%, which means 92% of all girls in Tamil Nadu are obtaining primary and secondary education. So that's a fantastic thing for our state. But is that getting translated, this huge percentage, is it getting translated into the workplaces of our state? Sadly, no. Because this 22% which I said in India, Tamil Nadu is at a number higher than the national average. Mr. Chandrasekhar sir spoke about how Tamil Nadu is number 2 with regard to GDP in India. It's also number 2 with regard to women's workforce participation in India. It is at 30%, which is a little more than almost double the national number. But the problem there is, would that 30% be sufficient for this dream of $1 trillion economy? No, it is not sufficient. Because within that 30%, if you split it, almost 85% of that is agrarian workers. So you just have 15% of an already small 30%, which is women who can earn an average of anywhere between 2.5 to 3 lakhs per annum with regard to their salary. Now, why is this happening? And why is it something that all of us here, members of this wonderful organization, and people who have influence on boards, why should we be bothered about it? Because gender diversity is one of those accelerator factors which have actually led to tremendous development, not only from an economic perspective, but also from a corporate perspective. When you introduce gender diversity into the equation, you get many, many wonderful things that happen. When you have an organization that has gender diversity in it, that organization is able to obtain 3 big benefits. First, it is able to problem solve better, because you have multiple perspectives. Women bring their own perspective, men have their own perspectives, each one brings their journey together, and the whole aspect of problem solving gets better. The second big benefit of having a gender diverse workforce is the fact that you are actually increasing the creativity level within the workplace. New products are created. Products which really suit very different audiences are created. You have a better connect with your customers. When you have a gender diverse workforce, your customer satisfaction score is higher. And this is not just for the large, big organizations. It is for every sized organization. It is for a micro, small, medium enterprise. It is for every type of organization. You will find if you have gender diversity in your workplace, your customer satisfaction scores are better. That was the second point. The third point is, when you have gender diversity in your workplace, you create what is called as discretionary effort. Discretionary effort is when somebody goes above and beyond the call of duty. It's about, working more. It's about working better. It's about being more productive. And that happens when you have gender diversity in the workplace. So there is so much going for gender diversity. Then why are the women not there? Why do you have a paltry 16%, 17% women's workforce participation in this country? It is because women drop off. By the time a woman hits 26, 27, and yesterday we heard the news that the marriage age for women has been made 21. I'm sure you all would have seen that bit of news. Good news, no doubt. But still, if you look at our country, women get into the slog years of childbearing and child rearing when they are around 27, 28. That's when the society also puts pressure on them to get married, and then, also pressure on them to have children. And that is the time when they are also working, they are also running, alongside of the men whom they graduated with, and they are wanting to hit those targets, they are wanting to hit those promotions. But then what happens is, this entire thing of 3 M's, marriage, maternity, and lack of mobility, these 3 things come together and they derail women's careers. I mean, women take breaks for all the right reasons, right? They're taking a break because they want to be a good mother. They take a break because they want to follow their itinerant husband when he has got posted in some other city. They take a break because they want to actually contribute to the family, because invariably, when you have an elderly parent at home, the caregiving responsibility is the woman's. Yes, this is the fact. So the truth is that women are pillars of the society, and we don't want to change that. But we want to give them opportunities to come back after the workplace, after the break. And that is where, as a state, Tamil Nadu is not doing greatly. And I say this because I run an organization called Avatar. You could look us up, www.avtarinc.com, avatarinc.com. That is the organization that I run. And we conduct every year a survey called the Working Mother and Avatar Best Companies for Women in India. And we do an aggregation of what each company does, which is a great employer for women. What do they really do? Some of these fantastic companies for women, they do very simple things. 5 things I can tell you. First of all, they have advertisements, job advertisements, which are inclusive, which are not gender stereotypical. It's an advertisement that would appeal to both men and women. That is the first thing they do. The second thing is, they allow women to return after a break. The break is not held against the woman. You don't look at her resume and you say, oh my God, you have taken 4 years break. What did you do during the break? She was a mother. That is what she did during the break. And if you keep asking her, you're not going to help her to return into the workplace. So the second thing is, allow more women to enter into the workplace. That's what best companies for women in India do. The third thing they do is they create male allies. Today I see in this audience, obviously women are in the minority, and this minority status is not only there at mid-level, it is there at a CXO level, it is there in the board level. Boards are very lonely places for women. You don't find many women in the boards at all. And the reason for that is because you don't have enough women climbing through the hierarchy. So where will you find women on the boards? They only have to be the wives of, the respective founders. Only those women are on the boards. So if you want women to actually be there, not only in boards, but in any company, and you want to be a best company for women in India, then you will have to create male allies. And male allies are people who actually support and sponsor women, who mentor women, who help them through these tough times and actually help them to go and grow into greater leadership positions. The fourth thing that such companies do is they have very regular, non-conscious bias training sessions. Am I having a non-conscious bias towards women? Do I, somewhere at the bottom of my mind, believe that women's role is actually only in the kitchen? And do I kind of, exhibit it even in the workplace, where all of us are standing around and there is a cake cutting happening, everybody looks at the woman to actually bring the knife and apportion the cake? Are we looking at a woman when there is notes to be taken because we somehow believe she is the secretary, even if she was the vice president of the company, to take down notes. These are non-conscious bias behavior. So best companies for women in India actually look at how can we weed out these non-conscious biases. Can we have regular training programs? And they do that. And the fifth point that companies do is they provide flexible working for women. Flexible working, as you know, is the oxygen of women's careers. And more than any organization, even more than Avatar, and Avatar pioneered the concept of second careers for women in the year 2005, and till date, we have placed 75,000 women, second career women, back into the workplaces. Even we did not do so much for flexibility as a little virus did. COVID ensured that all workplaces by default became flexible. COVID ensured that by default, you had to have a remote working opportunity in your workplace. COVID ensured that whether you like it or not, you will have to have work from home becoming the norm. So today we have this opportunity. There are businesses like Ola Scooters in Hosur, like Titan, like several other companies, Ashok Leyland, like, several textile mills in Coimbatore, several leather factories, which are women majority. And what we must do in this state is to actually look at those businesses and see how we can replicate that model. And we at Avatar are willing to do everything to help our state become number one in women's workforce participation. And we can do that if we are able to come together as a fraternity here, as board members who are able to influence your organization's policies. By being an independent director on a board, would you be able to influence your organization's policies to increase women's workforce participation? If that can be done, then the opportunity for India is $777 billion. And you can imagine what that means for a state like Tamil Nadu. So with those words, I'd like to thank Mr. Srinivasan once again for having given me this opportunity. We drove down from Pondicherry, where I had to go because my parents lived there and my mother was there and she was a little unwell. But I believe I had to be called in because another speaker couldn't make it. But I'm so glad that I got this opportunity, and I hope it has been thought-provoking for you to ensure that if we are to look at this dream, it is impossible. Let me tell you, it is impossible if you do not include women into the equation. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for these enlightening words. Before moving on to the next speaker, I request the guests to collect your goodies after the valedictory function. Thank you. Now I invite Mr. Sanjay Mehta, a commerce and law graduate with a management degree, New York, USA, in finance and investment, large infrastructure and real property transaction, special economic zone, merchant banking, financial risk structuring and management, member of Bar Association of India, Madras High Court Advocate Association, Vice Chairman, Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and represents the firm of board of various multinational companies. May I have you on dais, sir, please?
Good afternoon. Very inspiring speech. The previous speaker spoke, so I think half of my work was done. She woke all of us up after a good lunch. So, I hope you'll be a good audience to me. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is to talk about the defense corridor which the state has and how that can contribute to the $1 trillion economy. So, could I have the slide, please? Okay, till it comes. Thankful to the Institute of Directors and my firm for giving me this opportunity to present my views on how the defense corridor in Tamil Nadu can contribute to the wish list of our Honorable Chief Minister in making Tamil Nadu a $1 trillion economy. This would not only make the state the most preferred place for investments in South Asia, but also the first stop of investments in India. Very recently, about a week back, magazine India Today rated Tamil Nadu again as the #1 state, as the overall best performing state in large states, big states in India. Tamil Nadu has been constantly ranked as #1 for past 4 years. And what stood in good stead for us was the good health of our state. Many speakers before told me that, while the economy during the pandemic, the whole Indian economy shrunk, our economy did not shrink. That's because our state had a good health and we had a good ecosystem to work on this. In pursuit of this $1 trillion goal, the state has set up a good advisory council. I mean, my previous speaker did put up the names and the photos of those people. They're all world-renowned economists, and he made a statement that, if those guys can't deliver it, none of them can. So it is us now, we have to support them to see how we can contribute and what we should do to get that $1 trillion economy. Okay? We personally feel that the Tamil Nadu Defense Corridor, announced sometime in 2019, is one of those specific tech sectors which can immensely contribute to this goal. We have a very personal interest, when I say we, it's my firm and me, who have a very personal interest in this corridor because our firm was instrumental in conceptualizing this corridor. We started off as working for something called a defense cluster itself, that we should have a cluster which will work on supplying to the defense forces. But then it morphed into something different, and that is what we see on the screen, which is the first defense corridor in the country. It has 5 distinct nodes, and it all started when when partners of our had a meeting with the then Defense Minister, Mr. Arun Jaitley. Then it continued when Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman came on board. And I think the icing of the cake was when Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman became the finance minister. She allocated specific funds in her budget for this corridor. So that gave the flip to the entire corridor. Now, while this was the first corridor in the country, a similar corridor has been set up in Uttar Pradesh on the similar lines, but that has a different political connotation to what we have. Ours is more industry-driven. Okay, so if you take a look at the corridor on the screens, you'll see that the contours of the corridor were laid, keeping 2 things in mind. One is we should leverage our existing manufacturing capabilities in the state instead of just reinventing the wheel of setting up afresh. And 2, it should adhere to the Dravidian policy of inclusive growth. It is just not looking at one area or one specific region, but if you look at it, a good part of almost 50% of our state is getting covered through this corridor. Okay? Research has shown that hubs are not created but emerge in favorable circumstances, in presence of conducive social, political, economical environments which offer security and certainty to business. These are the 2 things which business looks. Rest, they will bring on their own. Tamil Nadu, being a natural brown corridor, has an already existing MSME base, which typically attracts the OEMs to come and set up operations in the state. Research shows that the OEMs are not attracted because you give them free land, or you give them tax benefits, or you give them freebies. They come because of the existing MSME ecosystem prevalent in a region, the potential to get good and well-trained manpower to run their factories, overall good infrastructure and logistics connectivity, and to attract, importantly, the good workforce, we need good educational institutions in the close vicinity of these hubs, good lifestyle, and of course, good entertainment. Because if you're slogging and working those 5 or 6 days during the weekend, you need me time, you need to cool off, you need to entertain, you need to take your family out. So it is just not a good work area or a good office environment. Even post-office, how and what you can do attracts investment. And incidentally, the Tamil Nadu Defense Corridor has all of these things. Let's take a brief look at each of these nodes which form part of this corridor. Chennai is actually a cluster of clusters. We have the old Avdi, Ambattur, Gindi, Gumdipundi manufacturing clusters. Then you have the new Sri Perambuttur, Irangattukottai, Oragadam, Maraimalai Nagar, all these clusters which are all working. So just in one city, you have multiple clusters doing multiple things. All these clusters have their own MSME setup which feeds into those large OEMs working in these clusters. We have a good international airport. There's a talk of having another airport. We have 2 good seaports, well-connected seaports, and of course, a lot of educational institutions in and around Chennai. Let's move to Trichy. Trichy is a major engineering equipment manufacturing and fabrication hub with that high-pressure boiler manufacturing plant of Bale, along with its another 2,500 MSMEs, its vendor base. The Ordnance Factory Board, which manufactures a lot of weapons already in Trichy, including, the rifles, the grenades, the Trichy assault rifle, which is famous for the fin stabilizer, armor-piercing sabrets, which use a lot of kinetic energy to pierce armors and tanks. They're all getting manufactured in Trichy. So we have an existing ecosystem there. Plus, Trichy is pioneer in manufacturing or dealing with tungsten, heavy alloys, which are all again used in defense. Trichy has earned its name for fabrication and machining. One of the unique advantages of Trichy is that it uses state-of-the-art tooling and technologies for its MSMEs, at MSME levels, which specializes in laser cutting of tungsten, other special alloys, which are all used in defense manufacturing. Let's move to Coimbatore. Coimbatore is a hub of foundries, metallurgy, forging, casting, boasts a presence of almost about 45,000 big and small factories. 4 economic zones within the city, specific institutions which are training for defense and defense research. PSG College, Amrita Universities, there are others who have started new courses there. Incidentally, LMW and Boeing both have set up their skill development centers in Coimbatore to provide the proper manpower support, both in aerospace and defense industry. Moving to Salem, Salem has a lot of mineral deposits, steel plants, and one of the local companies there, Crown Group, has signed up an MOU with TIDCO to set up what we call the first indigenous maintenance, repair, and overall facility for military aircrafts and equipments. They're coming up with drone testing facilities. They're coming up with, other training academies for pilots, for retraining professional pilots. So this is the technical part of Salem, but Salem is again known for its textile industries. It's known for its special fabrics which come out of textiles, which are used in defense clothing, which are used in parachutes, which are used in, a lot of other special fabrics which are used by our special forces in really extreme conditions, when you're manning the borders in the desert regions. The soldier doesn't get to take a wash for 4 or 5-6 days. So there's sweat, there's a lot of things which happen. So they have special fabrics which avoid formation of bacteria, which avoids formation of fungus, which can absorb that sweat. So those are those special fabrics which get manufactured in these places. Hosur, the last hub, again, it has a large automotive industry and a lot of major players there, almost about 700 plus MSMEs working in there. A lot of precision engineering happening there. Large automotive part manufacturers already have their manufacturing facilities there. They are developing, private industrial parks are developing specific defense corridors or defense manufacturing facilities in Hosur. Technically, what Sri City does to Chennai, Hosur does to Bangalore. So these are those 5 nodes where we see tremendous investments which are going to happen, and that would kind of a great extent contribute to this 1 trillion economy. As I was saying, as the economy grows, defense spending goes up, and as the defense spending increases, there is a lot of need for indigenization, and indigenization brings in R&D. R&D requires support from educational institutions. When you have good educational institutions in and around to do your R&D, it automatically attracts students to those places. So if you see, this is a self-propelling engine which kind of attracts students to come and work because there are good universities. Since there are good universities, you get to do a lot of R&D. Since there's a lot of R&D happening, companies are willing to invest and promote their R&D activities here. So this is what this corridor is going to self-propel in itself. Additionally, defense is just not armaments, explosion, missiles, bombs. It has a lot of other things to it. There's logistics, there's special automobile activities. As I told you, there's textiles. There is food processing, special food processing required for those armed forces. Special footwear to be used in different terrains. Special kind of constructions which happen. Telecommunications and optics which are used in defense. So all these also form part of this defense corridor. So it's just not bombs and missiles, but a lot of other support industries which come into this. And in defense, it is not about quantity. It is always about quality. So when you see other manufacturing setups or investments coming in, they look at quantity. So like, how many cars am I going to sell? How many vehicles am I going to produce? How many am I going to set up? But here in defense, it is never quality, it is never quantity, it is quality. I may buy just one hot plate, a basic hot plate of, let's say, the hot plate which we use in our homes. I may just buy that one, and I'm willing to pay 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs for it. But the only condition is, it cannot fail for at least next 25 years. Once I put it in a warship, or once I put it in a submarine, it cannot fail for the next 25 years. Whereas the hot plate which we use in our homes cost 4,000 or 5,000 bucks, 3 years, 4 years, it conks off, we either get it repaired or we buy a new one. But the hot plate which I supply to the defense guys, which goes either into the warship or into submarine, cannot fail for next 25 to 30 years. So that is the kind of quality they are looking at, and do not expect quantity at all. So once an industry starts supplying to these kind of quality issues, or when you start catering to these things, the overall perception of what kind of products to be dealt, what kind of products to be produced goes up. The overall value for the company which is making this goes up because they are looking at good quality products. So let's take back the same example of this hot plate. So if this is something called a dual-use technology where it is used in defense as well as in our domestic industry or domestic life. So if I start making such good quality hot plates, it is inevitable that I will start making the same good quality hot plates for my day-to-day use. So eventually, even the general public gets a better quality product. So this is how defense not only kind of, brings in not only brings in a better quality for us, but it eventually kind of gets a better value for the company which is supplying and brings in an overall better to the economy. Let me give another example of South Australia. It is one state in the southern central part of Australia called South Australia. In South Australia, the manufacturing industry played an important role. It generated 11.7% of the state's gross produce and also played a large part in exports. As usual, automotive manufacturing was almost forming 44% of that economy's contribution. Unfortunately, sometime in 12-13, like what we faced last year where Ford decided to walk out of Tamil Nadu, large automobile companies, including Ford, Toyota, and Holden, decided that they will stop manufacturing in that state. Actually, they stopped manufacturing in Australia. They said it did not make sense. The market was small. Manufacturing it there did not make sense. We'll have better logistics. We'll be able to move the cars there, export it from other countries, but we will not manufacture. This meant that almost about 20,000 employees of that state who were employed directly and indirectly in the car making industry would need to find new employment. Since the industry contributed almost 2% to the GDP of that state, the government immediately decided to invest $17.5 million Australian dollars in funding boost to help the Southeast Australian manufacturing businesses to transition to make naval ships and submarines. So following this incentive, there was a whole shift. The guys who were manufacturing cars started looking at manufacturing defense equipments, ships, submarines. So they were able to protect the employment, they were able to protect their jobs, they were able to protect their economy. Yes, they had to refurbish and rejig many of those things, but it was not hard because they were already manufacturing a lot of things for automobile industry. So that eventually contributed almost about 5% to their economy. And they also came up with something called as an business transformation voucher. Since you did not have money in the system, they came up with vouchers where if I had to use your services for something, if we are part of this whole ecosystem, something similar to a barter system where if I had to use some services of yours and I couldn't pay, I will give you vouchers. Those vouchers were tradable. So if you had taken services from some other person and you're not able to pay, you give those vouchers. So eventually, the government stood guarantee to make payment for those vouchers, and that's how without having actual money into the system, they were able to help each other within that. Okay? So the point I'm trying to make is, yes, we are also going through this whole process of, a couple of our large industries are getting closed, or they've decided that they're going to move out. But if we look at this corridor and see how best we can work and look at it, we will be able to save our jobs, we will be able to save our economy, at the same time contribute to this wish list of our Chief Minister. Traditionally, again, most of these OEMs are focusing on, getting into higher mobility. When I say higher mobility, it is getting into EVs, getting into driverless cars, getting into, autonomous vehicles and everything. These are the same things again required for the defenses. Yes, they also need driverless vehicles so that it can go up to those dangerous areas in the border to check if something is happening. If there are driverless, again, vehicles, it can go over through those minefields so that, in a worst case scenario, if something blows up, there is no loss of life. So these are the same things which are again required in defense. So if you're already part of a manufacturing ecosystem for automobiles, little bit more, if you could extend, it could help you in also supplying to the defense sector. So in conclusion, the defense corridor, I personally feel, has bring in a lot of other services along with it, testing centers, documentation centers, and all those things will fall in. But I personally feel, and my firm personally feels that, this corridor itself can contribute, if not 30, 40, at least 25% to this trillion-dollar economy, which our state is looking forward to. With that, I kind of stop my presentation or my talk and open to any questions now or later. And since we were instrumental in conceptualizing this this corridor, we are still working with the Defense Ministry. We're still working with other players in this sector who will be investing in this. I'll be happy to take questions from you. Yes, please.
Or the more higher quality version for the defense use. Normal business production logic is based on continuity of production, continuity of the sales cycle by replacement or a preferred expiry of date. That means a guy who produces this hot plate for $4,000 knows 3 years down the line he is going to have either the same customer walk in or a similar product will be available for sale because it's going to expire. Now, having been used to that sort of business strategizing, how are we going to get our investors' mindset, the entrepreneur's mindset change to producing something that's not going to be repeat sale for another 25 years? So while my realization goes from 4,000 to 2 lakhs, but then is it going to sort of offset a lack of sale for the next, for 4 years, it's about a 6 turnover cycle, that sort of mindset change, do you see a challenge there?
Yes, it is. It's a very valid point. And let me add a further twist to it. Will I be available after 25 years? Will I survive after 25 years? Is another analogy to this. Is like I've been supplying hot plates for the past 10, 12 years. I change my business and move out. So will I be able to do that? So to answer that question is, yes, we need to change. We need to change because once I start supplying that one hot plate which will not fail for 25 years, There's a lot of technology which has gone in there. There are a lot of redundancies which have gone in there. So once I start looking at that, and even if 10 or 15% of that spills over to my regular 4,000 or 5,000 rupee hot plate, my value goes up because I'm able to give a good quality hot plate to you. I'll be able to charge a premium. So if that quality hot plate cost me, that transition of whatever that know-how I had of 15% and 20% to an ordinary hot plate, and that transition cost me, let's say, another 2,000 bucks, I am not going to sell it for 6,000. I may sell it for 9,000 or 10,000, and if I'm able to prove that, hey, this will stay long, and I have built my reputation and brand saying that this is something which will stay long, people will come and buy and will pay me that 10,000 instead of just paying me 4,000. So yes, consciously, if you're looking at supplying for defense, as I told you, I kind of reiterated twice or thrice, it is not quantity, it is quality. So you have to look at it. So once I start focusing on quality, my overall perspective changes. I am no more in the mass market. I am no more looking at cheap Chinese imports to bring in and trade. I am looking at doing it myself. I am looking at having my own R&D to see how I can further improve this, and that is where I am for a long run, long haul. I am not for a short duration, quick trader where I've just imported something cheaply from somewhere and I'm selling. So did that answer your question? Anything else? Any other question? Good. I'm still available, and if anyone needs me, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I call upon Mr. Sundaresan, sir, to share a few words.
Good evening to all of you. In fact, I should have wished good morning, but that's okay. I've been waiting since morning for this opportunity, but that's okay. After hearing Aishwarya Rajesh, who really gives you goosebumps, let me share for those few women who are still there, boardrooms don't treat you so shabbily. I mean, if at all there is something in your mind saying that, oh my God, women are treated very badly, no. But at the same time, empowered women are those who speak for themselves, which is the case of my friend Sagarika, who was on board of a listed company, and when one of the board directors just looked up and said, can you fetch me a coffee? She said, go and take it yourself. I mean, that's full stop, right? I mean, the next time somebody dare not ask a woman to get coffee for them inside a boardroom. The other point what I'm trying to emphasize is our own IOD. If you see Chennai chapter, we have Sundari, who is just joined as regional manager. It looks like, in a short while it will be all women who is going to run this lovely chapter for us in the coming years. I mean, Cynthia and Sundari and all that. So what she spoke made lot of sense, and lot of, there was inspirational stories out there for women. And when I'm going to speak to you on board, I mean, I'm coming only from a board angle. I have nothing else. And I've been training boards for IOD since 2006, and that is why you see me here talking to you. First, let me tell you, of course, Chandrasekhar stole my point, that's okay, which is a 1 trillion economy, right? Which is working out about 70 lakh crores. And if I had to use our Rajinikanth's language, I would say jujobi, right? I mean, we will get there. Because today's rate, top 10 rich people in the world already are doing about 1/7 of what Tamil Nadu is planning, right? And trust me, I mean, what you should also see from your perspective is, in 2030, if a 500 rupee note slips out of your wallet, nobody's going to pick it up. Money will be trash, right? I mean, what are you even talking? When you're talking about 5 trillion by Mr. Modi and 1 trillion here, and with whatever good things which is happening to China, or sorry, bad things happening to China, these are all small numbers. Trust me, friends, you will still achieve it. But, the big question is, whether as a government and as a board, am I going to do responsible business? Have you ever thought about this? 75 years of independence, we have only brought in trash. Now, sorry, my previous speaker spoke about a plate. Have you written a manual in your company how you will destroy that plate, who will destroy the plate, when you have to destroy the plate, where you have to destroy the plate? So cars are manufactured, bikes are manufactured, people have done business over the period of 75 years, but there is no company in the world which has written a manual how to dispose of that in the end. Are you getting it? So, sensibly doing business, responsibly doing business, sustainable business, today's kid I am so proud of. When they go out and check out the millet packet, the first thing is there a milk content? Next is, how do you dispose of that sachet which you are going to consume after eating the millet? These are the questions the 20-year-old is talking to me. So please, I mean, there is nothing called wise people inside boards and all that. Gone are those days, so please don't, I mean, all of us are in that league. So 50 plus, pardon me. I mean, don't think that we are wise, because no. We have not created a manual which would ever say how I will destroy that product, whether it is a car or whether it is a truck, or today look at the corruption which is happening in space, my dear friends. Space is going to be the most expensive thing in years to come. No. I'm not talking about the Elon Musk space. I'm talking about space. Means space for us, right? Gone are those days when we had one single TV. Today every room has a TV. Fine. Where is the TV manufacturer told you where to put the TV out? So we are all getting there is very easy, my dear friends. It's just numbers. You just need 10 rich people to bring the money back into the country, which is happening in the form of Paytms and Flipkarts and all the startup. Look at this. When I grew up, profit was the norm inside the boardroom. Today, loss is the norm. The highest loss that you make is what fetches you the best stock market prices. Crazy, throw all management books into the bin. You'd rewrite accounts. You'd rewrite management, right? Trust me, next Flipkart is coming. Zomato, I mean, all these guys, Zomato is over, Nykaa is over, Paytm is over. In 38 unicorns in the country, all the unicorns need an exit, and all the unicorns put together must be about 1 lakh crore loss, which will get listed and they will exit. Okay. Now, since I do not have too much of time, what I will do is I'll leave you with some, I love this song, Moonraithil and Moochiruk. This is sung by MGR, not knowing that till our current Chief Minister, everybody will have only Moonraithil, which is from MGR to MKS, TMS to SPB. You take any of these, I mean, TVS to VST, So we have all this, and in corporate also you have a lot of this jargons. I'm only touching about the 3 letters, okay? So coming from an ECG background, ethics, compliance and governance, let me give you a few pointers on where this whole trillion economy is heading to and how you as board members, as companies should look at how responsibly can I do business. The first question on the board table should be for E is environment. Don't get into a business which is going to mess around with the environment, which is not going to allow us to breathe in 2050. Not worth it, please chuck it, throw it in the bin, the idea. I'm being very open here because as boards, if you don't sit and try to deliberate on issues, what you need to do, there's no point earning money. CSR is the biggest scam. Sorry, I generally try to speak from my mind because 98% profit, you pocket it inside your system, 2% you give it back like some beggars, you know. I mean, what will you do with 2%? 14,000, 15,000 crores per year as against $1 trillion, I mean, whatever is the money that these guys are earning. India fully put together is only giving back 15,000 crores. That is not CSR. CSR is, am I polluting this business, the world, the environment, E. Then next best thing on E will be, which again Chandrasekhar touched, ethics. Now that is going to play a very important role, my dear friends, inside boardroom. Today's generation is completely different. Why am I saying this? Because I keep working with only 20-year-olds and I know where this whole system is heading. Okay. The emerging thing which Mr. Mahalingam had touched, ESG. We just had day before yesterday IOD Bangalore chapter, for which on the Executive Council I'm there. We organized one mega event on ESG, and trust me, if at all you are going to get into some business, your ESG score is what is going to get you money. So 3 things on E. Now on C, climate. That too you have seen Chennai, how, of course I was born in Chennai but I live out of Bangalore, but I know how the suffering is in the last at least 5 years, from 2015, 7 years actually. It's becoming worse and worse day by day. So understand, if your business is something which is going to affect the climate, drop it. I don't want to take names of some reputed organizations which went into mining. When you know that you are an ethically run business, how will you even take up mining as your business? Why do you need that extra money? When you know you are one of the most ethical businesses in the country, why will you get into telecom industry? When you know the telecom industry is full of corruption, or was, or whatever, 2G scam or whatever. So why did you go? So friends, the board sitting inside these companies have to evaluate, am I going to get into problems at a later date or not? It's very important. The second C which I am talking about is culture. I think this is going to come and bite us very badly, because please understand, today there is something called stakeholder culture, gone on your employee and all that. It is customer culture, vendor culture, because if a Swiggy delivery boy behaves badly, your share prices drop or your valuation drops 1%. So it's a customer's culture, the delivery person's culture, which is going to play a very, very important role in the coming times. The next is C, compliance. This also I think Chandrasekhar covered it, of course briefly, but coming from a compliance background, I have to tell you, because compliance is going to eat you off. Please understand, India is going great guns. Our country is moving the way US is already there. Please understand, gone are those days when your company used to get penalized for 100 rupees and 500 rupees and 1000 rupees. Now the penalties are all running into lakhs. Now what the government says is very simple. Fear is the key to compliance. If you don't comply, this is what is a penalty. I think the best way our country has shaped up is, from fine they have moved into a penalty regime, which means penalty goes directly into the system. Fantastic, no imprisonment. I will not imprison you, but you pay so much of penalty that it will hurt you. Next, G. Let's look at 3 pointers on G. The first one is gender. Of course, after what Aishwarya Rajesh has spoken, I don't want to get into that. And she has given statistics so beautifully. And if you are looking at a business, I think your models are going to change. I think there's going to be so much of disruption in the gender equation that you are going to come across. Now here my simple takeaway is, protect that gender. And whichever gender, protect the gender. That is doing business responsibly. Next is global. Now there is nothing desi. My dear friends, please understand this state, forget state, pan-India, forget it. Now it's all global. Anything that you are looking at, whether it is, if you can sell it in Chennai, are you selling it at even Boston in the US? The reach of your products is going to be a big challenge. At the same time, that's going to get you a lot of money. So everything is going to be looked at from a global perspective. Next, very important is the geopolitical. Now this is what you need to all figure out, because we have just started. The China war or whatever, because of the COVID, we have just started. So trade wars, as I call, trade wars will become a big thing in future. So that will become a challenge, but at the same time you need to know which country you need to do business and where you can make money and how you can protect your investment. Very, very important. Dear friends, I mean, of course I can go on and on all this. Earlier, if you think Mauritius was the hub, now Mauritius is no longer the hub. Everybody have moved to Singapore. This is for tax havens, as they call that. Okay. Earlier, if you thought Dubai is something important, today they may look at Cayman Islands. So it is such a dynamic thing. It is changing everyday basis. Keep your eyes and ears open. So geopolitical is something which is very, very important. So these are certain things which I wanted to tell you. So a recap is environment, ethics, ESG. Then we have climate, culture, compliance. Then we have gender, global, and geopolitical. So these are some of the things that are going to stare in front of boards in the coming years, at least from a investment point of view, where you need to be careful if you're sitting inside boards, if you're clearing projects, and ask this question very carefully, my dear friends, again and again. Whatever be your product, am I going to harm the society? Now, please, for heaven's sake, we have all heard about those drinks, beverages, which have spoiled people, right? But that company has earned millions, right? So, will you feed a kid, something that's going to hurt the kid and still feel good that you have a 30% margin on the product? So, with that, I will leave my thoughts with you, because this is, of course, something which came unexpected, so I was just trying to prepare some notes this morning. So these are some of the challenges that boards are going to get in or face in the coming years because of these investments. Trust me, again, before I close, this is jujube. I'm telling you, these numbers are all small numbers. India will achieve it. But how you achieve it is what we all need to wake up, at least leave this earth for the next generation, because already space is becoming crowded, and you are seeing Elon Musk, how they are, like our Diwali rockets, just time pass rockets are going up and down. Tell me one thing, I will leave you with this, I'm not frightening you because that's my USP actually. One day, 2030, suddenly the space opens up and you don't know which building is going to get destroyed by the debris. What would you do? Where will you run? Serious. Sky is going to explode, right? Understand, friends, this world has used the 5 elements. Out of 5 elements, 4 elements is gone, which is your earth, Agni, wind. Only Akash was there, which is space. And nature's fury, we have seen what it is. We are sending too many things up in the space. What if things starts falling from space? Where are you going to stand and catch those debris? Okay, with that I close my session. Any questions? Happy to take. Otherwise, Google me. You will get me. Sundareshan Jayamurthy is my full name. Google me. You will get me. Send me a mail. I'll more than happy to answer. Thank you so much. Thank you, Srinivasan, for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. Arun, Director Manufacturing at Nippon Paints India, a chemical engineer with more than 25 years of experience in painting and coating industry, skilled in manufacturing, process engineering, ISO standards, team management, and product development TPM. May I invite you, sir?
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for inviting me, and I'll have a very short speech. We'll just have a video of the green initiatives. It's going to be a green initiative, which is what we are going to see now. From the morning, we have been seeing a lot on banking sector and also on healthcare, etc. I think this is the one which we are going to talk about, manufacturing process. And it has been a great day today, and especially the second half has been on the fire. I think everybody has been telling great things. Madam was so good talking about the women empowerment, and the last speaker, sir, was absolutely fantastic on what he was talking, and he touched upon a lot of points. So I just request the team to play the video of Nippon Paint. Excuse me.
We live in a world where eco-friendliness has become the order of the day. Today, looking out for the environment is as important as creating products that make life better for the consumer. And while many companies are switching to processes that reduce their impact on the environment, it gives us pride to say that Nippon Paint has been way ahead of the curve in this regard. In fact, we are the only company with both Green Co and Green Pro certification.
The first process or the first certification what IGBC promoted was Green Co, which was basically making the manufacturing process completely green. So we were the first paint company to latch on to that and get our manufacturing process green. That's what we call it as Green Co. And now today we are a gold certified Green Co company, wherein the complete manufacturing process is green. Immediately IGBC promoted Green Pro concept, which is basically to certify the building products to be as green. Any product of Nippon you buy, it's a green product. I invite all of you to this wonderful factory.
So how do we do this? To find out, let's take a look at where all the magic happens. The Nippon Paint state-of-the-art facility in Sri Perumbudur manufactures high-quality products every single day. But the focus is also on using cutting-edge, nature-friendly processes that benefit the community. First up is smart usage of electricity. The factory employs a number of techniques in this regard.
This plant is having entire natural lighting. What all the translucent sheets which you see on the top helps us to have this plant without any electric light during the working time. To ensure that there is a lot of energy reduction, all the equipments are fitted with variable frequency drives. All our utilities are modern equipments so that the power consumed is the lowest.
With the power saved using natural resources, we could easily run a house for an entire month. Talk about smart savings. No green process is complete without a water conservation strategy. And the Nippon Paint facility has a solid process in place for this. Today, Nippon Paint has pioneered and continues to pioneer innovation in green technology and products. Nippon Paint products are low VOC, readily biodegradable, easy to handle, so what the customer gets is paint that is free of lead and chrome. Nippon Paint is one of the first paint brands to have this unique feature, putting us way ahead of the curve in terms of product innovation. So the products coming out of the Chennai facility are the same quality as the ones coming out of Japan. By purchasing Nippon Paint products, not only are you giving your home the best possible painting solution, you are also being part of a green movement that is making a difference to people's lives. The bottom line is, no matter which color you choose, with Nippon Paint, you'll always be going green.
This is exactly what the topic I'm touching is the green revolution. So about this group, yes, we have 82 factories in around 18 countries. This plant in Chennai is the state-of-art plant which was established in the year 2007. And this is the first greenfield project of Nippon Paint in India. So as you would see, why we were talking about this is when we were talking about all this 1 trillion economy and how do we go ahead. A green process is something which is very, very important, which is very sustainable. By adopting a lot of green practices through these last 5 years, we could have saved at least 30 to 40% of our energy consumption. The specific water consumption, our plant is a very highly water demand plant. The specific water consumption reduced by around 16 to 17%, and there is a 30% reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. So these points, practicing this green principles help us to improve the entire product. And the sir touched upon the life cycle. Yes, when you're a green company, we have a life cycle assessment also. The end of the life of the product is also taken care because a green company talks about a cradle to cradle approach. So I'm not taking a lot of time, but what I would say is in this sort of conference where we are talking about a 1 trillion economy and profitability, etc., being green makes a business sense. That's what I want to touch upon, and I would like to thank everybody for being here and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I call upon Mr. Manoj Babu S., Managing Director, Entos Deep West Solution Private Limited, to give us a short speech. Thank you.
Thank you, IOD, for the wonderful opportunity. We are all in the business to make a profit, but business should serve a greater need. Business can be profitable as well as honorable and noble. As business people, we can make a difference in communities and individual lives. The true foundation of success rests in an organization's culture. Remember, culture eats strategy for breakfast. Core values help to establish the right culture. It's never too late to be thinking about our own core values. Here is how the core values help to build a culture which will constantly inspire for a $1 trillion economy and why they are so important to us. Next slide. This is one of the organizations which has been following these core principles. And now what it is doing is about 17.8 billion business it has done last 12 months. This is just by helping each other they have done. This is the quantity of business they have done. And the core philosophy is what they follow is givers gain. Givers gain is not only a great way to get business, it is even a better way to do business. This should be the foremost important principal core value in our organization and society in large. Giving has many cultural and legal differences around the world. In some cultures, giving is seen negatively, yet it is a positive force in society, and that this can be applied in every business, regardless of location or culture. What is important in acts of giving is our motivation. Here is a list of motivations that fit with the philosophy of givers gain and helps us maintain mental clarity around our motivations, what we give. We give because we understand that in our community, what we do, others will do, and we all benefit. We give because we know that in the same situations, others would do the same for us. We give because we want to give back where we have profited before. We give because when we work together, we get bigger and better results than working on our own. We give because we enjoy it. Having ethical motivation is key to giving. You can always give once and justify your motivation. But giving over and over again requires a motivation that is understood not only by you, but also by the people you surround yourself with. Adopting one or more motivations above will help stay grounded to your motivation. Here are some examples of where giving brings change in lives. Damodaran runs a fantastic printing business. He offers brilliant solutions, greater value, and delivers when he says he will, if never before he will deliver it off. If you ever try to pay him some compliments, he will offer a sheepish smile and explain, that's my job. Just upon his road, there is a big independent hotel where he served the customer in the most dire need of him. The customer offered him a couple of lunch. Then he said, no sir, I'll do one thing. I have one of my friend. I will bring him to you. You can discuss with him. And that friend, Sampath, once he has asked that he want to connect with him, and he reached over there, and he also did a good job. The advantages, the introduction was made, business was done, and both Damodaran's clients are happy. This is one of the example of giver's gain. In the true spirit of giving, the additional revenue has allowed Sampath to take a larger projects, which Damodaran now prints for. The local subcontractors who are used on these projects has increased revenue and now come to Damodaran when they are in need of these products. And due to the quality of his work and products, they become ambassadors and referrers for his business. Damodaran is selfless, humble, and wonderful human being because he embraces the principle of giver's gain. The cycle of giving continues to benefit him and those around him. Acts of giving changes lives. Acts of giving can be powerful in business regardless of the size. We can give many things. Here is a list of types of giving that makes a real impact in the business community. Give a referral opportunity between two other businesses you know. Maybe a supplier of yours and a client of yours. Give mentoring to a business that needs your expertise. Give your knowledge to local business groups. Give a local education and youth community groups. Give to the elders of the community. All of this giving activity is part of an ecosystem that will come back and benefit you and those you care about in a positive way. You chose how to practice giver's gain that is right for your business. Once you make a commitment to using the power of giver's gain to fuel your business, success will follow. The more this happens, then the more energy can be given to the important global social concerns such as climate change and sustainability of our planet. Infinite giving allows us to focus on the bigger picture. The bigger picture is living in the world of plenty where resourceful are plentiful, and the struggle of life is not against each other, rather it is against scarcity and suffering. The next core value is building relationships. Building relationships is all about building positive, strong relationships. It is never an accomplished task. It is an ongoing process. It helps truly to care the people. It is a basic trait in relationship that people will not bother how much you know about him, but loves and extends intimacy for how much you care about him. And the third one is lifelong learning. Immersed in a culture of learning, the more success our entrepreneurs will be. More education and learning leads to greater engagement and more successful networking. We stop our learning once we complete our graduations. Once my coach asked me, "You are thinking like an operational man, think like a leader." Meaning a leader thinks ahead. If a leader needs to think ahead, he requires immense learning, and it is a continuous process. What we learn today will become yesterday's knowledge. Only continuous learning will help us to face the future. Today we are understanding that we have the understanding of nanos of the technology, but our understanding has to move towards nano of tomorrow, because our great-grandchildren will be thinking on that lines. Learning helps us protect our future and our great-grandchildren also. The fourth one is tradition plus innovation. The value may at first seem counterintuitive, but as the Apple example proves, it is the secret of success for contemporary businesses. Our traditions lay the foundations to who we are by showing where we came from. However, we must always be leading with innovation to stay current. This means that new advancements in technology and thinking must be absorbed into our process. Don't lose touch with the changes in business, and don't be afraid to try new things at the same time. Traditions has been continuously building values. Get completely immersed in that. The ideas that will explode out will be truly safe and powerful. The next one is a positive of supportive attitude. Survey after survey, generations after generations, organizations that stood withstanding the time in centuries have shown the positive and supportive attitude is a top criteria that people look for in someone to network with. Life is too short to surround yourself with negative and unhappy people. Instead, surround yourself with people who want you to succeed, positive people who will uplift you. தன்னை சுற்றி சேர் இருக்கும், சேற்றிலே முளைக்கும், ஆனால் சேராய் இராமல் செந்தாமரையாய் இருக்கும். That is the lotus. And that is how the leader has to be. Be whatever is the environment, the leader has to be with the highest energy, and that's the positive and supportive attitude. And next comes accountability. As the saying goes, what gets measured gets done. This accountability is such an important value in the contemporary business world. A networking group without accountability is just a coffee club. It's like playing a game of football with no rules and no goal. Accountability is key value at every level. And the last one is recognition. Recognition is something that we really have to believe in. This brings out the energy, strength, ambitions that can stretch multiple times beyond what we are usual. We should recognize people who have done a good job and celebrate their achievements. This has to start from us. If we see something that deserves recognition, let others know, including your WhatsApp and Facebook friends, so that they can help spread the word. The plans that I have showed here are all nurtured as a $1 trillion economy because of the value system. Now it is organic value system. Secret of success is hard work, and without it, it will be always a secret. So, and thus I conclude that these core values, along with strong belief system and hard work, is a sure shot formula for a $1 trillion economy. To begin with, what we all need to do is, we should have three things. That is attitude, attitude, and attitude towards bringing a $1 trillion economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I call upon Mr. Rajashekaran, Managing Director, ACE Group of Companies, to give a short speech. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Srinivasan wanted me to talk on the MSME role on the $1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. As Sundaresh rightly touched upon, this 1 trillion is a big number? No. How many of you know where we were 10 years ago? Anybody has a clue? Anybody has a clue that what was our GDP 10 years ago in Tamil Nadu? It was 95 billion. So, naturally, over the last 10 years, with a growth rate of 14 to 17%, we have reached $300 billion. Only thing was, nobody was talking about $300 billion target 10 years ago. So, if you see $1 trillion is 3 times of what we are today. So, naturally, we will reach 1 trillion. by just achieving 14 to 15% of growth, we'll achieve that. But you see the per capita. 10 years ago, we were at 1 lakh plus. Today, we are at 2.25 lakhs. What happens is inflation is eaten up. If anybody, you go and ask anybody is happy with 2.25 lakhs per annum, he is not happy. So same thing is going to happen 10 years down the line once you achieve $1 trillion. What is going to be the per capita? A big question mark, which need to be addressed. And you see, the other point I want to touch upon, see, many people talked about greenway and, how do we protect our planet from debris falling from the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, need not have debris by us. One stone can finish humanity. And it has happened in the past. Dinosaurs were not killed by humans. Don't get carried away by this talk of green, green, green. These also people, it's again another scam, I tell you. Because, you stop development, you stop everything. I never use all this checker oil. I still believe a process. Because, a person doing sugarcane in the street, sugarcane juice, he leaves the sugarcane machine at the street. You know what happens to the sugarcane machine later on. So don't get carried away by this. Green. And other thing I want to tell you, 10 years back, 20 years back, most of us were born in 60s and 50s. There was a chimney on top of every house. If you go at 5 o'clock or in the evening, 6 o'clock, you can see smoke coming out. And there used to be one, I don't know, many of the later generation would have not even seen, called Udangudal. The lady has to live with that. And more than a smoker, she used to take smoke inside. That was the case. And the millennium children think that India was doing great after independence and we were having all great life. No. I was told about my grandmother, if you don't read well, if you don't educate yourself well, she used to say, you will become a drag picker. And there will be people sitting in front of the marriage halls for the food to be thrown in and people will be fighting. I'm talking about 1970s. Today we are in a great country. First, let us be positive. We have come a long way, particularly after 90s. First time in the history we started talking about GDP, growth rates, things. It happened after 90s, 1991 and later on. Now we live in a heaven. For instance, Chennai, I always feel it's heaven. It is nothing less than heaven. Only thing is we are bad advertisers. Bombay is chiller than Chennai. No rains in Bombay and the place stinks. But we call Chennai hot, hotter and hottest. I always tell Chennai, bright, brighter and brightest place in the earth. And we have very few days of disruption. The rest of the days you don't need cold clothes and we wear these suits and all that. You can just live happily with whatever you are wearing and the food is simple. You have a great life. Why you think your city is bad, your state is bad? It's not like that. And second thing, what is our target? We always talk about defeating Pakistan in hockey match, cricket match. You know what is the population of Pakistan? It's 28 crores. You know how big is that country? 9 times the size of Tamil Nadu. I strongly feel India should not play games with Pakistan. Tamil Nadu should play. We call them as an enemy, we are fighting against them. This is nonsense, I'm telling you. And you know where we are now? In the League of Nations, if you compare Tamil Nadu as a state, there are 215 nations in the list of GDP. And if you see Tamil Nadu, it is in the 40th rank. It is equal to Finland. You know what is the population of Finland? It is just 5.5 million. What is the size of the country? It is 3 lakh square kilometers. And where we are trying to go? To Dutch. You know what is the population of Netherlands? 1.7 crores. You will be very surprised. What is the size of Netherlands? 45,000 square kilometers. We should look at the country which is exactly the size of Tamil Nadu, and we should look at the population which is exactly the size of Tamil Nadu. Anybody has a guess? Which country is that? England, sir, which ruled you. 1,25,000 square kilometers, and roughly as our population. What is the economy of England? One step ahead of India, not Tamil Nadu. It is 3+ trillion. Why you are benchmarking yourself against players like Pakistan, Sri Lanka? And you know, these prime ministers should not be given the chair equivalent to our state Tamil Nadu chief minister. He should be given a lesser chair. They don't deserve to have a flag for themselves. They are so small. And we are putting ourselves in negative mindset. First thing we have to do is to propagate and tell that we are a great state. And we have to set a benchmark that we will beat England in 2030. Not 1 trillion. Then we will be reaching Netherlands, which is so small in size. And it is a Arctic nation with bad weather, very less people. People don't want children. We are benchmarking against that country. Okay, so I thought I have shared where we should go. I think we have to revise our target so that by 2025 we reach this 1 trillion. By 2030 we should reach or beat England. And by doing so, we go as a country to the righteous place in the world. We will be next to China because that country is the 3rd biggest country in the world. And it has got slightly a population higher than us. And we should be there. We should be with 16 trillion or 17 trillion as a country. We should not be talking about 5 trillion. We should revise our targets. And we should really move to achieve that. So coming back to what is the role of MSMEs. Mr. Chandrasekharan rightly said in Japan they have 99% is the contribution by MSMEs. You know what is the contribution of MSME in India? It is 30% because agriculture is 13%. Maybe MSMEs don't have a big role there. And most of the MSMEs are focused on manufacturing. We are not part of the service sector because I don't know what is the number actually in the service sector. So 30% of $300 billion. And to take it to again 30% of $1 trillion, from 300 billion to $1 trillion, you need a lot of investments in this sector. Because today, one of the important points, many of our speakers touched upon various things, defense sector, things like that. And how long the hot plate has to withstand, because Sanjay was sharing. The sad part is today MSMEs are investing in technologies without knowing whether it will become obsolete or not in 2030. One of the biggest challenges faced by the MSMEs, particularly the auto sector, the EV is coming in. Whether the components manufactured by them will be relevant after 10 years. So whether the MSME could take back the money what they have invested over the next 10 years. That is going to be one of the biggest challenges. So we have to again, motivate the MSMEs, guide them, and give them financial literacy. Sir rightly touched upon that because most of them are technocrats. They can do their job very well, but they don't know whether their financial decisions are right. So this is one area we need to definitely focus on and educate them on financial literacy so that they don't invest on obsolete technologies, and they should be given a proper guidance. And second thing what Sundaresan touched upon is compliance. Why do you put the compliance burden on an MSME guy? He has not applied for a bank job, he has not applied for a government job, and he has taken the risk of coming and doing something on his own. The compliance burden today is very big. A small company, a private limited company has to do same level of compliance as a big corporate. This fellow is already financially illiterate and he does not know what mistakes he's making, and maybe he'll pay a bigger price. As he rightly said, there are going to be huge penalties and whether he can afford. This is something which we have to keep it in mind. These are two important things. They don't need subsidies. They don't need freebies. Nothing is required. Make their life easy. Bring the real concept of ease of doing business to the MSME. He deserves it most because he is the one who is suffering. In one of the meetings with, I don't want to name the person who told me, I was talking about single window clearance. And he just patted me and said, sir, out of, I'm just sharing this, please don't quote my name. See, the single window system works really well if there is one governor, one chief minister, and only one industrialist, and only one department. As long as you have so many stakeholders in the fray, single window system is going to be a big trouble. So what required is you remove single window or you keep it whatever the name. Make the things easier for him. So don't make the license Raj to come back. Don't make compliance burden on him. He's a technocrat, or he has got certain knowledge in what he's doing. Help him with those areas. The 30%, say something like $450 billion will come from MSMEs. And as I told you, the MSMEs will definitely power the economy towards that goal of reaching what we should reach, which is nothing but England. With this, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Kalpana Shankar, Chairperson and Managing Trustee, Hand in Hand India. Please, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Kalpana Shankar. I'm the Managing Trustee of Hand in Hand India and Managing Director of Belstar Microfinance Limited. We focus on women at the bottom of the pyramid, namely 30% of the people in TN are our clientele. Next, please. Can somebody operate? It's basically to give you the context on why we focus on women. We have a population of 1.3 billion, but if you look at some of the indicators, it is not very favorable to women in terms of life expectancy. Even basic health indices are neighboring countries, although they may be very small, but countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, they are doing much better than us in terms of indices when compared to women. So it becomes very important that we focus on women and women's issues. It is not only so in terms of economic participation also, it's very important that we include women. I was recently attending a course by competent boards. They were saying 50% of the consumers in the world are women, and if they are not sitting in the boardroom, how can you actually predict the consumer behavior? Even for better profitability, for better business management, I think women should be a part of the boardrooms. Now we are talking about a single seat, and I think that itself has been based on some it's not based on really merit. They wanted to bring at least one woman into the boardroom, but other countries are far ahead. They feel a single voice will not be heard. Other developed countries at least have 40% women representatives in the board, or at least they say minimum 3 people should be there in each board. I think we have a long way to go, not only in the not-for-profit sector, but also in the corporate world. So if you talk about malnourished children, sometimes this statistics, it's really disturbing. We are working with kids working in mica mines in Bihar, Jharkhand. Some of the kids are weighing 1.6 grams, 1.2, and then after an intense dose of treatment for 3 to 6 months, they become a normal child. They move from grade 4 to grade 1. So in this socio-economic context, it becomes imperative that we focus on poor people at the bottom of the pyramid and give them a hand-holding so that they can also uplift themselves. And our main thrust is on women and children. We believe if women are empowered, the society gets empowered, and we cannot afford to ignore 48% of the women who are part of this country, and they also cannot be content saying that we are homemakers. Next, please. See, even if you talk about the demography, the previous speaker said, globally, because of genetic reasons, women should form a higher proportion, but in India it is still 48.5%, so it is still skewed. They don't want girl babies. That still that bias is there towards girl child. And literacy rate also, there's about 10% percentile difference between the literacy rate for women and literacy rate for men. And the previous speaker, Mrs. Aishwarya, spoke about women's participation. It is true that it is not enough, because we are talking about advancement not only of TN but also of our country. So 17.5%, it's not something which we can be happy with. We should improve. And when globally they have shown that when more women work, economics grow. So they are not, if you even take a small country, I was listening to 2-3 corporate leaders addressing us from Netherlands, how systematically they groom women talent. All their stock exchanges publish women in community, big committees, senior executives, who are holding which position, women in board position, and they were saying almost every Saturday they have a networking event so that they groom talent. Over a period of 1 to 2 years, they become eligible for board positions. So why women, especially in Indian context, even in TN context, skewed sex ratios, gender inequality, and low participation rate, and there is wage discrimination. That was also highlighted by the previous speaker. And why we have to focus on women? If women get empowered, she not only empowers herself, but also the children, the entire family, and the community. So they are the best poverty fighters. And experience and studies have shown that they use the profits from the business to send the children to school, even for sanitation. Because if you go and say all of you must have a toilet when they cannot afford 3 square meals, it's impossible for them to think about solar lamps or green energy or even sanitation. First is so empowering them so that they can lead a decent life, and then they can actually focus on other important issues which are important. Next, please. Basically about hand in hand, what we do. I'm a double doctorate. I have a PhD in nuclear physics and also gender studies. I've been working in this sector for more than 25 years. We are a public charitable trust, and we are working in 7 countries across 3 continents. I'm very thankful to our advisor and trustee who is not here, Mr. Sundarajan. He has been a major force and behind this organization. Our vision is to alleviate poverty through job creation and integrated community development. We believe in working with the government. We identify the gaps in the government programs, and we work with the government to give people a better quality of life. So 10 million jobs, basically we organize poor people into self-help groups or joint liability groups, and wherever they have their own enterprise, we give them access to credit through our microfinance arm, Bellstar. Some people need skill training, some people need business coaching. When we are able to give business coaching, then they are able to invest in a business. These small businesses also contribute to the growth of the country and the state. I just want to present the rationale. We focus on a 5-pillar program. We believe this 5-pillar program can get people out of the poverty trap at a faster pace. Our primary objective of this organization was to eradication of child labor in Kanchipuram. Our headquarters is at Kanchipuram. Even for me, I was working for government of Tamil Nadu. It was a new experience when I started working in Kanchipuram. Almost every other child in the weaving family was bonded. If you look at the loan document, it looked like a proper loan document, but the child gets bonded for life. But working with the local government and the district authorities for the last 20 years, the problem has, we can almost eliminated from 100%, it has become 10%, because continuously we have to educate various stakeholders. We have to educate the school masters to receive these children with more empathy. We have to educate the communities to be watchful and to not to allow any child out of school, because we come across a lot of children who drop out of school, even girl children, they pass 5th standard. After that, for various reasons, they discontinue. So somebody is required to mentor them, monitor them, and send them to school. The second case, I'm very proud of this girl, Meera. She was actually grazing cattle when we came across Meera. Then we used to run residential schools. We used to run 8 residential schools. It has closed after COVID. We continue only with 4 KGB schools, which focuses only on girl children, and 1 short stay home for children who have lost their parents to COVID. That is in Kanchipuram. This Meera, she studied in our residential school. We helped her continue with her education. She came, she was from the tribal community, and she managed to pass 10th standard in glorious and flying colors. She came state 3rd, and she got award from the former chief minister. So if all these children, if they are given an opportunity, they can definitely prove that they are also capable of achieving greater strides. Next, please. Even in the area of health, these are some of the Anganwadis which we have renovated. We have renovated nearly 700 Anganwadis in partnership with corporates, because I got this idea after visiting Sweden way back in 2005, because here Anganwadis is a place where all the vaccination takes place, and government spends a lot of money on nutrition supplements, on iron supplements, but people don't visit the Anganwadis. It used to be damp, dark, so it was never used to be child friendly. We felt by spending 25,000 we can brighten up the place, have baby friendly toilets, so that more children started coming to these Anganwadis, and they are getting benefit out of the various government initiatives. And one more initiative which we have started recently is a help desk. We started this after COVID. We are running help desks in 4 hospitals. On an average, if you look at the footfall of each government hospital, like Chengalpet Hospital or Kanchipuram, it's about 15,000 to 18,000. So the staff are overwhelmed, they're not able to handle. So our people, we have 4 people, they work in turns, help the poor people who come to the hospital, direct them to the right doctor, and so we have saved several lives. It is not costing us much, but just 40,000 to 50,000 a month, but we have saved several lives through this initiative. Next. And environment, a lot of people were talking about waste management, and we used to have donors visiting our NGO. People used to question, why is your country so dirty? So we felt this is not rocket science. So we started handling waste. We handled waste on a daily basis, 6 lakh households. And we built 2 good models for the country, because in our country they talk about 4 places where solid waste management is handled very efficiently. One is Mamalapuram. We are not handling it currently. Second is Karaikal. Third is Udupi, and 4th is Indore. But out of 4, 2 were actually set up by Hand in Hand India, and then we got several awards for our initiatives through UNEP, through BBC, and UN 3R and Government of India also recognized our work in Swachh Bharat, because we believe that change has to start somewhere, and as an NGO we felt we should be a catalyst to bring about this change. And natural resource management, we work with nearly 30,000 farmers. We are getting assistance from CSR companies as well as NABARD. There's about 70-member team works on this initiative. So we have helped many people to convert into organic farming. It takes a lot of time to handhold them to bring about this behavioral change, because day one nobody believes in organic farming. It takes 3 years for them also to realize that investment on pesticide, it comes down over a period of time. And even like rotation of crops. We work in Javad Hills, all the hills, Muthukumaran Hills, Pachamalai, and it is amazing to see the transformation. Farmers who were earning something like 5,000 to 7,000 rupees a year, now they are getting 85,000 no, it was 5,000 rupees was a profit. More than 1 lakh they have been able to realize, because we have introduced pepper and silver oak, because those 2 are really giving them lot of income, and continuously our team mentors them on best practices in terms of water conservation, exposing them to good models, organizing them as a farmer producers organization, because their strength is the procurement, everything they can influence only if they are a big group. That's what we have attempted to do. We have promoted nearly 15 farmers producers organization. Next. So there are several players working in the group of self-help, in the area of self-help group. This is my core area of specialization. But what makes us different is we follow a four-prong approach. We mobilize poor people as groups. We give them business coaching, and we provide them skill training, and then access to market. Because these two, if you do it as a package, then it becomes very powerful model. Poor people get empowered, and they are able to contribute to their families and to the state and the country. Next, please. So people were talking about the importance of digital literacy. So we are spending a lot of time in coaching people. Don't get fooled. Please, when you use an app, be very careful. What are the do's and don'ts when they do a digital transaction? Don't share even your PIN code with your son or husband. People can take the hard-earned savings which you have in your account. So it involves a lot of coaching, and we have developed manuals to actually business plans, because nobody handholds a poor person to prepare a business plan. They need some help in preparation of business plans so that they can pitch to banks and get subsidies and credit. So basically, the differentiation of hand in hand is in the scale and the impact. We have mobilized nearly 2 lakh self-help groups and reached out to 26 lakh women across the country. And we believe that we measure job creation. We had MCRIL, which is a rating agency in the social sector, evaluate our job creation model. We touched the figure of 4.68 million jobs. By jobs, what we mean is some people like artisans, they will know the trade, but they will need credit support, so we give them credit. Some people will not be, will not have any awareness. For them, you have to give skill training, entrepreneurship development training. Then you give them credit. They are able to absorb the credit and do something productive. And this is the total amount of credit dispersed only through our NGO arm. Together with Belstar, the amount of credit given is much higher. And micro enterprises, it's beautiful to see the graduation from small, lonely shop at the roadside, they graduate. We have seen several entrepreneurs now employing other self-help group women also. Next, please. So basic rationale, if money is given to poor people without guidance, they tend to consume. At the end of the day, they become indebted and very poor. But even if they invest in 10 goats, it multiplies. If on $200, if they spend on goats, it multiplies, and then it results in $2,000. That is the rationale of our organization. So it is not impossible to see that elimination of poverty is very much possible in our lifetime if all of us come together, because all that poor people need is some guidance, some catalyst to show them the way. There are a lot of schemes, but we should take to the unbanked people who are underserved so that they also become part of the economy. So for instance, this is one small case, because rural women, even managing a cow is like managing an enterprise, because they will pray to Tirupati, I will come if my cow becomes all right. They won't actually take care of the animal health. So when they're a part of the self-help group, they get a lot of training, a lot of confidence. They have their own savings. Some of the women have saved up to 2 lakhs, 10 lakhs in our self-help groups. They are able to borrow money for even wedding of their children, education of their children, and several of them have become doctors. We have been doing this project for the last 20 years, and the culmination is we have seen several doctors, engineers, some of them have become advocates. We feel very happy to see their progress in life. Next. When you get them involved in these movements, like they learn how to bank, they have a passbook, they have aspirations to go up, they want to buy a house. So only with increase in income, all these things are possible. So for graduated entrepreneurs, what did we do? We partnered with IIT Madras. We have had several programs. So they came out with a very good training model. The professors used to take their lean time off, come to Kanchipuram and have training programs through our academy. We focused on graduated entrepreneurs, and they have become catalysts in the local areas, providing employment. And some of them, it is amazing. They are employing 40 people, 45 people, paying GST, and they are complying with all the government rules. So it is possible for them to actually demonstrate that they also have the skill sets to contribute to the economy, but they need a lot of hand holding, because if a GST inspector lands in their place, they get very nervous. They know that they can reach out to us, but they need help in terms of figuring out the compliances. So to help these, we want this movement because we can work for a shorter duration, but they need support. So we have formed a lot of networks. So these networks are giving them the required support in terms of entrepreneurship training, linking them with government departments, linking with the various insurance schemes which are available for poor people. Next. We partnered with Vodafone and 50,000 people. There was a previous speaker who said you should link one buyer with one seller. That's what we typically try to do with women at the bottom of the pyramid. It was a huge success, and they started using phone for their business. And we also partnered with Asian Development Bank, and we set up 20,000 enterprises in Madhya Pradesh. It's all energy-based enterprises, green enterprises, and even small mini flour mill, garment unit which is motorized, even pottery units which are motorized, so that drudgery of women got reduced and they could produce more. Next. So we are also working in Rajasthan. So all this, each state is unique. It poses a different challenge. We have to address or come up with a recipe which is in accordance with the local societal norms. But good things we keep preaching, and people, because all these business ideas are very useful to them, and they have taken up several enterprises for the benefit of the family. So how can women empowerment, what should be done for economic growth? Entrepreneurship culture should be promoted from school level. I was reading about Delhi schools, how they brought it into the 11th and the 12th class. So I think we should also, that a course on entrepreneurship should be there in the school syllabus, and the school students are trained to pitch to investors to get seed funding. I think it should start at that level. Only then they can become successful entrepreneurs. And they should be mindset is very good. All of them need not become entrepreneurs, but a course on entrepreneurship is helpful because they learn about productivity, to how to be resourceful, punctual, to be a good employer and a good human being. And teachers should be trained to identify such children to further hone their skills. At the college level, I feel career counseling to be inbuilt, encouraging self-employment. Many of them think end of the college education, there should be some campus interview. Some of them can take up self-employment. For that, they need additional skills, management training. I think colleges should offer such training programs. Exposure visits are very important. Innovation should be encouraged. I think we should do more in that area. And exposure visit to IIMs, I think there should be a partnership with local colleges so that the best practices from IIMs, now through webinar, through technology, all these things can be made available even to a rural college. At the ecosystem level, I was reading a book by Sam Pitroda. He was talking about nearly 100 patents which he has managed to register in US. Of course, now patent registration has become a lot more easier, but still we are not there yet in comparison to US and other countries. And subsidies benefit only a select few, only those who are, very vociferous, who have good articulation skills get the subsidy. If that is used for, subsidies should be meant for people who are taking the risks, the entrepreneurs. Somebody was talking about MSME segment, how they are deprived and how taxation and other things demotivate them. I think subsidies should be given to these entrepreneurs so that it will have a multiplier effect. More people will get into the formal mainstream, and then they will also contribute. Workplace environment should be flexible. There was already talk about that. And mentors for women, very few, actually practically not there in our place. Very few feel like giving their free time to help women hone their skills. When other countries are investing so much in mentorship, I think we should, in our country also, we should start a mentorship for women. The IOD should conduct a board directors program only for women. Because why? Because they'll feel more at ease, ask questions, and once they are ready, then you can put them in a place where they can also equally debate and compete with men. So that programs should be designed for women. And work distribution without gender stereotyping. This is also society level, lot of changes have to be there. And child care, I was reading Indira Nuyi's book also, where she talks about the importance of childcare and how her parents and Mr. Nui's parents really helped her to reach that greater heights because they took care of her children. So pay parity for men and women, that should be addressed, and invest time in coaching women. I think SEBI, all the stock exchanges should help more women to become qualify as board of directors. IOD is doing a great job. I think mentorship for a period of time is required. A 5-day course does not empower any women to become a director. They are scared to take up that position because it comes with a lot of responsibility. We need flexible training programs. I am attending a program where it is between 8 to 9 o'clock in the, like all the programs offered by foreign universities. It's makes us, we are able to attend those programs because after office hours we find the time to do. So such flexible training programs are required, and more networking for women. Only then ideas there can be exchange of ideas. They will learn more and they will contribute. And I think men folk also should change. They should accept women as leaders. Currently, I was looking up the statistics for this talk. Only 13.5% women entrepreneurs in TN are leaders. I think this percentage should increase. Then women can contribute to this to make Tamil Nadu a 1 trillion economy. Thank you very much.
I think you've given a brilliant presentation about how women should be in boards and in other leadership capacities. Also, Dr. Aishwarya had also given that. But I would request IOD to do their best to try and get the governments of both Tamil Nadu and the Indian government to see that women are there in boards, you know, at least 40 to 50%, like in the Scandinavian countries and all. Because every time I come to all these conferences, I just see about 4 or 5 women, and all the others are all men up here. And they're only, and in fact, one of the men who came here, he said, "Good morning, gentlemen." Like the women didn't exist here, you know. So I just want to say that the next time I come here, I just hope that there are more women in leadership capacities, especially in the boards. I think, if there are women, like Dr. Aishwarya had said, I think there'll be more profitability, and you know, the economy will increase also. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Sundari Suresh, Regional Manager, Chennai Institute of Directors, to propose the vote of thanks.
No duty is more important than returning the thanks. Thank you so much. I humbly submit before you the note of thanks. Ma'am, your points are well taken. Being myself a part of IOD, maybe even I have that question. What has to be done? Maybe we have to take the representation from the managements as well as the governments and from our household. That's more important, I think so. Personal view, right? Thank you so much. And I really feel elated and very, very thankful to the management of IOD, Delhi, our President, Aluwalia sir, our CEO, Manoj Rawat, our DO, Reggie Matthew sir, and the entire Delhi team, which assisted, supported in carrying out this particular conclave a grand success. Thank you all, HO management from New Delhi. And here from the Chennai team, entirely our RD, Mr. Kannan, Ms. Cynthia, and Mr. Dinesh, the entire team was working towards the success of this particular conclave. And Tamil Nadu CM's vision of $1 trillion economy, as Sundaresan sir and other speakers have highlighted, it's not a dream, it's a reality. And I have to thank all the speakers. I cannot be naming each and every one because they represent and are reputed speakers from different organizations. They obliged, they are here because of IOD. Thank you all, dear speakers. And our sponsors are Platinum, Omega Healthcare. They have been a very supportive system for us. Our gold partners, Apollo Hospitals and Corporate Clinic. Our insurance partner, HDFC Ergo. Our banking partners, Union Bank of India, Indian Bank. Our health partners, OGMO and SARL. Our chamber partners, Indo-Australian, France, as well as Titra. And our associate partners, Deepest, Arun Exalo, color partners, Nippon Paint. They were highlighting that they've already gone into green. And BRK Academy, Legrand, ENTTI, that's a government organization which has partnered with us. Edelweiss, Titra, and our outreach partner, Fiki Flow. And I have to mention our student volunteers. They did a tremendous job. They're all maybe MBA students, second year. They were actually the Corona batch. First year, they've not gone to college. So maybe not much grooming happened in the first year. Without even going to the college, they've come to the second year. Very, very lucky of you for being here, part of this particular event. They've learned the entire maybe management subjects through this one-day conclave. Thank you, students. And thank you to the entire hotel management here. ITC Grand Chola was very, very supportive in carrying out this particular conclave to be very successful. And our entire technical teams from Vinayagam Science, they were very, very strong support system to build out this particular digital screen and the entire setup here. Thank you all. If I've left someone, please apologize me. And staying till the end of the program is a big success. And I owe all the thanks to you. Thank you so much. And please collect your goodies. OGMO, SARL, and Apollo Hospitals have been very generous in contributing their special gifts as well as goodies. Please collect from the respective stalls. Thank you all. Can we have the national anthem, please?
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे